let's get Ricky LaCorte to introduce our first presenter, Howard Swerdloff.
Right. Well, you guys are definitely in for a treat. You've got three amazing speakers this early morning. And if you're here at 9 a.m., you've made not only an amazing sacrifice, you're going to hear something really great. You're going to see some really beautiful women and some handsome fellas sharing some of their insight. So to introduce our first speaker, we have Howard Swerdloff. And I've got my notes ready because this man has done a lot. So make sure to listen to him, take some notes. Howard Swerdloff, beginning his working life as an engineer, our first presenter has had to manage multiple shifts in his career. Over the years, Howard Swerdloff has learned to embrace the shifts and take advantage of them to grow. He has spent a significant portion of his career working with process engineering and the application of technology within the finance and human resources fields. Dedicated to learning more about the shifts, Howard received his Bachelor of Science degree in computer science from Florida International University, continuing to receive his Master of Business Administration from Brandman University, Graduate Certificate in Project Management from the University of California, Irvine, and Graduate Certificate of Human Resources from Brandman University. Today, Howard will share with you how to recognize the shift and make the best of it. Learn from it, use it to advance, but most of all, embrace the shift. Please help me welcome Howard Swerdloff, speaking about embracing the shift.
Thank you, Ricky. Joey, can you set me up for screen sharing, please?
Oh, yes. I realize when you restarted, you lost your co-host. All right, you're now a co-host again.
Okay, great.
But we cannot see you, Howard. Okay, now we can see you.
Okay, excellent. Wow, can you believe that this is the 5th Roses and Races? More importantly, can you believe it's virtual? You're here. That means you have embraced the shift. We've moved from in-person conferences to virtual conferences. There's a number of things that go with that. And I initially think of it from a speaker perspective. Speech coaches have told me over the years, open with a question, engage your audience, make them think, bring them in. But most importantly, wait for the answer before continuing. You're on mute. We have a 20-minute wait. It's not effective. I have to change the way I present. The other thing that's different is when I kick off a day-long event or a multi-day event like this, I often start out by walking around the room and going up to a whiteboard if I have one. Spending the first 10 minutes really looking at what are the objectives. I ask each person in the audience, 30 seconds or less, tell me one thing you want to get out of today. It's hard to do virtually. The other thing is I can bring up, a virtual whiteboard, and we can go and we can pull something up like this, and I can come in and, grab a pen and I can say, okay, Mary, if you can read this, what do you want to get out of today? And we can write it, but we can't see it throughout the presentation if I go back to video. So the question really becomes, what's the new question? I can't say, what do you want to get out of today? I've changed that. What are you going to put into today? As I think about opening with a question and I think about engaging the audience, the reality is I don't know how many of you have logged into the meeting, gone to get a cup of coffee, and haven't returned yet. I might be talking to myself. I really don't know. Although I can see 2 people on camera right now. So I know I have at least 2 people in the audience. So I ask you, thank you, Gail, I see that you turned your video on. So I ask you, what are you going to put into today? Are you going to be engaged? Are you going to stay in the seat? You know, another difference in remote conferences, we normally start, Ricky would have come up here, told you where the bathroom is, told you what to do in case of an emergency. He would have closed the door, made sure everybody stayed in their seat. Ricky's a great moderator, but I don't think he knows where everybody's bathroom is. So we go on. Another thing though, as I think about it from an audience perspective, in a personal face-to-face conference, one of the things I really enjoyed was in between sessions. I would go up to a speaker, I would introduce myself, I would ask a question, I would learn something new. I would go in a hallway, have a hallway conversation and talk to somebody and learn something new as we shared our opinions on what the speaker said. What about chat? You're going to hear more about chat today, but you have chat in Zoom. Click on chat, be vulnerable. Put your thought, put your comment out there to everybody. I stress to everybody because if you do a private chat, to me, that's a side conversation that's distracting. It's the person that talks through the movie, one of my pet peeves. But when you do it to everybody, I was on a conference recently where somebody posted a comment about something a speaker said. We had over 1,000 replies to that post. That's learning. That's collaborating. That's embracing this shift. But what does any of this have to do with roses and raises? I was approached about speaking, as I have been several times before, about branding. Many of you have heard my story about branding, and I plan on sharing that today, but it doesn't work. We've had the number of chefs. 2020 has been a year that's really enforced a lot of chefs. I'll tell you, I still believe in branding. But the way I was branding and the way I would share that story no longer works. Embrace that shift. The short version of what Mary really wanted me to present is that in 2010, I was looking for a new job. And I reached out to somebody I knew who, most connected person I know in my industry. And I said, you've got to get me out of this place. I can't stand my boss. I hate the company. Help me find a new job. You know everybody. And she said, I can't help you. You don't have a brand. I don't know what to look for. So I became interested in branding and I selected a very small piece of my industry and I started writing about it. Writing led to articles in magazines. The magazine articles led to speaking engagements. And eventually, after a couple of years, I got my dream job. It was a fantastic job. I love it. I still have it. It's been 7 years. And that was because of those branding exercises. I've continued to brand myself both inside the company and outside the company in different ways. One of the things you've heard me say before, for those that have heard me in prior Roses and Races, is, you know, I listen to people like Richard Branson who says your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Well, there's multiple brands. You ask my sister When I'm not in the room, she's going to say one thing. You ask my boss, he's going to say something else. You ask somebody I know from Toastmasters, you're going to get a third answer. All of these are my brand, and these are all okay. But why do I say that we have to shift from what I did that worked to a new model? The reason is very simple. My objective in branding was to get a job. It's to get advanced. It's all about roses and raises. How do we get equal pay? How do we get advanced? How do we build that brand so that you're getting what you want out of your career and out of your life? Well, it's based on relationships. So we're locked down right now. I can't write something and have somebody say, I want to meet and talk about it. It doesn't happen. What I'm noticing is there's a shift, not only with people, but with companies, where we've gone, if you go back 100 years, you think about the workforce. There was what was called manual labor, and there was what was called knowledge workers or white collar workers. So you had the blue collar and the white collar. And there was about a 2-to-1 ratio between manual labor and the white collar workers. White collar was considered people that learned through apprenticeship, bookkeepers, accountants, attorneys. That eventually became college rather than apprenticeship. And we saw a shift around 1980 where there were 2 knowledge workers for every manual labor. And that switched over. But if you look today, there's another shift to what's called a learning worker. Forbes talks about the learning worker as somebody who is adaptable. They can learn. They can shift with the times. That's where I'm going with branding. The job I got, one of the things I did not mention is the hiring manager at the time told me, I love what you're writing, but it has nothing to do with what I need you to work on. He said, you've got a great personality that'll fit in with the team. You've got great experience and you're bringing a strong perspective, but you don't know the product. You don't know what we do. Can you learn it? I, of course, said yes. You're going to hear about self-confidence today. You're going to hear about loving yourself. You have to believe in yourself. You have to be willing to learn it. So when we talk about branding, I've changed my strategy to branding. I am looking for opportunities to work with people where I don't know what they do. I don't understand a lot of their technology. I recently worked on a project bridging between another company that my employer works with and some people in my company. I didn't know what I was doing, but I provided advice. Last week, the other company called me and offered me a job. Another job I have no idea how to do. But I branded myself as being somebody who can adapt and learn. I'm watching other people that are getting jobs and getting advancements. They're working across teams. They're showing that they can learn what the other team does. They're showing that they can help that other team be better, even though they don't understand what they do. They're branding themselves as a learner, as somebody who's adaptable. So when I think about this, I'm looking at the chefs, and I realize you have to embrace the chefs. Over the years, we've gone from working in an office to arguments over flexible working. I want to work from home 1 or 2 days a week, to you're not allowed in the office. We've transitioned or shifted from retail, Amazon wanting to sell something other than books. That'll never work. To We don't want to go to stores anymore. Stores are closing. In business, businesses are shifting how they work. They are learning to do other things. There was an alcohol distillery that I read about that stopped producing alcohol and started manufacturing disinfectants for COVID. There was a company that manufactured baseball jerseys. They shifted and they learned how to take that material for baseball jerseys and manufacture face masks. It's going to continue to shift. You have to be able to learn to adapt and to manage the shift. So I encourage you, you're taking the first step today. But I come back to roses and raisins. What are you going to put into today? You will hear about networking. You will hear about loving yourself. You will hear about chatting with each other. Are you going to take that and share it with others? Are you going to do something with it? Are you going to brand yourself that you learned something new today? You learned something that you can use in your career. You learned something that you can use in your life. Let people know. Show them you're adaptable. Show them you can learn new things. And go out, embrace the shift, and get the roses and raisins. And then back to you, Ricky.
Thank you, Howard. That was fantastic. Like I told all of you this morning, you're going to learn something amazing. And what Howard shared is nothing short of that. When he's talking about branding, when he's talking about the shifts, talking about adaptability, all of that is absolutely important in our lives as we continue, regardless if we're in a COVID state or just our normal lives. I love that. Not only do you want to have just one brand, if you're going to continue to brand yourself, that's right. Just keep adapting, keep improving yourself, learn new things. And most importantly, what I loved about what Howard said was take risk. And he did take risk by learning technologies he is not familiar with. So Howard, thank you. Thank you for that. And one thing that you pulled out of me is that it takes one heck of a lot of courage to live life. Now, moving on to the next speaker. I told you we have three amazing speakers this morning. And I have the honor of introducing them. Thank you for trusting in me. This young, gorgeous, beautiful lady,
Love you.
it will take 20 minutes for me to share her accolades alone. And that's just chapter 1 out of 100. Here is a very shortened version of this amazing individual that I really suggest, highly recommend you take notes and you listen. From bartender to boardroom, our speaker believes in the power of networking. One could say she is the poster child for networking. However, in this new normal world, networking has changed and grown in importance. Networking strategies and relationships building have changed as in-person meetings are fewer and online and social media platforms have grown. Our speaker is the president of Roberta Perry and Associates. She is a past international director of Toastmasters International, past president of the Nightclub and Bar Association, past president of the Themed Entertainment Association. Recently, that association awarded her with the coveted award, Master of their Craft, for business development and public relations. Please welcome, with her presentation, Networking 2.0 Distinguished Toastmaster, and my pleasure to introduce Roberta Perry.
Oh, thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with you this morning. Mary, I love you dearly. And Mary asked all of us, and I know Ricky said this earlier, she asked us, and specifically she said, well, how did you get roses and raisins? How do you do that? Well, for me, I learned a long time ago, and sometimes it feels like it's in a galaxy far, far away. I learned that to get both roses and raises, I needed to build relationships. I learned that when I was a waitress. I learned it as a bartender. I learned it then as a secretary in the Stuart Anderson's Black Angus Cattle Company world. And then I learned it even more so when I became the entertainment director for that organization and I ran 100 nightclubs. And then one day I decided that 100 nightclubs, that was enough. I'd been on the road for 5 years, booking bands, booking DJs, handling political problems, and building relationships. I figured that's it. I'm done. I'm going to start my own company. So I migrated from Seattle to San Francisco to Los Angeles and moved down here to start a company called Edwards Technologies, of which we became a front runner in the technology solution business for theme parks, museums, zoos, aquariums, retail chains, etc. And then when that got to be a little bit challenging this year, I resigned again. Now I had resigned 3 times during my whole year, all my years with Edwards Technologies. I resigned to move into Fox Studios as vice president of themed entertainment. Then I came back to my own company, and then I resigned again to go do another project in Times Square because I wanted to work. A fool that I was, I wanted to work on New Year's Eve, because I knew that I did not want to stand in Times Square amongst everyone else because I wouldn't know how to go to the bathroom. So I decided I'd work with a company that ran Times Square New Year's Eve. But then when all that was over, I came back to Edwards Technologies, to my company. And then in March, COVID-19 hit us big time. So I resigned again because it was more important for my company at that point to put all of their resources into online support. They didn't need what I brought to the table, which was business development. Wow, the shift has been amazing. The other day, I was on a presentation and someone said, well, Roberta, what is business development? What is public relations? Well, just what Howard talked about a minute ago about building your brand. 19 years ago, when I started my own company, parallel to working with another company, and I always highly recommend that you start your own consulting firm, call yourself a consultant, get all of your legal and roots in, and just do it. Because had I not started that company 19 years ago, I would have been in a different place today. But going back to that question they've asked me is, well, what's business development? And if you read on my information, when I send that to you, you'll see it says, I am a business development catalyst. I make things happen. And that is the easiest way to tell anybody about what I do. But then the young lady that I was speaking with said, oh, a catalyst, you make things happen. What does that mean? And then I had to take that question one step further. And I said, in the movies, there are executive producers. I am an executive producer. It's my job in business development to know everyone out there. I need to know the companies. I need to know the people. I need to know the trends. I need to be able to pull teams together. I need to bring in financing. That's what business developers do. And that's what I'm doing today, which I love. I have so many great projects, but they're all based on one thing: my ability to build relationships, to build bridges with people. And I have been doing that for what seems like 1,000 years. Now, if we were living in normal times, and I say that if, I would be literally packing right now to go to Orlando to attend the International Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions. I'm always down there every November. It's been going on for 30 years. And that's where I got an opportunity to meet new people, see old friends from around the world, to hand out business cards. When was the last time you pulled out a business card? In my networking world, I went through business cards like it was graffiti or confetti. But now I haven't handed out a business card in 7 months. In Orlando, I'd be shaking hands. I haven't had an opportunity to shake anybody's hand since the middle of March. I'd even be hugging people. And I haven't had an opportunity to hug my friends or hug new friends since March. Networking has changed dramatically. And that's why I called the presentation today, Networking 2.0. I'm going to start with what Lance Miller, as many of you know Lance, he said the best book on the planet is the dictionary. So I would always go back to the dictionary to define networking. And as the dictionary, Webster says, it's to interact with other people, to exchange information and develop contacts, especially to further one's career. Networking 2.0 has not changed the why we are networking or what we're talking about, but it's really changed how we network out there. Howard talked about it a little bit, and I know Dr. Franny Stein is going to be talking about it when she gets into chatting, but I thought I would give for you a few ideas that I've had to redevelop since April, since COVID-19 hit, because my business has been around the planet. I've worked in all over Asia. I work in the United States, Canada, Europe, the Middle East, but all of that travel stopped when COVID-19 hit in January in Asia. So I've had to relearn networking, and now I call it Networking 2.0. All right, so I have 7 recommendations for you this morning as to what I've been doing. And then you could take any of those and feel free to change them, tweak them, add to them. I would love to get feedback from you about what you're doing in this whole world of ours in called Networking 2.0. So number 1, what I've learned is social media was something I used to do. I had to do it. I didn't have a choice. Now social media has become ultra important. Primarily for me, LinkedIn. I literally have had to go to school on LinkedIn. I take classes on LinkedIn. I find out how best to work with LinkedIn. I've had to have assessments done on my profile. For me to make contact with people, I needed to have a better front page for LinkedIn. LinkedIn is in business for what I do is crucial for all of us. You have to look at your LinkedIn profile, have your friends look at your profile and say, does that make sense? Do I understand what you do? Do I understand how I can use you on my team? Do I understand how I can hire you? I made a goal for myself when I started on my LinkedIn path on April 1st with true purpose to meet 1 new person a day. I literally would have been at 6 to 8 conferences by this time since April 1st. Those conferences are no longer available to me except online. So LinkedIn has been my conference place. So I meet 1 new person a day. I reach out, I start that conversation. And I hope that all of you, if we're not LinkedIn partners, to reach out to me and we become friends on LinkedIn. Now, other people use Meetup and other vehicles to meet each other. I personally, for my business in the entertainment, with working with developers, architects, media companies, I really need to be on LinkedIn. And something that Howard mentioned that really resonated with me was, wow, I can meet new people on LinkedIn in industries I never thought I would ever have an opportunity to talk to anybody with. In the hospitals, in the medical fields, and architects that I didn't think I'd have anything in common with, all of a sudden I've discovered I have more in common with them than I thought. So use and look at LinkedIn as your friend. Number 2, if you're in a mastermind group, use that mastermind group. I've been a member of Craig Duswalt's mastermind group called Rock Your Life or Rockstar Marketing for 3 years. The first couple of years I would attend the webinars, I'd get information, it was knowledge, but I never used it to make new friends. So if you're in a mastermind group, definitely use those abilities to make those friends and find out how you can help each other. Third, Take a class. As I mentioned, I've been taking LinkedIn classes. I take Zoom classes. And now I decided because of Zoom, I'm taking an acting class. Why? Because the majority of actors that I know have to use Zoom in order to get through their preliminary rehearsals and auditions that they have to do. And they know how to use Zoom better than any of us do. So now I'm taking an acting class as a non-performer to learn how they work the camera, what they do differently in order to nail their auditions, because I need to use Zoom to nail my business associations and to be able to close those deals. Number 4, I'll get my fingers right here. Number 4, start your own Zoom webinar. I started in April. I gathered together 3 of my best friends and I said, why don't we start something called What Women Wants? We'll do a monthly Zoom. Well, unfortunately, that fell apart after about 6 weeks. But another 3 people found out and said, well, Roberta, what else would you want to do? And I said, I got it. So we brainstormed some ideas and it now into its 4th month, and it's called Invitation to Tomorrow Today. And it's about taking market-ready solutions or market-ready products and services and presenting those to very targeted audiences, specifically our architects, our developers, and our entertainment. But Invitation to Tomorrow Today has been more successful than I thought it was going to be. And we're launching a big initiative and partnering with another very large company in January, and I'll let everybody know what that initiative is down the road. But if you don't have a webinar to go to, if you don't have a mastermind group, start one and then start looking what you can bring to your people in order to get those roses and raises. Number 5, be active in your associations. I'm very active in the Themed Entertainment Association. I'm very active in Toastmasters, even after I'm telling Mary that I joined Toastmasters in 1974. So do the math. I started when I was 2 years old, but I stay active in this organization because, my goodness, the people we meet, the friends we make for life. But now Toastmasters has become even more important for our clubs. Do you really know who's in your clubs and what they do for a living? And if you don't, once a quarter, you should have What We Do for a Living meeting so that you can find out from each other what you do for a living, how you can be of help to each other. And if you do that, roses and raises will come. In fact, I was on a Toastmaster event at 6:30 this morning, and we were talking about how Toastmasters clubs on the East Coast were doing more of that, bringing more and more people together from around the world, finding out what they do and how we can help each other in growing our businesses and our personal life. There are so many ones. So network with your associations, network with your clubs. And if you're working in a corporation, number 7 is network both internally and externally. I work as an outside consultant to various corporations, and they're all starting happy hours. So I get to go play happy hour and have fun at 5 o'clock in the evening, being with corporate people internally, and a very easy way of getting together. So there's many ways now to network in 2.0. This is just a taste of what we can do. And again, I hope all of you share with me what you're doing in your networking 2.0, because it's so important. And I'm going to leave you with the last comment because Howard touched on it, and I'm very conscious of the time, is that I created years ago, I started creating a Roberta's Top 10 Networking Tip Sheet. I pulled it out when Mary asked me to do the presentation, and I looked at it and I went, oh my goodness, I had to throw out 5 of the 10 tips. But number 10 on my list became number 1 today. And number 1, and I'll send you my new top 10 if you would like, but number 1 today is to be your best self. You have to be your best self, and we have to be our best self on this new online platform. What does that mean? That means be positive, smile, listen, dress well, ask questions, make sure your makeup is right, your lighting is correct, your background. I have a gorgeous display behind me because it was a gift to me from one of my Toastmaster friends, because I was able to help her be more and be her best self on Zoom so that she could nail a job she hadn't thought she could nail before. So be your best self. Use your background well, but more importantly, be authentic, be sincere, and continue to be helpful. One of my dear friends, Casey Eberhardt, who's won more awards than anyone on online marketing, probably says it best in his formula, which is, in fact, I pulled it out this morning to make sure. You probably can't read that, but it says, build a tribe. And that's all of us building a tribe together. Engage with the tribe. And then you can market to the tribe. If you don't build a tribe, engage with the tribe, you can't market to the tribe. And if we can't market to the tribe, it just means that our careers may stall during this new pandemic. It may stall during being online. But I know, because I know most of you that are on, and I know Mary more importantly, who I adore, is that we all have the opportunity to get roses and raises during these very new normal times. So everyone, my recommendation, go out, network 2.0. Back to you, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky.
What did I tell you? Roberta, if you told me today, Ricky, I'm going to be speaking at 2 a.m. on Sunday, I'll be there at 1:15, just waiting for you. Shooting star is not enough to compliment this amazing lady. And I, as well as everybody in this room, has taken away something amazing. Not only did she break her own barriers, she showed that she valued herself, embraced the shift. Once again, that's from you, Howard. Your speech leads into a lot of wonderful things. And the wonderful thing that we took away from this was you genuinely valued yourself. You took risks. You went into every industry that was available to you. And most importantly, you are the poster child for networking. And who knows, because you're such a go-getter, you're going to be the person who's creating that poster. You don't need somebody to do it for you. Fantastic. Now we've saved our third speaker, who is just as amazing as the first two. And it gives me amazing pleasure to introduce our presenter, who has seen a lot of shifting attitudes, shifting salaries, pivot points. She's done so many things, we just call her a Renaissance woman. From a highly technical degree from UCSD to an experimental remote MBA program, law school, graduate finance courses, Gail Rosenthal has amassed a storehouse of knowledge across varied specialties within the field of business and finance. She has spent a significant portion of her professional career supporting others in attaining their dreams. Her personal success, beyond measure. On the other side of the spectrum, Gail has always been interested in the human equation. What makes us tick? She's explored religions, customs, and rituals across a grand swath of emotional and spiritual practices, and has delved deeply into NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, becoming a master practitioner and trainer to help others achieve their goals and dreams. Because you can't not get what you want. Today, Gail will share with you the bottom line, the long and short of it, a distilled viewpoint and positioning from which to launch your career, your path, your life. Because it's never too late to start again. Please help me welcome Gail Rosenthal and the long and short of it.
Ricky, thank you so much. And to everybody here, I'm honored to be in such company. Everyone has a voice today, and everyone has an image. We all have, as Howard said, a brand. Do you know what your brand is? Do you know how to take your brand and network it? I'll bet you do. I'll bet you know all these things. My question is, do you have the trust in yourself to go out and do it? I had a conversation the other day with one of the most brilliant, kind, compassionate, successful women that I have met over my lifetime. And she was telling me a story, and she said, so the big boss called me, and the first thing I thought was, what did I do wrong? Let me repeat that. The first thought she had was, what did I do wrong? How about what did you do right? I don't know about you, but when the boss calls me, I kind of like to make sure that I'm going in for a raise. But you got to believe in you, and you got to trust in you for that to happen. I don't know why you attended Roses and Raises today. Some people are here because they're speaking. Some people are here because they want to hear the speakers. Some people are here because they want to get ahead in their careers. Some people are here because somebody told them there was a lot of good information here. And all those reasons are great. And I want you to be here for you. I want you to settle down in your chair and put your pens down, stop taking notes, and just listen for just a few minutes. Because these may be the most important words you hear today to assimilate what Howard said and, excuse me, what Roberta said, and help to assimilate all the other speakers that come after you. We're here for ourselves. We're here to make sure that we are as Roberta said it, we are our best selves. And your best self is your confident, charismatic, comfortable in your own skin self. You know, COVID-19 didn't do anybody any favors. We're in our houses. Some of us are getting tired of looking at four walls. Some of us are getting tired of looking at other people's four walls. And now we're all on Zoom, seeing everybody's four walls. And we're not actually reaching out and touching someone. We have to make the connection. We have to reach out and make a human connection. Mary, I'm going to tell your story. I love you to pieces. When Mary started talking to me about what our Toastmasters Club was doing and that we were on Zoom, she was emphatic. She wasn't going to do it. She wasn't going to have any part of it. She's done. And I have a drama queen as a visual aid. Thank you, Mary. And then Mary called me and she said, well, I can get on this meeting, right? I said, you can call in. So Mary tried phoning in a couple times and I could see her. I was running the meeting. I could see Mary on the phone and I would mute her and unmute her as we needed. And one day she said to me, you know, people are using visual aids. They're showing slides on their talks, aren't they? I don't know what they're talking about because I can't see. So the audio was okay, but it wasn't quite enough. And a couple of us put our heads together, and then my darling friend Kathy Hughes got over to Mary with an iPad. And Mary, who is older than I am, and I hope I'm as active as you are when I am your age, my love, embraced the technology as a starving person would embrace a feast. And she jumped in with both feet. And suddenly, the visual coupled with the audio was enough for her to engage emotionally. The long and the short of it is, we're not audio people, we're not video people, we are emotional. And in this day and age and moving forward, we have to find a way to be able to engage emotionally with each other. Because if we don't get that connection, we won't even, and Howard's sending me a note, that's true. No virtual presentations. Thank you, Howard. Without that audio and visual connection, we won't know how deeply we can make an emotional connection. And the emotional connection is where we get support from people. How can you be confident and then ask the world for feedback and then not get it? Applause is great. If you're selling a book, the feedback is how many people buy your book. If you're going to be a speaker and you're a platform speaker and you speak to hundreds of thousands of people in a large venue, the feedback that you get from the worth of your presentation is how many butts are in the seats. We can't tell here. I can see some people nodding their heads. I can see some people taking notes. I can see somebody having coffee. I'd like some, by the way. And I cannot see some of the other people who are online. They're listening. They're online. They're muted. Their video is off. And I hope that my words alone are enough to entrance them to turn the video on and engage with me visually. Because that's where the emotional connection starts. Now I have to ask you this question. How many times have you gotten up in front of a spouse, a child, your family, your coworkers, your boss, the company, your Toastmasters group, a Rotary Club? How many times have you gotten up in front of people and not felt the connection? I remember somebody telling me the loneliest place to be was in a marriage where you weren't happy. No, that's number two. The loneliest place to be is giving a presentation where you cannot connect with your audience. How do you do that? How do you connect? Is it a visual thing? I see Mary nodding, and I'm so grateful to be able to see Mary now, because before it was this disembodied voice over a computer. Is it a voice? If I asked you all to unmute yourselves and say hello, would we hear a giant chorus of hellos, or would there be dead silence? Could be. We won't know, primarily because Zoom is one of those things where you can't have more than one person talking at once. But we will know by people's reactions, right? And that connection, that all-important connection, is so much more important now that we are in our homes. Howard talked about experiencing shifts. Yeah, we're all experiencing walking from our bedrooms to our offices in our houses. And that's the extent of our commute. Roberta talked about how to network. Networking is a big deal. Guess what? How can you network if you don't have a brand? To Howard's point. How can you brand if you don't actually have a network? Who do you want to talk to? And all of this comes down to, who are you and what do you bring to the table? Yeah, another one of the long and the shorts of it. You have something very valuable. You have a unique perspective. You have a different twist on something. You have a connection to make with someone that's going to change their life. It's your job to get out there and help to change their lives. You have a duty to yourself and to all of us in your communities to be out and be present. And being present means just that. You can gift wrap yourself, you can put a bow around your neck, but the point being, you got to be there. And Mary will tell you that being there, if you only have audio, it's the best you can do. If you have audio and visual, even better. And when you can pick up the phone and have a conversation when you're seeing someone through Skype or through FaceTime or through Zoom or whatever it is, you can make that connection. This is going to sound a little weird because now we're talking about an auditory mechanism and a visual mechanism. And now I'm going to talk about the kinesthetic one, the feeling one, because it's something that you actually can't get on this weird medium we call internet. You have to make it. How do you make the connection when there's no connection to be made? So how many people believe that you can reach out and touch somebody without actually having to touch? So you know what that feels like. And for those of you who are saying, yeah, maybe not, I'll say try it because it may be something that you will rock your world. How do we know connection? When I see Mary on Zoom, I get a warm, fuzzy feeling. And then Mary looks at me and she winks and she laughs, and I get an even warmer, fuzzy feeling. We've connected. How do you do that with people you don't know? Sometimes it's being in an uncomfortable environment and just showing up, being who you are and moving yourself to a different place. Sometimes it's showing up at the familiar place and doing something different. There's always that element of something new, something out of the ordinary that wakes people up. Long and the short of that is we learn from things that are different. So bring different to the table with you. Different if you're in a Zoom meeting and somebody says, Mary, you look fabulous today. Great. Mary, put on your glasses, put on a funny hat, and give a speech that Howard would give. Be different. Be different for you, so you experience how different is, and be different for the people around you, so they experience the connection in a new and different way. How does that bear on networking? Networking is one of those funny things that if you do it, you're probably successful at it without even knowing. And if you don't do it, you're probably successful at not doing it. And you know that because your network is either staying the same, or how many of you have experienced that your networks are shrinking? They're getting very, very tight. I don't know about that. I think we need to expand in these times. We need to take this shift and we need to network the hell out of it. And the way we can do that is just showing up. So how many of you show up the same way for your family as you do with your friends, as you do with your business associates, as you do with your kids? Some are nodding yes, some are nodding no. Are all of them little pieces of you? It's still authentic you. You may just not be as bright and cheery with your family as you are with your friends. It's still you. It's still you. The point of this is you can't make it up. You have to be authentically you. If you fake it till you make it, you're just going to be faking it, and you're going to wait to make it for a very long time. To connect with somebody, you have to be you. I have absolutely no idea who you is, but I know that when I touch you and you touch me, I get the giggles like Mary gets, and I get a smile on my face and a warm feeling in that knowing spot. That knowing spot, by the way, is right below your rib cage. Trust your feelings. Trust them. Trust that you know best. It's great to have a mentor. It's great to have a mind, what do you call it? Not a mind map, a mastermind. It's fantastic to have advisors, and you have to bring you to the table. And the bottom line of the whole thing really is, wow, the long and the short of it, no matter how tall or short you are, you're a giant when you bring yourself to the table. Let me say that again. No matter how tall or short you are, no matter what you look like, it doesn't matter. When you bring yourself to the table, you are a giant in the room. And connecting with people is easy then. And impacting them and allowing them to impact you brings out the difference in all of us that we can celebrate. And when we start celebrating differences, we really start learning from each other. That's internal hardcore learning. It's tough to know what we look like to other people. And when you bring your authentic self to the table, other people will mirror back your brand. They will tell you in almost exact words you need to use what your branding should be. And when your branding is as authentic as your core being coming out and radiating into the room, people cannot help but want to network with you. And when your network grows, your influence grows. Whatever you want to do is fine. Stand behind it and trust yourself. The world really is your oyster, whether we're stuck on Zoom today or not. This eventually will end and we'll be back in society, being able to hug and shake hands and scream and applaud in person. And for now, be the best you that you can be. Bring the best. Experience the shifts, internalize them. Love you, love your audience, and they'll love you in return, I promise, because you are a giant in the room. Mr. LaCourte, hey.
Gail, that was beyond fantastic. I loved it. The long and short of it, we love you too. And everybody that has spoken today has said one major thing, and it's a breakthrough for everybody. You've got to be your authentic self. And most importantly, you need to take those risks in your life. Otherwise, are you really living? I love what you shared. All of the three speakers that spoke today have shared something wonderful that we can definitely take away. And I loved how you shared being mindful, be in the moment. Don't take notes, be in the moment, listen to what I've got to say and run with it. So we really appreciated our three speakers today. And Gail, wonderful closeout. I told you guys, what did I tell you? Didn't I tell you? 9 a.m., 6 a.m., 5 a.m., I would be here. Wonderful job. I'd like to go ahead and pass over the transition over to our next moderator and hand it over to Mr. Brent Felsted. Thank you for having me in the 9 a.m. See you guys at the next Roses and Races.
Ricky LaCourte, that is a act to follow. Their speakers have been fantastic and we're just getting started. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker, distinguished Toastmaster, Dr. Frances Jordan Stein. Franny is an active member of Achievers Toastmasters, which for 22 and a half consecutive years has been President's Distinguished. I think there's no accident there. She's also a founder, member of Vineyard Journey Wine Club, and also South Orange County Toastmasters at Dana Point Club. Franny's academic background includes psychology, philosophy, and communications. She's an accredited teacher, administrator, and school counselor in California. And get this, something we need right now. She's a crisis counselor. She can take care of all of us. Her professional career includes directing graduate studies in communications at Loyola University in New Orleans, writing, producing, performing on 450 PBS nationally syndicated TV programs. It goes on. She's also founded a bicycle club in Louisiana, a jogging club in Iowa, and associated in management, public relations, marketing campaigns, taught writing at national universities. She's also taught at Cornell College and Saddleback College. Okay, let me tell you, I'm embarrassed. I've only taught a few classes at UC Riverside's Extension campus. Good job, Franny. Franny's favorite activities include walking, include yoga, writing, researching, and editing, mentoring, teaching, and chat. Now that's a capital C-H-A-T. People coming together, giving values to one another. She considers Toastmasters, she considers this group Toastmasters the gym for your mind. It powers your brain. Creative ideas, sparks, solids, building our brains, as it were. Strong bonds with professional relations provides counseling and quality improvement. Today, Franny's talking about the power of chat, C-H-A-T capital, constructive hanging around time. In person, on Zoom, ice-breaking, opening doors, screen sharing, creating on Zoom. It's all about asking meaningful questions, providing meaningful and other considerate listening. Please help me welcome Dr. Franny Stein.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to have a chance to tell you what C-H-A-T means. The reason I'm here, along with the rest of us, is because Mary Berg values something really special, and somehow or other, each and every one of us that are speaking today have a little take on what it is that Mary values and that Mary does, and that we really value Mary for, and that is connecting people. Mary is truly Queen Mary, but I think we should add one more colorful word. She is the queen of connecting. I have watched her work a table, and this is what she does, and this is what chat, C-H-A-T, the acronym chat, is all about. Mary kind of makes sure she gets next to you, whoever you are, and you're probably sort of a stranger, because Mary works very rapidly with strangers. They no longer are strangers, they become friends, colleagues, buddies. And so here's what Mary does. She moves in on the territory, that's you. And then she asks, so what are you all about? You go like that, you think, ooh, I don't often get questions like that. So she continues and acts very interested, which she is. She always wants to know what's the underlying bottom line essence of the person. What are their gifts? What are their strengths? What are their dreams? Because she likes to work with that material. That's the clay in her hands. So chat continues. Now, chat means constructive hanging around time. Chat is a wonderful acronym for what life is all about, and that is relationships. So let's get back to Mary. So now Mary is beginning the act of cultivating a relationship. She wants to get the trust going so that the material from within the other person starts very, very slowly eking out. So she'll ask this question, so what are you about? And now you're starting to rummage around through your brain. And you're starting to figure out, what is the bottom line of who I am? And as you reveal yourself and you unveil in front of yourself who you think you are, Mary is making mental notes because she has a bee in her bonnet. She is always looking for talents, for gifts, for orientations, for preferences, and she stores them in her computer. And she has a great memory. And then she keeps a file of all the different attributes, qualities, ablenesses, you might call it brands. And then she plucks them out and reuses them when she sees opportunities to plug them in. Now, then what happens as a result of that chat session, that constructive hanging around time that took place because somebody assembled a gathering in a restaurant, people are sitting next to each other, wherever it's assembled. So Mary takes that talent and she plugs it in to some important event, some important opportunity for that talent to take root, to sparkle, to shine, to stretch, to grow. She might put your talent into a big job at Lace Training. She might ask you to be a room monitor. She might ask you to sit and collect all the entry tickets that say I'm here, knowing that you're a good greeter. And also maybe you're not a good greeter, but this will help you be a good greeter. Mary knows all about what others need. They need help in connecting and feeling comfortable about it. They need help in developing meaningful relationships. And so Queen Mary has achieved a beautiful title in our district, and it's because that's exactly what she does. Now, Mary happens to love the word constructive hanging around time. So when it happened that one day Mary and I were chatting, and I said chatting, but I wasn't using it quite the same way I'm going to explain it. She said to me, yeah, Franny, I think I love constructive hanging around time. I like that word chat. I didn't know it was constructive hanging around time. I thought chat, when you used it, was just we're coming together, we're going to have a chat. So I had to tell Mary the story and the history of constructive hanging around time and what it meant in my life. I was a student at the University of Iowa. I was in awe of some of the really brilliant professors, the ones that had big reputations. I was really in awe of. And I was so intimidated that I didn't dare introduce myself into their inner circles. But there was one Professor John Bowers, and every Friday he had what was called a chat session in a pub, and all the students were invited. I was thrilled. It was my chance to get close to somebody that had something to say and that I really wanted to connect with. I didn't dare think I could have a relationship, but at least I could connect. Now, when I use the word relationship, I just mean it in the general sense that life is relationships. And so getting close to people, knowing them and them knowing you, that's having a relationship. But I went to the Friday afternoon seminar, which was called Chat. And it was the most exciting experience in the world because it was an open forum. We were all sitting around having ice cold beer on a hot summer day. And we were able to access this person, ask questions. But what this person did was he would throw the ball to the other people sitting at the table. So everybody was able to get involved. This was magnetic. We loved going to the Friday afternoon chat sessions. The groups were big, sometimes small, but always John Bowers was there, and always he made it clear that all of us were part of the round table and all of us were included and all of us got to be heard and we were listened to. Well, this is what Mary was doing here in Orange County, California. So that's how I happened to say to Mary, Mary, you're really, really the heart of chat, constructive, hanging around time. Well, now I'm going to tell you the rest of the story because Mary became my husband Norm's mentor. And so I got to hang around and observe everything that Mary knew how to do. And it made me realize the importance that when you go to a meeting, either on Zoom or in a venue, it is a wonderful feeling after the meeting to have that informal session where you let your hair down, but you still have the thread of continuity of things that have connected you. You just didn't really have a chance to get to know each other on a casual level, learn each other's vulnerabilities, learn each other's attitudes. It's just a very informal, deep connecting way to find out about each other's gifts and what they bring to the world and what they can bring to you and what you can bring to them. And so here is the way the story went for me. So it starts with Mary Berg here in Orange County. And I learned the art by going to little pubs and little restaurants after we would have lace trainings and after we would have conferences, after we would have big meetings. There were always a group of people that wanted to linger and hang around a little longer. And that was wonderful because we could have food, we could be relaxed, and we could talk about all kinds of things, but we could then mentor each other. We could lean on each other to help with projects. We would stuff envelopes together in the days when all of our communication was heavily by mail and not on the internet. And then the day came when we had COVID. And I saw the only connecting device as Zoom. Well, there was the telephone, but as Gail said, it's so much more vital to have the visual image. And I wondered how Zoom, which made all of us feel stiff and awkward at first, I wondered how it could ever be a true constructive hanging around time instrument for building relationships in a very, very personal way. Here's what happened. At first, I was very stiff. I was looking over here, looking all over the place, trying to look at the people that I was interacting with and not comfortable looking exclusively through the lens of the camera, which happens to be right here on my iPad. So I stuck a little circle, those little white reinforcement circles that you put on your loose leaf binder pages so they don't tear and come out. I put it right over my lens. So now I consider that little circle your eyeball. And I can look straight into your eyes and not allow myself to get distracted with all the beautiful images of the faces, those who are visually available and those who are just auditorily available and I can't see. At least I've learned the discipline of looking straight at you. Now I'm just going to sidetrack for a minute. You would think I would have learned that in a television studio after having experienced life through a camera with 450 half-hour nationally syndicated television shows. I did in a way, but it was different because when you're in a television studio, you have a floor director who's giving you a lot of feedback. The floor director becomes your audience, and the floor director is doing that on purpose. In addition to doing the technical things of making sure you don't trip over cords, bump into big camera machines, it's very wonderful to have somebody in there clapping and cheering for you, nodding and going, yeah, right on. But you don't really have that with Zoom, because if you dare to take advantage of that, you're probably looking away from the camera to see, is anybody paying attention to what I'm talking about? All right, let's go back now. We're leaving that contrast. And I want to tell you then how Zoom started becoming a very intimate instrument for me. One of our friends, Kim, she's the president of the National Association of Asian American Professionals. She invited me on Zoom to share her screen. That became a very close and beautiful thing to do, because she was looking at stimuli, material, ideas, and I was right there with her. I was in front of the screen. I loved it. I felt that I was part of her life. I liked the way that I could look at her and I could see all the things we were talking about and planning on the screen. Then I found that I needed to have that kind of an intimate relationship and become a writing partner with someone who never knew I was going to call them on the phone and say, hello, would you help me write a small little campaign bulletin, a campaign flyer? Would you help me write that? Would you co-write it with me? And together we'll create the visual images and also the content, and we can develop it and build it, and we can have fun doing it. And the answer was yes. At that point, my life with Zoom changed. All of a sudden, because this person had a personal account with Zoom, she could call me on the phone. We would connect with Zoom. We would have an intimate opportunity to see the eyeballs, the mechanisms of the mind of each other working, because she had a private Zoom account. Now, later on, I want to remind you to get a free private Zoom account if you don't already have one, because it's a great magical option. It's like a magic carpet. It takes you places you didn't even know you could go. So let's go back to the opportunity to work with the person that I called. I had the courage to call another human being and ask for help, because I wanted to do something I couldn't 100% do. I'm not a creative artist on the internet. I'm not a graphic visualizer, imaginator, with those kinds of tool skills to use on the internet. I'm a paper and pencil, publish it, print it, kind of a creative person. So this person and myself were as close to each other as I am to you now. And she had her computer right there. And as we would come up with these fun, creative, written content pieces, she would type them in, and then we would start looking around for cartoons that could kind of grasp the image we were trying to convey, and we were going to plant those on our prototype of the flyer for the campaign that we were making. Now, this was for a third party. This campaign flyer was not for me. It was not for her. It was for another person. So it made the creative act even more fun, because we were loose, we were free. We didn't have a vested interest in worrying, oh, is this creating the right image? Is this not? We knew it was creating the right image because it was coming from the outside for someone who was then going to receive it and kind of have fun with it. It kept the whole thing nice and loose for the person who was going to get the campaign flyer. Well, together we did it, and I experienced the most wonderful, intimate, personal relationship. We truly had, it was like having one head working. So I highly recommend all of us to consider that Zoom, while it does seem awkward, it really can be a big tool for constructive hanging around time, which is the key to developing interpersonal connectivity and deeper relationships, and mentoring. Chat time, constructive hanging around time, equals mentoring. Chat time, constructive hanging around time, equals listening, equals being heard, equals opportunity to ask meaningful questions, equals wonderful bonding, equals taking advantage of time to be together and just chat.
Franny, that was fantastic. I took notes. I am at awe. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Competitive as defined by the flight director, Gene Karzantz, and I apologize for probably pronouncing his name wrong. During our flight to the moon, why? We will explore the question of why. You will leave with different perspective on our worlds and your place in it. Please help me to welcome his speech. The overview of events, past district director of District 100, distinguished Toastmaster, Mark Lucas.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate your introduction. And Gene, I am honored to follow you because our talks will mesh quite nicely. Since humans first stood up and looked up, we've looked at the moon and wanted to go there. In January of 1957, we were getting ready to launch the first rocket that would eventually take us to the moon. Now, unfortunately, the crew of that rocket, Roger Chaffee, Gus Grissom, and Ed Wright, didn't have a lot of faith in the capsule. They were less than thrilled with many of the things that were happening. And as one of the trio that was creating a new district a few years ago, we didn't have a lot of faith in Toastmasters either. So I can completely relate to Roger, Gus, and Ed. Unfortunately, on February 21st, they climbed into the capsule, suited up for yet another test that was failing miserably. The radios weren't working. They couldn't communicate with the guys in mission control. And they were joking back and forth about how are we going to talk on our way to the moon when we can't talk a couple hundred yards apart. And then suddenly, in an oxygen-filled capsule, there was a spark. Moments later, the capsule was an inferno, and Roger, Gus, and Ed lost their lives. The flight director at the time, Gene Kranz, called all of Mission Control together the following Monday. And in doing so, he laid down what became known as the Kranz dictum. From this day forward, flight control will be known by two words: tough and competent. Tough means we are forever accountable for what we do or what we fail to do. We will never again compromise our responsibilities. Every time we walk into mission control, we will know what we stand for. Competent means we will never take anything for granted. We will never be found short in our knowledge or in our skills. It would be years before I actually heard these words. A couple years later, I was born in Ohio. My dad always told me, you can be anything you want to be. I don't care if you're a garbage collector, but you damn well better be the best garbage collector on the planet if you're going to do it. Well, in 1968, I got to see this image along with the rest of the world when Apollo 8 circled the moon for the first time. Seeing this image, I was going to be an astronaut. I swore I was going to be an astronaut. Everybody knew I was going to be an astronaut. Nobody else in Girard, Ohio wanted to be an astronaut, but I did, and I was going to be an astronaut until somebody told me, you can't be an astronaut. You wear glasses. Astronauts have to have perfect vision. That moment of truth that Gene spoke about, that was one of mine. But before that happened, we did land on the moon. And one of the interesting things that happened as we were landing on the moon was Neil and Buzz landed on the moon in the lunar module, and Michael Collins had to stay here alone in the command module circling the moon. And every orbit he came around, he was completely out of communication, not only with Earth and all of us there, but his comrades on the surface of the moon. The news grabbed onto this. They thought it was one of the best stories ever. And it would be absolutely incredible to find out what he was thinking. Well, when asked, Michael would usually laugh a little bit and say, hey, NASA has a litany of things that I have to be taking care of. I have all sorts of tasks to do. And I don't know how I would even have the time to be lonely. And we've practiced this over and over again. We've been in our simulators, we've done this, and we will continue to do it until we launch. Yeah, I'll be alone. I won't be lonely. In 2012, I wasn't looking to do much. I was a great individual contributor. I had figured out how to do my job. I was an incredible problem solver. Hand me a problem, I'll fix it, I'll do it. It's what I do well. I was great at talking to computers. I'd been at Caltech for a number of years, moved up to senior system administrator. I was living the high life. I had no intention of doing anything as crazy as public speaking. But there was this girl, I was recently divorced and so was she, and it was kind of fun to hang out, and she invited me to Toastmasters. You know, I had no idea what I was going to do, but I went. And I joined because I wanted to hang out with her. And 3 months after joining, I finally gave my icebreaker. And I was absolutely terrified talking in front of people. I kind of got over that, but I had no intention of leadership. None whatsoever. I wasn't going to manage people. I've seen people manage people. It's awful. It's terrible. My boss was a prime example of how not to manage people. I was not going to try and do this. But my wife was convincing as usual. And we heard this speech from Michael Osier of just say yes. If somebody asks you to do something, just say yes and figure it out. All right. Sure. Well, what do you have in mind, Karen? Well, contest season is coming up. Let's just say yes, anytime anybody asks us to do something at a contest. We've kind of got the season open. Let's do this. 52 contests later, I was done. Let me put it more succinctly in the manner I expressed it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I have learned nothing. I have spent 52 contests just hanging out with people, doing crazy things. I'm done. Okay, come to this one other event. It's a club meeting. You'll kind of like it. There's people who've been in Toastmasters a little while. It's kind of interesting, and there's food. Okay, how could I turn down food? It was a room full of past international directors, past district directors, a past international president, and I found myself making conversation. You see, I had been in a laboratory for 52 contests. I had been in a simulator talking to people that didn't threaten me or scare me like these past district directors and international directors. I had pulled a Michael Collins. I had learned, but I wasn't paying attention. Pay attention. And this is what paying attention and listening to the Krantz dictum gets you. In 1970, we'd been to the moon twice, landed on it completely successfully, and Apollo 13 launched on April 11th. A flawless launch. No problems whatsoever until 55 hours into the mission. A simple, well-practiced, routine procedure was initiated. And bam! Explosion in the capsule. The capsule that was to sustain this capsule that was to sustain 3 men for 8 days. I had no idea of this as I watched it. As a kid, I knew the astronauts were in trouble, and I knew that Mission Control was frantically working. But I had no idea. I don't know that most of the world had any idea how dire their situation was. The stories have come to light, and if you have not seen the movie Apollo 13, you might get some sense of the dire situation they were in. Gene was in Mission Control, along with just a few people. And Gene Kranz had ultimate authority of what to do. Now, like in Toastmasters, Gene had mentors. And as Apollo 13 rounded the moon, fired the rockets, and was on its way home, many people breathed a sigh of relief. But Gene's 3 mentors, Chris Kraft, the former flight director, Gene's immediate predecessor, Deke Slayton, the director of flight crew operations, the man who cared about the crew the most, and Max Faget, the engineering director for the entire Manned Space Flight Center, approached Gene and said, "What's next?" See, Chris was concerned about the available power. We should shut everything down now. We should figure this out and shut everything down so that they have the power they need to land. And we need to do that now. Deke came in saying, the crew has been up for over 24 hours. They've been working hard. They have to get some sleep. If they don't get sleep, they're going to start making mistakes. And any mistake at this point could be disastrous. And Max came in with, well, we got to start a roll on the capsule, because if we don't start a roll, we're going to cook one side and freeze the other. Gene listened. He also had all the information from all of these people. He always believed that the crew would make it home. As a leader, you must believe in your goal, and you must never waver, because if you waver even a bit, it spreads like wildfire through your teams. Gene never wavered. And when he heard those options, he decided and acted. In the military, there's a thing called an OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, and act. And that decide and act are the two options, or the two steps that many of us, and I myself, falter on. Gene didn't falter. He had the crew start that roll to keep the temperature of the capsule even. Then he had the power shut down. And then finally, after about 36 hours of waking time, the crew took a well-deserved 8-hour rest while gravity and Newton's laws pushed that capsule back toward Earth. When I was a district director in 2018, 2019, I was way too cautious. I did an awful lot in the very beginning of observing and orienting and gathering information and trying to get consensus. And while consensus is a good thing, there are times, just like in Gene's case, where you will never get consensus. And as the leader, you must decide and act. Leaders must have common sense and a sense of urgency. And as you move forward in life, that common sense and sense of urgency is exactly what you need. So let's come back to tough and competent. If you decide and act, if you know where you're going, you will always feel accountable to yourself for what you do or fail to do. You will know what is right, and you will move in that direction. Gene's values of her career speak to this. As she had those values, and even though the values moved, her compass was still true to who she was. Competent means we will never be found short in our knowledge or our skills. When it counts, we don't want to be short. So how don't we become short? We practice. If you're a Toastmaster, you get to practice all the time. If you're not a Toastmaster, I urge you to find some way to practice. Those 52 contests I went to, that was my practice, and that got me out of my comfort zone. As a district director, near the end of the year, I took a step way outside my comfort zone. One of my mentors suggested, hey, you know, we made videos when we were trying to get distinguished, and that's a great way. A video? Wait a minute, you got me talking in front of people in real life. Now you want me to make a video that's going to live like forever on like Facebook. Yeah, go to the District 100 Facebook feed and scroll back. It was pure pandemonium. But we became distinguished because as a leader, I learned to decide and act and be accountable for those decisions and for what I did and I did not do. Back to you, Brent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Once again, I took a plethora of notes, and the Krantz dictum of tough and competent, I think that rings true. And I liked the moment of truth. We've had in the last hour the privilege of hearing from Dr. Franny Stein, who taught us about chatting. Well, no, yes, chatting, but also how to chat, hanging around time, constructive hanging around time. We also heard from Jean Cassidy in taking a leap into the unknown. And in my case, with Mark, I lived through my childhood being glued to the TV and watching all those Apollo adventures. It's my privilege and honor to hand the reins over to Jean Tankery.
Thank you, Brent. And I'm happy to be here. And I have 3 speakers that I will be introducing. Kathy Hughes, Charlotte Drake, and Sherry Tomasula. The first of our speakers is Kathy Hughes. Kathy retired from her career in December 2019 after working 41 years in the computer industry. The computer industry wasn't necessarily considered women's work in the early days. There were stereotypes to face and overcome in order to succeed. Please welcome Kathy Hughes with her speech titled Women's Work.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and my fellow Toastmasters and guests of Roses and Raises. You can do anything you want. You can be anything you dream. Now, that's been my experience, actually. I had a career of 41 years, over 4 decades in the computer industry. Now, that was my dream job. It really was my passion. But before you do any math, I just want to tell you one thing. Don't try to guess how old I am, but I started when I was still in diapers. At the end of December last year, when I finally happily retired, I had left my job with the position title of Director of Research and Development Software Quality at Broadcom. I was really a lucky one, I think, because I had that long and fruitful career doing what I really loved, my passion. And I was able to climb the ladder of success along the way and end up with some money to retire on. I just think how lucky I was and think that it almost never would have happened for me at all if I'd ever listened to things that people, well-meaning, sometimes told me. You know, computer industry, that's just not women's work. Not women's work? What is women's work, really? Was it some kind of a thing that women were expected to be just maybe a secretary or a waitress? who knows, maybe a fashion model. I was insulted by the phrase women's work. I took that personally to mean that my passion, my goal, was somehow not worthy enough because I didn't want to do those jobs. I had a passion really early on in my life for taking things apart and just seeing how they worked, fixing them, putting them back together. It started when I was a child, and unfortunately, it meant I got into a lot of trouble because I could take things apart. I just didn't know how to fix them. There was that time when I was about 6 and I decided, I think I'll take apart the electrical outlet. I was in so much trouble with my mom for that one. I can't even tell you how mad she was. But I thought, I'll take a lesson from that. Guess I'm gonna have to learn to fix things if I want to keep taking things apart. So I went to school, I went through my grade school, got pretty good grades, and same thing, junior high school. And once I got into high school, it really started to change for me because they started talking to us about college and what do we want to do in our careers. And I heard about computer hardware and software careers and that was a thing. I didn't know. It was so exciting to me. I made my decision on the spot that was my career goal. And I was as solid as could be about that. I knew that I would do everything possible, would not let anything or anyone get in the way between me and that goal to be working in the computer industry, fixing computers. My parents were supportive of me too. They said, follow your dream. Of course, they also said things like, be ladylike, dress pretty, speak softly, because, speaking up too loud, that's too masculine. Eventually, and this was in the early days of my career, I had a job at Digital Equipment Corporation as a field service engineer. And if you've heard of Digital Equipment Corporation, maybe you haven't, maybe you're a little younger than that, but the Digital Equipment Corporation in the 1980s was one of the biggest computer companies in the world. And I had the job as a field service engineer. In the 80s, that was pretty rare to see women in that field. One day, I was assigned as the customer service representative for one of our very big customers, Anaheim Union High School District. I was very excited because getting one of the big accounts was a compliment to my manager's faith in my skills. And I would be doing things that challenged my technical abilities, which I was confident of. And I knew that my customer service abilities would come in very well and serve me well in this role as well. The one thing is, though, I was replacing an engineer who was the customer service rep for a couple years out there. And his name was Rufus. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Rufus. Back at the office, Rufus was known affectionately as Rufus the Doofus. He was being replaced out at the customer site because Rufus wasn't doing a good job. And I liked Rufus. He was a really nice guy, but he was also lazy. He was sloppy. And he would lie to get out of doing extra work if it meant that he could have a little more fun. So this is the way that it went on a typical morning for Rufus. He would come into the office and check his service call load and see that a customer had logged an urgent service request, a computer down emergency. He'd stare at the request and he'd stall and grumble. And then eventually he'd get on the phone with the customer and explain to them, you know, I can't possibly be there until late afternoon, maybe tomorrow. And he wasn't doing anything. He was only stalling just to not have to deal with it so soon. So he'd hang around in the office in front of the coffee machine and chat with his cronies, you know, what's your social life doing? And, you know, what's going on with, you know, latest girlfriend, boyfriend. He'd just stall. And then he'd disappear for a long lunch. He'd get back, you know, stuffed from his big meal and say, finally, okay, maybe I'll go out to a service call now. And what kind of ethic is that? I was going to be so much better of a customer service rep at this account. I felt sure of it. So I scheduled a visit. I decided to go out and meet the customers. I went out onto the site of Anaheim Union High School District, and I looked for the office of Mr. North, the data processing manager. He was going to be my primary contact out there, so I especially wanted to have a good relationship with him. I walked up to his office, and he looked up from his desk at me and, you know, had a smile on his face, so hopefully things were going to go well. Said, hello, Mr. North. I'm Kathy Hughes from Digital Equipment Corporation, and I am going to be your new customer service representative. I saw his smile start to turn into a frown, and he said, what about Rufus? Rufus has been my account representative for 2 years, and Rufus is a good man. What? I wasn't sure what I was hearing there, but I decided I'm going to give Mr. North the benefit of the doubt. Certainly he's not saying it has to be a man and not a woman, but give him the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, he doesn't mean that. But then he continued and he said, not to be personal, don't take it personally, but I don't really think a woman could do this kind of job. Oh, come on. I'm just thinking to myself as my blood is starting to boil, is he blind? Does he not even see that Rufus has not been doing a good job? I know I can do a good job. I'm a woman. I'm no less than what a man in that role can do. I tried to just maintain external composure because my blood really was boiling at this point. But I asked him calmly, I said, Mr. North, when you log a service call and you have an urgent need for service, is Rufus always prompt, showing a strong sense of urgency about your critical need? I didn't even let him answer. I just went on because I will take your customer computer down emergency as my #1 priority and will be promptly out at your site to look at your issue. I looked at Mr. North and he nodded his head a little bit, so I thought, I'll go on. Mr. North, when Rufus would come to your customer site and you had parts that needed to be replaced to fix your issue, did Rufus have those parts with him? Did he come prepared? I saw Mr. North shake his head no. I said, Mr. North, I will commit to you that if you are having a computer emergency, I am going to diagnose over the phone to the best of my ability so that I come out with all of the parts that are likely to fix your problem with one visit. So you don't have to wait for a second visit when Rufus would come back with your part. He nodded his head and he started to smile. So I said, Mr. North, one last thing. When Rufus would come out to your site, did he take the proper respect of being neat and organized while working in your multi-million-dollar computer room? Now, I know that he didn't, but I will, because I respect your computer environment and your valuable equipment. And Mr. North stood up from behind his desk and he said, that sounds great. And he reached out and shook my hand. And I said, Mr. North, I'm so happy to be your new customer service account representative. That was a happy day. And a year later, the customer satisfaction survey that Digital sends out to customers was sent to Mr. North at Anaheim Union High School District. It was a series of 12 questions and each had to be rated 1 through 10. And he gave me straight 10s. That was one story, but you know, I worked for several years at Digital. A few years after this incident at Anaheim Union High School District, I was reassigned to work for a different manager. And I had a little trepidation about this because her name was Janet Rooney, and Janet was the one that you'd see walking down the hallways looking stern and serious. And I never saw her give a smile to anyone. So I didn't know that I was gonna like working for this woman. And then I was called into her office the middle of one afternoon, and she had requested a one-on-one meeting. No other details. I didn't know what the meeting was about. So I walked up to her office and I saw her sitting at her desk, scowling. She always had a scowl. And she saw me, motioned me in, gestured for me to sit down at the chair. And she got up and closed the door behind me, sat back down, looked at me and said, I am so disgusted. I was taken aback. I didn't know what to think. Oh, what did I do? I've been doing a good job. I thought, did a customer call in and complain? Have I just been kidding myself and I'm really not doing a very good job? I just didn't know. And she went on, I'm so disgusted. Do you know what makes me madder than anything? It's when I see that a female employee is getting paid significantly less than her male counterparts. And you are a very well performing engineer at your salary grade, and I gotta fix this. She handed me the paperwork. It's a 15% raise, effective immediately. I was excited about that. You know what? I was thrilled to have that raise, but in thinking a little further on it, I was also furious. I'd been underpaid for years and I never knew it. That was early in my career with Digital Equipment Corporation, and I learned a lot there. I didn't stay there maybe, but handful of years beyond that. But I moved up steadily in my career, and I worked in several other companies in the computer industries. I eventually ended up choosing the management path instead of the individual contributor path. And I had some successes. I think that I really wanted to be a leader on my own. I didn't want to take any advantage of the, stereotypes and biases I'd sometimes encounter, because I did fight a few battles along the way at different companies. And as I moved into management, different types of battles to be appreciated for my own value, what I knew were my good skills, my good ethics, my leadership abilities. But to be honest, I just would meet people sometimes, and that first initial impression, they didn't always see me for who I really am. And sometimes people don't like me when they first meet me, but usually over time, I prove myself, and I prove on my dedication and my commitment, my level of skills and having good intelligence, my customer service abilities and leadership. I just think that I prove myself over time. And that's what initial impressions are, because people see you, what's on the outside when they meet you, and it's their initial impression. When they get to know you, they see you for what's on the inside. Don't you ever let anyone tell you that you can't follow your dream. And women's work, people tell me it's women's work now. I say, thank you, because I know as a woman, I'm going to do it right. Thank you, Mr. or Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Kathy, for that wonderful, inspiring speech on how you were able to deal with the uphill battles and come out a winner and pretty much get most people to work with you. Now let's move on to our second speaker, Charlotte Drake. For many years, Charlotte had been in the beauty business. She has written books, taught workshops, and designs, manufactures, and sells hair addition products. She has also been a fashion model, done TV and radio commercials, and worked in many areas of the radio and television business. Today, she will be talking about how to make your own luck. Let's welcome Charlotte Drake with her speech titled, How to Make Your Own Luck.
Thank you, Jean. I was born lucky. Actually, I think we're all born lucky because number one, we're born. But really lucky because I was born in the United States and I had very, very supportive parents. I have a number of stories I share within my Toastmasters Club about the power of praise that my parents gave me, and stories that I remember vividly from when I was 6 years old. You never can do more damage or do more good by what you're telling your young children. It's so important that you give them praise when they're early on. Unfortunately, many children don't give that positive reinforcement, but Toastmasters can help them get out of some of the negative things they're having to deal with. However, I had a surprise in 7th grade. they had the superintendent of schools, the principal of the schools, my mother, my father, and my 7th grade and 8th grade teacher, and my parents and I in a conference. And they were going to fail me from 7th grade to 4th grade because of my inability to read and to do math. Earlier on, several times in my younger years, I went to school in the time where they still had a dunce hat, and I would have to wear the dunce hat and sit in the corner on a stool and face the wall until I got, the next day, and then I was to come in with the homework. And my teachers at that time were of the opinion that if they made me mad enough, I'd get the work done. That summer, my parents sent me to spend 6 weeks that changed, 6 meetings. And in 6 weeks, it was the 6 Saturdays that changed my life. I went to visit with a Dr. Alpha P. Hockey. He was the mayor of the town. He was also the economic advisor for General Motors at that time. And in those days, we still had a lot of polio victims. He was a very religious man. So he was mentoring me, and some wonderful stories of how he could control every muscle in his body. I walk into his office, in his home, and all these books, leather-bound books on the wall. And he's sitting at this magnificent desk in this beautiful chair, and he's got his arms on the chair. And he says, I want you to imagine something. He said, this is a needle. He had an invisible needle. And he says, I'm going to thread the needle, put imaginary thread. And then he put the needle through one nostril and he yanked on it, and that nostril wiggled. And he said, I'm going to put it through the eyebrow. And he put it through his eyebrow and he jerked it. And this wiggled and that wiggled. And he went a couple of other places. He said, when you really concentrate, you can learn to know where every muscle in your body is. As a matter of fact, you can control how fast your blood flows. He said, pick an arm. I said, okay, right arm. And in a few minutes, I watched his arm just swell up because I'm sending the blood to that arm. Then for the next 5 Saturdays, we had sessions. Oh, forgot to mention, I was also a serious stutterer. And he talked to me about stutterers in history. And some of the things are that sometimes, Charlotte, your brain probably goes much faster than your tongue can go. So we need to work on that. So then I'd go with him to the hospitals, and I'd go where there was iron rungs. I don't know if any of you have ever seen what an iron lung looks like. And the people would be in the lungs and the glass would be up here, and he would talk to them. And then I would meet them later. I met some others that had been in an iron lung, and they were walking and they were talking. He says, not everyone can figure out what nerves got severed by that polio. Sometimes they can get repaired, sometimes they can't. But if you focus on things and you can find the nerves that aren't connected, and if you have faith, you'll be surprised what you could heal. You may be able to breathe again and walk again. It's all in your mind and your energy. That was 6 weeks, one summer. I went to summer school for the rest of my life, and I'm still taking courses. I think it was Janine was talking about how to keep upgrading in your education. I'm taking another course right now on to understand the newest ways to make websites. I'm always studying, always learning. So that 6 weeks, I found out my mind was what was powerful. Went to high school. My parents signed off and they said, she'll do really well. So I got permission to go to 8th grade. They didn't fail me. Went my freshman year in school. I told my mother I wanted to sit down and have a serious talk. Well, I thought maybe it was something, oh, my dogs. Go away, guys. So, wanted to have a serious talk with her. Well, she wasn't sure if this was a next level sex talk or something. So we sat down in the bed and I said, well, Mother, there's only 4 years in high school And there's so many things I want to do. You know, they've got art classes, they've got all these other things. And of course, I have to take all the basic stuff. If I study really, really, really hard, I can get A grades, but I can't take any of these extra things. And she gave me permission that day to preferred. I didn't get any F's. C's were just fine. I want you to learn and have fun learning. That's all I care about. I don't care what grade you get. I just want you to have fun learning. Again, I was so fortunate. Later on, it wasn't until actually I was about 30 years old when I discovered I really do have 4 learning disabilities, because to this day, I have trouble solving the difference between D's and B's and P's and Q's and that thing. And to dial a number when I have to call in for a conference call, it's got 8 phone numbers. I've got to take 15 minutes to be able to get it in, because somewhere along the line, I'll get 2 of the numbers mixed up, even if I talk it out loud. But I've learned to deal with those challenges. When I was in school, college, I was, again, really, really lucky. I had an English teacher that I would write the papers for. And she said it was the first time she ever did it. She gave me 2 grades, A over F. And then she would rewrite the papers. The A was for what I wrote. The F was for my spelling. She'd rewrite the papers and submit them. And I was winning awards. She said, don't worry about it. Just keep writing. The spelling's terrible stuff. In speech class, I had a speech teacher. My parents were very active in politics, so he happened to know that I came from a political background. And his experience was he had been the manager for the opposite party in Illinois at that time. So on the debate team, he made me always take the opposite side of what I was raised, studied, which was wonderful training for me. That gave me the advantage of learning how to successfully argue the opposite side of the picture, which allowed you to look at both sides of an issue. When I was in college also, I had decided I really liked the acting part, the communication part, so I wanted to do radio and so forth. Well, I was told my voice was too high. So every day I'd get up in front of the mirror and say, it's a bright day today, it's a bright day today, it's a bright day today, it's a bright day today. I lowered my voice so it would be more acceptable. And I got a job at an FM radio station, being an announcer. I did 2 years of college. And then due to circumstances at home and hormones, I met my husband and married him 60 days later. Moved from Illinois to North Carolina. Very handsome man. Marriage that is 6 months I was in it. I knew it was wrong, but I was already pregnant. And in my family's experiences, stuff, divorce wasn't something that was supposed to be on. And plus, I didn't know how to admit it. So I did the best I could, and I got a job, 2 jobs while I was there. I ended up starting my first company on my 21st birthday. It was a collection agency, and it grew into 9 companies. However, I still wanted to do television, and he had agreed to move back to Illinois, because that's where I met him, and move his practice back there. So I had 2 children then. The 2 children and I moved back to Illinois, and we're commuting from Illinois to North Carolina every now and then. And I got back into television. I did television commercials. I did a lot of trade shows. And the way I would get jobs often was, particularly trade shows which paid more money, was I would offer to do the presentations for free for 1 day. If they liked it, then I asked for double the pay they ordinarily paid, because I knew I was good, that I could sell what needed to be sold. Again, the thing I learned from, I was 13 years old. But the big dream I had, and for 10 years I worked on it, was to be a female, have my own show, like a Johnny Carson. There was only one woman in television in this time. This is in the early 60s. And that was Virginia Graham, and it was a gossip show. I wanted to have a show where women talked about intellectual projects, creative things. I got 3 TV pilots. The first one was called Women in a Man's World. And did that at WGN. It ended up a 2-hour program. I did another one that was called Alter Ego, which is the wives of famous people. And another one, The Beauty and the Beast, that was an interesting experience. I got very close. I also lined up the sponsors. And then I realized that was a good dream and something I would have enjoyed, except I wouldn't have. I realized it would cost my soul, that I would be walking into a world where I couldn't decide even what hair color I wanted to be. I couldn't decide what subjects I would want to talk about, because there was no way when you were in that showbiz world that you had any control of what you wanted to do. So I wanted to be what is referred to as a summoned self, not a planned life. I did not want to be in that corporate world, the money, the fame, and the rest of it. I was this close to it. I said, no, that's it. I then also got divorced. Well, actually, I forgot to, it was Janine Cassidy that talked about the, what you call it, the singularly emotional event. When I asked for the divorce, it was agreed upon, had the lawyer set up and the rest of it. The children went for their visit. But in those days, there was no reciprocity between states. The divorce was Illinois, but the children were visiting in North Carolina. And North Carolina did not recognize Illinois law. And I kind of knew that was a problem. So there's a number of stories that I tell about where I went looking where I could go with the children. And I decided that I couldn't be in hiding, because it was a very dangerous situation, because the Ku Klux Klan was involved in all kinds of hysterical things. I had to give up my children for the sake of their lives and my life. So that changed, again, my life. I had made a decision about the career, and I lost my children. And who are you? I then went through therapy, alpha beta waves, and so forth. Okay, let me find out if I can ever spell, if I ever can do math. I finally got a good shrink that said, Charlotte, don't worry about any of those things. Make enough money and hire people to do your spelling and hire people to do your math, because you do have other skills. We all have some unique skills to use. One of the things to get those television interviews, what I do and refer to making my own luck, is I didn't get those pilots just because I could fancy Dan talk anybody with a camera. I had to convince them that I would be a good interviewer. They said, well, you've got no experience. You're in a catch-22. So I had a 35-pound Aikaya reel-to-reel tape recorder, and I decided to interview people and make tapes of them and show them that I could interview people. Okay, who am I going to interview? Might as well get somebody that I could learn from. I decided to interview millionaires and famous people. And that was a wonderful trip. I learned a lot from some very famous people. I then turned those tapes over to a small radio station in North Carolina. They played them on at 3 o'clock in the morning, called the Charlotte Drake Show. That was on my favorite. That's what got me the WGN and Westinghouse and NBC to do the 3 pilots I did. So that's part of what making your own luck is about, is finding a way to convince somebody that you're good at it. Like Kathy said, you have to convince people that you're good at it, whether you do a day's work for free to show them how good you are, or as one of my very first customers in my business explained to me, and I have a sign hanging up everywhere I ever am that says, the way to serve more people is to serve people more. Always give away something because you always get it back for. Well, my experience, because I lost my children, everything bad has something good. Every challenge is an opportunity. Having something bad happen, whether it's the virus that's locked us in, what have we learned? We've learned to have other ways to connect. What have we learned? How much we miss touching and holding, and how happy we're going to be to have club meetings together, to have family meetings together. That's a thing we probably all miss the most. But in between time, we want to learn our lessons, take a deep breath, and then think about, what are my options? What am I good at? This course I'm taking in website design, it's so interesting. She's doing a special course on teaching women how to put their recipes up online and making money selling their recipes. I personally think that women are the best self-employed people, and you can fit those kinds of things into your life, because if you've got children that you've got to teach and take care of at home, or you've got to be the breadwinner, then maybe you need a more dependable job. But if you have somebody that is paying the rent and you're going to pick up the car payments and other things, you can have a more versatile type of self-employed job. So look at other ways to make your own luck. Just sit back and say, what do you like is fun? What do you want to do to make your own luck? Because we have more up here than we ever realized. When I watched people got out of iron lungs and could breathe and walk, I learned early on how powerful we are. And that has nothing to do with anything of your age, your sex, your race, your anything else. It's all up here, and your faith in yourself. Back to you, Jean.
Thank you, Charlotte, for that truly inspiring speech about how we can all make our own luck, and your examples of how you did it and how you've seen other people do it. I think I'm going to try it myself. I think I probably already have been doing some of it, but I'm going to work harder at it. Thank you. The third speaker on my watch is Sherry Tomasula. Sherry has been an active Toastmaster since 2011. She has participated in many roles throughout Toastmasters, including youth leadership, LACE coordinator, international speech contestant, and as the immediate past Division G director. Sherry is a financial coach who works with individuals and businesses needing help navigating their finances. She assists clients with everything from debt elimination and budget development to teaching people how to increase their savings and achieve their financial goals. Sherry feels people are empowered when they are given the inspiration to become financially educated, which she believes leads to a happier and less stressful life. Please help me welcome Sherry Tomasula with her speech titled, "What's in Your Cookie Jar? How Women and Men Differ Financially Speaking." Let's welcome Sherry.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Jean. Wow, what a great group of people this morning. You know, I teach a class, a financial class, every Saturday morning, and I am more nervous speaking to you lovely people today than I am teaching the class. But enough of that. I'm going to go ahead and just jump right in and share my screen because I only get a short amount of time. So let's go here. And all righty. So can everybody see my slideshow? Just give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, so what's in your cookie jar? How women and men differ financially speaking. There are so many great differences. But one of the things I remember when I was a young girl, I loved when the ice cream truck would come and visit my grandmother's neighborhood. Just hearing that song ringing from that truck would send me running inside to my grandmother's house so I could ask her for money to buy an ice cream. I would remember watching her reach up inside her cabinets and bring down this old cookie jar where she kept what she referred to as her money. As I got a little older, my grandmother would say to me, Sherry, it's always good for a woman to have her own money. You never know when you might need it. So today I'm here to share with you, how do women actually differ from men financially? What is it that women want most with regards to their finances? And the power of the B word, that's budget, people. Get your mind out of the gutter. Women often face different financial headwinds that men do not. And these headwinds can have a major impact on a woman's ability to achieve financial security. So let's look at exactly how women are different than men financially. Sorry, men, but statistically, women are proven to have longer life expectancies. We need to learn to stretch those retirement dollars. Make sure to take advantage of investing while you're working. The younger you are, the better off you will be, as it allows more time for your money to grow. If your company offers a retirement plan with matching, meaning your company will match your investment dollars, take advantage of that. It's free money. And make sure to diversify your investments by not putting all your eggs in one basket. Mutual funds are a great way to diversify. If you're already retired and you're looking to save, consider downsizing. Do you really need all that extra room in your home? Sell items that you no longer need. If you pull something out of that cabinet that you're like, wow, I haven't used that in 10 years, maybe it's time to put it up for sale. You can always relocate as well to a less expensive area to help save on costs. And you know what? As we get to be a certain age, don't forget to take advantage of senior discounts offered by many businesses. But prior to retirement, you want to make sure to eliminate as much debt as you possibly can. And if that hasn't been possible throughout your life up until this point, make sure you work with a reputable counselor or organization or someone like myself that can help you understand different options you may have to make that a reality. And you know what? Because of living longer, let's face it, women are going to need some form of long-term care. Long-term care insurance plans that can be purchased are great. For you 40s and 50-something-year-olds, you don't need to run out and get those right now. You really need to wait till you're about 60 years old. Statistically, it's shown prior to 60, we're all pretty good. Once we hit the big 60, things start moving downhill a little bit. And it's really more for security purposes than an investment vehicle. And also, women outlive their spouses, leaving them to take on the financial responsibility of a marital estate. So those are just some ways that women differ than men financially. Women overall earn less and we have less savings. And there's many reasons why a woman's lifelong earning potential is less than her male counterpart. According to the Uncontrolled or Raw Gender Pay Gap, which looks at median salaries for men and women regardless of job type or work seniority, women earn 81 cents for every dollar earned by a man. When you start comparing more controlled groups, that goes to about 98 cents. This wage gap, though, can significantly impact a woman's overall savings along with Social Security, retirement funds, and pensions, leaving them coming up short financially compared to men. Women are also more likely to take career breaks. Some of the reason people say for a gender pay gap is that women are more likely to take a break during their careers to have children or to seek lower paid positions that offer them more flexibility to make it easier for them to manage their families. And, you know, honestly, even though some of these choices seem to be a free choice made by women, there's actually several choices or ways that these choices might not be as free as we think. Oftentimes, women choose to be liked over being respected. And we often see this in the workplace when it comes time to negotiate for a higher salary. Oftentimes, it's thought that women don't do this and avoid it because they're more agreeable. However, studies show that both male and female colleagues often resist working with a woman who actually has negotiated for a higher salary because she's seen as more demanding than a woman who does not negotiate her salary. Choosing family over work is another one of those free choices. With fathers in heterosexual marriages contributing only 8 hours a week to childcare as opposed to a mother's 14 hours, someone has to pick up that slack. And in today's economy where employees who work long hours are rewarded with disproportionately more pay than those who work a more flexible job, it makes sense to have one parent compromise their career to focus on the home, rather than to have both parents work a flexible job and outsource childcare. Women shoulder the responsibilities of family life at the cost of our careers, and we do so because our spouses and society often demand it. Choosing people over things. Women tend to choose fields that are social, and they're generally lower paying jobs over the technical, higher paying jobs. But a woman's preference for a soft skill work should not excuse a pay gap. In her article, Women Work and the Facade of Choice, Grace Hawkins states, it's not so much that we value the work women do less, it's that we value work that's done by women less. We're currently in what's being considered the first female recession. Because of the pandemic, more women are needing to take leave of absences or walk away from their careers entirely at this point to provide childcare and education for their families. The jobs, income, and promotions that women will lose as a result of coronavirus could hold back economic growth and sideline an entire generation of women. This is a complete reversal of what we normally see during a recession. In past recessions, women would step up and take on secondary jobs to help make up the wages lost by their spouses. So now that we have an idea of how women differ financially than men, or let's explore what women actually want financially. Let's face it, there are a million discussions that can be had on the subject of women and money. Hands down, almost every woman I speak with says they want security, and not just monetarily, but educationally as well. They want monetary security because statistics don't lie, and the chance that they're going to outlive their partners, women want to feel safe, knowing that they have money and that money buys them safety and a sense of security. Women also want to be secure, knowing that they understand their finances. Women also want knowledge. Historically, finances have been handled by the male in a family. A study by Fidelity Investments found that when couples interact with financial advisors, men are 58% more likely to be the primary contact. As women, though, work more outside the home and they're taking on more male-dominated fields, they're really wanting to step up and be knowledgeable about their finances, participating more from a family finance perspective, as well as interacting with financial advisors. And lastly, women want to be heard. They just want to be heard when addressing fears related to their finances. Most women say they wouldn't leave their current financial advisor after a spouse's death, but studies show within a year of being widowed, as many as 70% of them do. And why is this? Because they want an advisor who's going to recognize that they do have a longer life expectancy. And they want to feel secure in the decisions that are being made today that are keeping that in mind. They also want an advisor who's going to make it a priority to understand both spouses' perspective on wealth and financial health throughout their lifetimes. As you see, women are stepping up and they're being more proactive, taking control of their financial future. Now, let's take a look at where that all starts. It starts with the power of budgeting. Budgeting isn't about deprivation, it's about taking control of your money to achieve your financial goals. As a woman, it's important to understand the real purpose of a budget. So let's take a look at what a budget is and what a budget is not. A budget is a plan for what you'll do with your money. A budget establishes boundaries to set you free to focus on what's most essential. A budget creates a protective financial haven to help make spending decisions that will enhance your joy. A budget is not overly time consuming. A budget is not restrictive. And a budget is not a static thing, meaning we have to tweak it and make adjustments along the way as we move forward. You just don't want to do it once and leave it. You want to make sure you're making adjustments to it. And what a budget does, it's a tool to help you understand your relationship with money. It helps to create a plan to build your savings and reach your goals. It relieves stress by helping you get out of debt and take control of your financial future. So you're saying, Sherry, that sounds good, but how do we actually create one that really works? Because that's one of the biggest things I hear from clients. We've tried budgeting, but how do we actually do it to make it work? Your budget has to reflect your values and your goals. It seems obvious that we spend our hard-earned money on things that are most important to us, but the reality is we often don't. If you take the time to track where your money goes, it's probably going to be a really eye-opening experience. To start, you want to track all of your expenses for at least a month or two, and then ask yourself if the way you spend the money reflects what's actually most important to you, and is it moving you towards your goal? There are many tools out there that can help you do this. You can use an app. You can use many of them that are seen here. There's EveryDollar, YNAB, Mint, or you can go old school and just simply use a pad of paper and a pen. Part of sticking with a budget is using a tool that is going to work best for you. If it's something that you find cumbersome and that you struggle with, it's not going to work. So find that tool that works for you and then begin to really evaluate your spending habits. Is it really important to eat lunch out every day? Do you really need that $5 Starbucks coffee? And some of you do. Some of you are like, yes, Sherry, I need that Starbucks coffee. But the bottom line is you need to determine if your spending habits are getting you closer to your goals that are most important to you. You need to prioritize your expenses. So now that you know what your expenses are for each and every month, arrange them by priority. It's a simple task and it allows you to see all the ways that you're spending your money, including the most frivolous purchases. And after sorting your expenses by priority, hopefully your needs will bubble up to the top and your wants will be a little lower on your list. And with that information handy, you now have the power to target areas where you're wasting money. And it's keeping you from reaching goals like paying down debt or freeing up money for other goals you have, maybe contributing towards charities or things like that. And then the one other step that is very important in making a budget that works for you is including savings. A lot of people forget to include savings in their budget, and that's a big no-no. Your budget needs to reflect all the ways that you use your money each month, and savings is no exception. If anything, savings should be in the need category at the very top of your list. And if you've ever heard the expression, pay yourself first, putting savings as your #1 priority is how you make that happen. At a minimum, your savings goal should include an emergency fund, retirement, and down payments for big ticket items like a home or a car. I've thought a lot about my grandmother's words of wisdom over the past several months and how they've resonated throughout my life. I am fortunate enough that now I'm able to carry on her wise words to the clients that I work with, ensuring that they're set up for financial success no matter their sex, job, or income level. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Sherry. We have learned a lot from you. And we would love to have your slides so that we can look them over again. And then in another month, look at them again. So thank you for all of that. I want to thank all of my speakers. All three of you. Kathy, for talking about how to work your way through stereotypes and overcoming those kinds of obstacles to get ahead. Charlotte Drake, for how to make your own luck, how to take everything and see it as a way to move forward and to become better and become more you. And Sherry Tomasula, for ways that we can budget and afford to do the things that our other speakers talked about. I took lots of notes, and I am so glad that I was here today to hear all of you. Now I'd like to turn, who am I turning? Sherry.
Thank you, Jean.
Sylvia.
Yes, thank you, Jean. Thank you very much.
Sylvia Swigger. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jean. Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia Swigert, and I'm going to be introducing the next three speakers today. Let's start with Christine Brady, Distinguished Toastmaster. In addition to serving as District Director for Founders District, Christine works for International Transportation Analytics, where she handles complex proposal and contract negotiations with city, county, and state agencies. Christine is also co-host of the podcast Currently Obsessed and enjoys playing ukulele. These are just a few of the things that take up Christine's time. She's also married, has 2 cats, and 2 hairless guinea pigs. How does she fit it all in? Well, if you know her, you know she's all about life balance. She makes first things first, prioritizing family, work, and health above all else, including Toastmasters. But she has a system that enables her to spend time where it is important. For 2 years, she's been mentored by past international president Alfred Hertzing. And now she will share these life balancing secrets with us. Please welcome Christine Brady.
Thank you for that introduction, Sylvia, and thank you for the opportunity to share my process with all of you. Time. There is just never enough time. But with diligence and patience, we can accomplish a lot, including getting recognition at work in the form of those raises and recognition from our family in the form of roses. Now, here are some things that I spend time on, and Sylvia did touch on them in my introduction. I spend time on work, of course, spending time with my husband, taking care of my pets, Toastmasters, playing ukulele, rowing, running, producing, and co-hosting a weekly podcast, reading, spending time with friends, and binge watching popular shows on Netflix. Now, I'm not telling you all of these things that I do to show off or to prove that I do more or maybe less than some people. No, it's just to show you that you can have it all. You can have the roses and the raises. Now, we are all accomplished, driven people, which means we are trying to shove more into less time. Now, I always want to do more and more because so much in life is interesting. And this is why I have so many hobbies that I dabble in. But how do I fit it all in? It takes diligence and careful planning. Now, don't get me wrong. I do not do this perfectly every week or even every day. I may look calm and organized on the outside, but I'm really that girl with her sock slipping off her foot and scrunching up in her shoe. That's me. You know that feeling, right? That everything looks fine on the outside, but meanwhile, your sock is betraying you inside your own shoe. So let's talk about how to at least organize yourself and maybe stop that sock from slipping down into your shoe or appearing disorganized. Now, it's very, very important that the first thing that we realize is that even though there are things in our life that are important, like Toastmasters, right? So for me, I always use Toastmasters as the example, that Toastmasters comes fourth in my life. It's not first, second, or third. The first thing in my life, and this is interchangeable with number two, the first thing is usually my job, right? Unfortunately, I have this addiction to having a roof over my head and food in my belly and money to buy food to feed my pets. And so that's very important. That's why the job is so important. But also family is super important. So family and job, they're going to take positions 1 and 2 all the time. If I'm not nurturing my family relationships, then I'm not taking care of one of the most important things in my life. The people at my job, yes, they are important to me, but they're not going to take care of me if something goes sideways, right? Especially now as we're in the pandemic. Is anyone from my job going to come here and take care of me if I get COVID? No, not at all. In fact, that would be like the last place they would come, right? And unfortunately, that's what family's for, to take care of you as you get sick or as things happen. But that leads to that third priority, which is health. And that includes for me anything that encompasses, filling my cup and making me a more well-rounded person. So that is things like reading, which kind of rests my mind and lets me explore that creative part of myself. But it also includes working out. It's important for me to try to work out every day. So sometimes that's a hard workout, like on the rowing machine or as running, but sometimes it's just a nice, easy stroll. I just need to get that body moving and get that kind of anxious energy out of my body. But you know what else health includes is that goofing off time. So sometimes we need to goof off, because if we don't make time for fun, we are definitely not going to be filling our cup so that we can help and serve others. So those are the top 3. So think about what those top 3 things are for you in your life. Now, after those top 3, that's when everything else that is important to you falls in. So for me, my volunteer work, that includes Toastmasters, that is number 4. That's something that's very important to me. Does that mean it's always number 4? No, sometimes it might slip down to number 5 or 6. Sometimes if there's something really crucial, a big deadline, especially as a district leader, well, Toastmasters might actually come up and be number 3, But you just think about, for the most part, overall, Toastmasters or volunteer work is really number 4. Then comes extended family. And I do consider some of my friends extended family, right? But sometimes, especially as I've been serving as a district leader, I've had to tell that extended family, I'm so busy with Toastmaster stuff and my job and my immediate family, and then everything I have to do to keep myself healthy, that extended family might come, as number 5, sometimes number 6. Then there's special projects. So those special projects, especially for me, that includes my podcast. I love doing my podcast. It's a weekly podcast. We don't record every week. We record a few episodes, but I'm definitely editing every week, and we're definitely releasing the episodes weekly. But if something was to happen, that's like something I do. It's free. I don't get paid to do it. If something was to happen and the schedule got overwhelming, well, I may not release that week, and that would be okay. But that's where those special projects come in. And then following that are just all those other little things that kind of filter into your life, right? So maybe like a special outing or having to make phone calls or deal with other kind of outside things. Now let's talk about how this is or can be applied practically, because, I can just tell you, okay, here's our priority list, but that doesn't really help you understand how we apply this in a practical way. Now, I've heard Karen Lucas say this many times, and I've adopted it because I really appreciate what she said. You are one person with 2 hands. That's it. You're one person with 2 hands. And each of us only gets 24 hours in a day. Now, if you work for a consulting firm like I do, you might hear from upper management that there's 24 billable hours in a day. That might be true, but you should not be working 24 hours within one day. But let's think about what a normal week looks like. If you are working a full-time job, you are going to have 40 hours or more of work that you need to do. So for me lately, it seems like I'm working a 50-hour week, and that's been, hopefully that will slow down here as we're going into the holidays. But, those are 50 hours that my boss is counting on me to be responsive, to being working, and to committed that time. So if you think about all the hours you have in a week, if I have to commit 50 hours of that to my work, well, that doesn't leave me a lot of other time for all of these other things that are important to me. And I like to do a lot of other things. So here's how this works in a practical way. Sunday afternoon or Monday morning, I will map out my week. So you can do this in a Google Calendar where you can actually see all the hours, or you can just do it on a piece of paper, whatever you like. But you're going to map out your week and think about all the things you have to do. So immediately there goes, 40 plus hours of my time. Then typically what I'm doing is creating a main goal for the week. There's a priority list, and then I create to-do lists in 6 areas. Now, this is where I'm telling you I don't do it perfectly every week or even perfectly every day. But Sunday or Monday, I am trying to set a goal for myself in these 6 areas so that I can make sure that I'm being a well-rounded person and taking care of my brain, taking care of my family, taking care of all my work and all the fun stuff I want to do. So that first priority list is going to be my work to-do list. This is the one that goes out the window a lot because so many times I have what I think are the priorities, and then I have what other people might think the priorities are for me. So very often my work to-do list, I have a nice little list of things that have to get done, and then I have this other list that I just call chaos, and I just kind of add little things here and there. And typically I spend most of my work day in chaos dealing with other people's fires. The second thing are my personal to-dos. So there's things that I have to do, right? And that will include making sure that I've scheduled all the time that I'm going to work out, because I'm going to tell you right now, I work out a lot, but I'm a real human person and I don't like working out. It's not my favorite, but I do it because I have a lot of anxious energy that I need to get out of myself. And so working out is one way that I can do that. But I make sure that that is scheduled on my calendar. So I have my personal to-do list, and included in that is kind of my health and fitness and what I'm going to be doing every day. I try to do it every day. The other thing that I make a list for is fun and recreation. So again, we have to make sure that we are planning in some fun time. So sometimes that might just be knowing like, oh, Monday night after my trio call, I'm going to watch another episode of a show on Netflix. Right. And just knowing that that's going to be like my 1 hour to myself on Monday night. But also sometimes I can think, oh, you know what? I haven't walked the neighborhood in a while. So I'm going to do my little walking stroll, and I'm going to make sure that I go and walk the neighborhood and just kind of check on all the little rose bushes and all the little plants and flowers that I've, made my little friends on my walk, and just check out the neighborhood and see how that's going. So I can also consider that fun and recreation. But also thinking about, planning a special trip to, the nature preserve, or I even like going to one of the local parks here that has a big pond. And right now it's great because all the Canadian geese are there. And so making sure to plan those little fun and recreation moments. Those are COVID fun and recreation. So maybe when we're back in like normal times, I might be able to say, oh, I'm going to go to a movie one night with a friend, or go to Disneyland, which I know I'm missing a lot. The other thing is to think about, prioritizing time with family and friends. So typically, Friday night is like my husband and I, we have our little date night. And when it was normal times, we went to one specific restaurant every Friday. Now we just make sure that we have like an extra special little dinner at home. The other thing is personal development. So I think it's important that our minds are always learning so that we're growing and constantly thinking of new things. Thinking about scheduling in just 20 minutes to watch a masterclass episode, or go online. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with the website Gold Star Events, but they have lots of online classes that they do. There's lots of different, even lessons for ukulele, which is super fun. YouTube is a great option. So sometimes when I'm thinking about developing some skill, I go to YouTube first. That's always a good option too, because there's lots of experts that post great content. So I will tell you I do schedule in time to, think about my relationships as well. And so that can be relationship with my husband, or thinking about like, oh, as much as I want to talk to my mom every day, I know that, she's busy, I'm busy, I can't do that. So I will just schedule that in. It's important, right? I need to talk to my mom. And if I don't schedule it in, I'll just keep thinking, oh, I can call her tomorrow. I can call her tomorrow. But sometimes that tomorrow doesn't come. So thinking about just scheduling it in. And then the last thing is, if this is important to you, thinking about your spiritual goals. Do you have any spiritual goals that you want to handle for the week? So sometimes for me, that is, making sure that I do some kind of spiritual reading, or maybe I'm meditating on something, but, that can be whatever it is for you. The other thing I like to do for the week is to write down 3 things that I'm excited about. So one of the things I had written in my planner for this week that I was excited about was today presenting to all of you, just thinking about sharing this method with all of you. That's something, but also thinking about, oh, I'm excited to have lunch with a friend, or I'm excited to go on that walk, or I'm super excited that I get to do this thing. So write down those 3 things that you're excited about. And then each morning, create your top 3 priorities and then 1 main goal for the day. And I try to have a mix, because I could really make that all about work, but I try to have a mix of things in there because, like I said, I'm not going to do it perfectly every time. But if you can write down those, kind of top priorities for the day, you can at least at the end of the day, if you did those 3 things, feel accomplished. Now, let me tell you, sometimes those 3 things are, I'm going to wear lipstick, I'm going to do my hair, and I'm going to make sure I go outside. Okay. So don't feel bad if, especially in this time of the pandemic when you're locked inside, that the 3 don't feel like big, huge accomplishments, because sometimes just those little things can really help you keep focused on just taking care of yourself. So why are we doing this? What is this going to do? Well, first of all, it's going to help you kind of think about your whole life and all of the aspects that make up you. This is very important. But what do we use it for? Well, at the end of each week, so Saturday or Sunday afternoon, right before you're going to map out your next week, take stock. So I like to just take stock. I look at everything that I thought I was going to, do for the week. And then I think about what I actually did for the week. Because remember, those are different. Sometimes I have my to-do and then I have the chaos list, right? And just reflect back on everything that you wrote down. And then here's what I like to do. I like to write down the following. This week's wins. So 3 awesome things that I was able to do. Did I put on lipstick every day? Okay, awesome. Goal. I'm going to give myself a trophy. But also, something that I will probably reflect on tomorrow as I'm looking at my list for the week is I had a successful deck meeting. We had a great deck meeting. That was a huge accomplishment, I felt. And so that will be something that I will write down as a win. Now, I want you to think about this, especially if you're a Toastmaster. This is going to sound a lot like you're giving yourself an evaluation, okay? So make sure that you think about how you would deliver that evaluation to a speaker. You're delivering that same evaluation method to yourself, right? So you're going to give yourself kudos for things that you did well, and then you're going to think about some things that you could probably do better in the weeks to come. That's where I use my lessons learned. What did I learn? So I know, sometimes I'll think, well, I think I learned that I need to remember that some people have holidays that I don't get at work. So I was planning on making some important phone calls on Wednesday. I did make those calls, but I had to leave voicemails because other companies were closed for Veterans Day and my company was not. And so, and then it made me feel like I had left things for the last minute. And that was something that I very easily just could have coordinated and written in my calendar, hey, this is actually like a day that some people have off. So just remember. Those are things that I can think about to help me in the coming weeks. So analyzing this data actually will help me see where I need to adjust to meet a more balanced me. So I also know that, this week I did manage to get a lot of workouts in, so that was really good. But one thing I didn't get to do, probably because I was tired from all that working out, was read. And I've committed to finishing some books with a book group. And so now I'm behind. So I have to think about how to better balance my time. So I can use this information to help me better balance. Some things are just so important, though, to know. You have to let go of things that you can't control. There's going to be things that you want to get done, especially on that work to-do list, and there's things I can't control. I could not control that other companies had time off on Wednesday. The only thing I could have controlled is making sure that I remember that that was a day that some people might have off and make that call on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. And another thing that you can do and that I've done is if you're consistently missing goals in one area, think about why. Like maybe that activity just isn't for you. And that's okay. There's a season for everything, right? And so I will tell you that as much as I love playing my ukulele, I really try to play as much as possible, but lately it just hasn't been possible. And so I just have to let it go. It makes me sad because it's sitting right there in the living room. I can see it right now. She's looking at me. She wants me to pick her up. But right now I just don't have the time to do it. So just remember, prioritize the important. Let go of anything that's out of your control. All you can control is yourself. Also, let go of the outcome and just focus on the process. If you focus on the process, most likely you will be successful as you're working towards your goals. So just let go of that outcome, focus on the process. Another thing I like to do is as I look at my overall month, I know that I seem like an extrovert, but I'm not. I am like an extroverted introvert. So I actually do need days where I don't do anything so that I can like re-energize myself. So as I look at my whole month, if it starts to look exceptionally busy, I will write no in my calendar in red. And that's just a reminder to myself to not plan anything on that day because I do have to give myself a break. Make sure that you're scheduling time with friends and family, have those quick calls, pick up the phone when someone calls to demonstrate you care about their question. If it's possible. I mean, if you're in a meeting, don't do that. Your boss won't like it. Remember, again, let go of things you can't control, trust your process, let go of the outcome, and get everything written down because that will help you with procrastination. Because if you schedule it, then you will do it. And in this way, you can show that you hit deadlines at work and get the raise, but also you can show your family that they're equally important to you so you can get those roses. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Christine. Wonderful. There's so much there to unpack, but I like incorporating chaos, that's for sure. I'm taking that one right away. Our next speaker is John Foley. John has been a member of Toastmasters for 5 years and is one of the founding members of the South Orange County Toastmasters. He also supports the launch of new clubs with groups like Hyundai, Thales Advanced Sterilization, US Bank, Snyder Electric, Keller Williams, Southern Wine and Spirits, and Kingston Technologies and more. He resides in San Diego and is a CEO of Arrow Up Partners. This firm works with privately held middle market companies. John and his team help business owners set a strategy, grow their business, and have a successful exit. John is also on the board of directors for a new company, Bias Labs AI, which incorporates artificial intelligence to assist corporations and individuals to identify and address gender, age, race, sexual orientation, and other types of bias within their organization. John is recently married, congratulations, and proud to be part of a blended family of 5 adult children and 2 dogs. He has a passion for fine food, travel, art, photography, guitar, and technology. Please welcome John Foley.
John, you seem to be breaking up. No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Yay, good, good. When Mary asked me to speak today about roses, from roses to raises, I immediately translated this into, what is the problem? What is the topic that we're really discussing here? And that became easy for me. Equal pay and recognition for women in the workplace. And so the question is, it's always the question, and it's actually the easiest part of this, is how do we get there? Well, the answer is not that hard. We get there by changing our course. And we change our course by first changing our thinking. And we change our thinking by gently but firmly taking a stand. We do this without force. We do this without rioting. We do this without anger. And we do this without blame. You see, over time, collective thinking changes. Evolution always precedes revolution. I know what you're thinking. Sounds great. Sounds like a great strategy. Not very practical. Absolutely, it is very practical. So ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmasters and honored guest, I want to first start by talking to you a little bit about who am I, my family. And I want to introduce you to the world of the Foley brothers. I grew up in a family of lawyers. My great-grandfather was a lawyer. My grandfather was a lawyer. My Uncle Roger was a lawyer. My Uncle Tom was a lawyer. My Uncle George was a lawyer. My Uncle Joe was a lawyer. And my father, John, was also a lawyer. Not only were there 5 Foley brothers working at the same time for the same law firm for over 30 years, these brothers all decided that it was important to have at least 6 children. And hell, most of them became lawyers as well. It was predestined. It was like they were on a set of rails. I'll never forget what it was like growing up in a family of lawyers. We called it law for dinner, politics for dessert. You know, it was about roles. It was like a role that you had to serve, and they were clear. My family was clear about that. We were lawyers, yes, but we were also Democrats. We were also Catholics. We were also Irish, and we were also Nevadans from Nevada. You know, you talk about bias. I mean, damn, this was multi-generational beliefs. And as a son, I was expected to be a lawyer, a Democrat, a Catholic, Irishman, and a Nevadan. And naturally, being the namesake of my father, who had the exact same name, John Patrick Foley Jr., I was also expected to take my place in the family law firm. Wow, that was pretty interesting. I will never forget the day I graduated from high school, not college, high school. My father came up to me and said, "So Johnny, which law school are you thinking about?" Which law school I'm thinking about? Okay, this is 1978. To give you a picture, I was experiencing, unfortunate hair at that point. I had a boofy haircut. I had Elton John glasses. I wore puka shells. I wasn't thinking about law school. I wasn't thinking about anything but that. And I explained to him that, Dad, although we have all this precedence about being lawyers, I'm going to go to art school. I'm going to be a designer. And you see, I'd already been working, not studying, working as a professional designer for 5 years already. I was doing this as a career. This was a career that was a good career for me, and I still do this 32 years later. So the conversation went something like this: law school, art school, law school, art school. People were getting upset. And finally, the compromise was, okay, it's got to be a Catholic art school. So we found a Catholic art school. At that time, the University of San Francisco was broke. They were clipping their humanities programs left and right. They had no money. So what did they do? They decided to affiliate with an art school in downtown San Francisco called the Academy of Art College. And I proceeded to jump on this. This was absolutely the coolest opportunity I ever had. I could absolutely say no. I am going to go to art school, and it had to be a Catholic art school. And I was trained by some of the best Jesuit priests that I've ever imagined. They came down and taught us art classes through the lens of being a Jesuit. which if you've never known Jesuit teachers, they are amazing. One of my famous teachers, I'll never forget this, explained in the very short language, evolution precedes revolution. You evolve first, and then you can revolve around that and make the world a different place. And, you know, that stuck with me, and it still sticks with me. And so, in other words, if I evolve, it's not about someone holding me down. It's not about someone setting the scales against me. It's about me evolving to be who I need to be. You know, the corollary to this in business, because I work with small businesses all the time, and they're always worried about competition left, competition right. You know, if they get to market sooner than us, we will be outdone. And what we find over and over again is that it's not about competition. The primary thing that will take a business down is a cash flow. So you figure out how to make money for your business, competition be damned, you'll be around when everyone else is gone. You see, in order to change our course, we first have to change our thinking. And we change our thinking by gently but firmly taking a stand. How many of you have ever seen the Mississippi River? The Mississippi River is an amazing sight to behold. I mean, there are parts of it where it's a mile wide. It's a gigantic river. But the thing about the Mississippi River is that it's a wide river, but it's also a shallow river. And it is also a super highway of freight. Gigantic barges, container ships are moving cars, containers, heavy equipment. They're moving all this stuff up and down the Mississippi River. If you've ever seen that, these boats are maybe 150 feet tall, and they themselves are just gigantic behemoths. But, you know, they're going back and forth up this river. Well, they have to turn those boats around. You know how they turn those boats around? Is it because they have these big, powerful engines? No. There are no tugboats involved. No, they're not. They turn these barges around with a single person. You see, they know that the river is only 90 feet deep. So this person walks to the front of the boat, and there's a hole in the deck. And inside that hole, they place a pole, and they put the pole all the way down till it touches the floor of the Mississippi River. And the current turns those gigantic barges around. Same concept applies to us. You want to change course, you have to change thinking, and you do that by taking a stand. I want to bring you back to the Foley brothers because it was rich. My decision to go to art school left a vacancy, and my sister decided that she wanted to become John Foley Jr. She wanted to be in the law firm. So she took my place. I couldn't have been more happy. You see, I would have been a terrible attorney. Being an attorney means that you're, a bulldog for hire. It means that you're like super detail oriented. You win on technicalities. It's not being a kind person. I could not do that. I could not do that. But what I also learned though, is that I am not just a creative person. I am also like a logical attorney person. And those two things are not mutually exclusive. They work together. Took a lot of therapy to figure that one out. Anyway, so my father has his firm. My sister is his partner. Now, my dad grew up during the Depression. And during the Depression, that expression of tightening your belt was real. They're not tightening the belt because it's a budget. they're tightening their belt because there wasn't enough food. They were broke. And with a big family, you know, somebody isn't going to get a full plate of food. And that was the job of the father. They tightened their belt to stop the pangs of hunger. You know, I remember that, and I talked to my dad about the fact that, you know, he didn't have me as a partner, but he had my sister as a partner. And I asked him about that. I said, what was that like? And he said, you know, she just can't be a full partner. And I said, what do you mean? She's been an amazing attorney. She's been working with you for a number of years now. What do you mean she can't be a full partner? Because he believed as a man, and you know, this is just his training, that somehow, some way, she might want to make a decision to leave the firm, to go have a family, to go and be with children. And that was something that men weren't allowed to do. And in his mind, that made her not the same partner level. I think that's insane, but that was the way he felt. You see, they get into roles. You know, I'm a man, I'm a provider, I'm an Irishman, I'm a Catholic, I'm a Democrat. Same thing goes with wives, mothers, and daughters. You see, from my father's perspective, women were wives, mothers, and daughters first. And I will also tell you, that's the part that gets a lot of people confused, in my opinion, a lot of women confused. You can't win in a man's world by being a man if you're a woman. You are still a wife, a mother, and daughter, but you also have to be something else. That something else is being a leader. So then I will take you now to another crazy Foley story. Not only were they all lawyers, they were judges, they were politicians, and that was true with my father. And he decided to run for the Nevada State Senate from 1971 to 1974. And boy, that was the hotbed of equal rights. Equal rights was the topic. So just to refresh your memory, June 23rd, 1972, Title IX of the Education Amendment is signed into law by Nixon. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under the education program of activity receiving financial assistance. That was a big deal. January 22nd, 1973, Roe versus Wade. We all know what that landmark decision was about, the woman's legal right to abortion. Well, at that point, he's running for Senate. I'm 12 years old, right? And I'm campaigning door to door. I don't think we can do that anymore. But, you know, just to give you a visual, 12-year-old walking down the streets of a suburb in Las Vegas wearing a t-shirt, and the t-shirt said, "Win, Foley, win." He ran for office 3 times, by the way, and he had 3 different slogans. Win, Foley, win was probably the best one. He had one that said, "He works at serving people," whatever that means. And then "A man for the times," you know, whatever that means. But Win, Foley, win was direct and right to pithy, to the punch. I had also a styrofoam hat on with a bumper sticker, "Win, Foley, win," around my head. I still had pretty big hair at that time too. But I'm walking door to door and I'm knocking on the door of suburban family homes. This is in Las Vegas. I walk up to one home. I knock on the door. You know, the door opens. A wife answers. She's wearing some sort of apron. Looks like she had been cooking or something. I mean, you know, this is not a wealthy neighborhood. This is carpet everywhere, bad art, cheap furniture. And the husband is there in the back in a recliner watching a football game and reading the newspaper. Seems like back then everybody was smoking, like they were all smoking. So my question to this wife was, "Do you believe in equal rights?" And she said, hold on. And she said, asked her husband, do I believe in equal rights? And her husband said, no, we don't believe in equal rights. And the door was closed. This was the example of the evolution of, women's thinking here. I tell you that to set a point so that the next story makes a little bit more sense. Fast forward a few years, 2016, I'm living in San Francisco, and I'm in a neighborhood, and we get an invitation from the neighbor down the street. Will you want to come over and have lunch with us? There's a group of neighbors getting together. We're going to have some interesting discussions. It will be, very informative. I said, sure, why not? We were new to the neighborhood, wanted to fit in, and thought that was great. Well, what we didn't know is at that luncheon was Kamala Harris. In 2016, she was running for United States Senate, and she had defeated Sanchez, and she had captured over 60% of the vote, carrying all but 4 counties. Now, if you look at the photos, the interviews with her on TV, they don't do her justice. She was amazing. She's smart, she's beautiful, she's persuasive, strong convictions, but she was a girl. She was very feminine. She was not only redefining what it means to be a politician, but she was doing this as an African American, an Indian American, a mother and a daughter. And she was an example of how women become wives, daughters, leaders. Again, we know the answers to these questions. How do we get there? We get there by changing our course. We change our course by first changing our thinking, and we change our thinking by taking a stand. And over time, collective thinking changes. That's how it works. To wrap this up, I think women need to take a stand about equal pay and respect. I think women have to place their poles on the floor of the river and let the barge turn. I think women must be clear. They are wives, they are mothers, they are daughters. And in the eyes of men, they are leaders. Nobody is holding you back but yourself. Evolution always precedes revolution. This is an amazing time to be alive if you think about it. But I want to make a proposal. Ms. Berg, the title of this thing, Roses to Raises. Why don't we change it to Roses and Raises? Thank you.
Thank you, John. It was great getting to know the Foley family. And I also liked your comment on how family can reflect challenges in our society. And so it's good to reflect on those in our own families. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our third,
I left some time for questions. I don't know if there are any questions. I'm happy to take those. I don't know what your schedule's looking like.
I think we have to wait. We have 20 minutes for each speaker roughly. So let me introduce the third speaker.
Go for it. Thank you.
You could use the chat to converse with John. Our third speaker, Linda Ulrich Taylor. Roses and Raises describes Linda. She came up through the employment ranks like most of us did, but she had some opportunities that helped her succeed in Toastmasters and in her professional career. Linda served as Founders District in Founders District from 1999 until she moved to Las Vegas in 2015. There, she became a member of District 33. But before we leave Founders, I want to say I did serve with Linda when she was in the trio, and I have the bad chip clip still. Linda, thank you so much. I just wanted to tell you, it's invite plus encourage equals growth. That was 2013, 7 years ago. It's held up to time. Well, moving on. She earned 2 DTMs in her 19 years in Toastmasters and served as district treasurer, district audit committee chair, area governor, division governor, in all three of the trio positions: Lieutenant Governor of Marketing, Lieutenant Governor of Education and Training, and finally District Governor. In addition, she served in club officer roles, news club sponsor and mentor, and a presenter at LACE. Her goal has always been to help others achieve their personal and Toastmaster goals. Please welcome Linda Ulrich Taylor.
Am I there?
Yes, you are. We
Oh,
don't
good.
see your video though.
Okay. No, I don't have a video. I don't have a camera on my computer. I'm going to kind of bounce off John's topic here. He talked about roses to raises. I want roses and raises. I'm going to take a pragmatic approach here rather than anything else. It all starts, it's all man's world. We've all heard that at one time or another. The tide change, it's not the world anymore. There are some more progressive companies that have women in higher positions. And then there are companies that value every employee. The philosophy seems more in line with that of Steve Jobs. It doesn't make sense to hire smart people and then tell them what to do. We hire smart people so they can tell us what to do. He doesn't decide who the smart people are. He just says smart people. While today's topic is geared toward women, some of the concepts work equally well for men in today's work environments. So we're going to start there. And just so you know, a lot of this is not digs against men. It's just the way things are when we start talking about women in employment. So, how do we obtain roses for the work we've done exceptionally well? And how do we get the raises to go along with them? Let's break it down into the following topics. What do you bring to the table as a woman? What makes you unique? Where do you fit in a team? And success factors in today's changing reality. As we look at each topic in depth, hopefully, by the next time we talk, you will have gotten some of those roses and earned some of those raises. A recent quote from Positivity, I wish I could talk. A recent quote from Positivity Sparkles summed up, in my experience, what we may not understand that others are actually thinking about us. And this is a quote: "You're so busy doubting yourself while so many others are intimidated by your potential." And that's true of women in today's workforce. Beginning with my work career in the late 60s and early 70s, that concept was difficult for me. Remember, I'm old. So I started out doing the typical female roles in the workforce back then: a waitress, a receptionist, a typist, an accounting clerk. Nothing more that made you want to go anywhere. And I finally decided that what I lacked was an education. So at the age of 35, after I'd already been through all these other roles, I decided to go back and complete my education. I earned a bachelor's degree in management information systems and a teaching credential. And wow, did that open up a lot of opportunities for me. The first one, of course, being teaching. I'd always wanted to be a teacher, always tutored the kids in the neighborhood. I worked in the kids' schools. So it made sense for me to go into teaching. I did that for about 5 years, loved every minute of it, and then decided to jump off and see what I could do about getting more of a raise. It was more about that side of it at that point than helping others. And so I did. I started working for engineering firms where I was doing more than just administrative work. I was actually doing construction specifications. I was working on the plans and drawings. I ended up in cost and scheduling. Scheduling is a very technical position, and where I had been earning $3 to $4 to $5 in those menial roles as waitress and receptionist, by the time I got to the pinnacle of my career in the last 8 to 10 years, every year I have 6-figure income. So it made all of that work worthwhile. Now I have a question for you, and if we can unclick some of these people, or you can do it in the chat. What positions are predominantly male dominated at this point in history, right now? What do you got? Anything?
Yes, I believe economists.
Yep, I see engineering, and that's still true. How about Wall Street stock traders? Not many of them, right? Company executives, we still know that there's a glass ceiling there, but it's still kind of opaque. Taxi drivers, yeah, maybe. Chefs, board members, sports head coaches and general managers, Catholic bishops, the Pope, the President of the United States of America. Pretty much all still male dominated. But if you've been following history or the news the last couple of weeks, you know, of course, Kamala Harris is coming up. POTUS may not be a male-only position anymore. And as of yesterday, Major League Baseball has its first female general manager, and besides being female, she's Asian. So that's just a double woohoo right there. Other questions, but these are rhetorical. Thinking about each position that I mentioned, why are they still male dominated? Is it perception? Is it the way it always was? Are men smarter? Are they better? I'm going to mention equality only because it will be the elephant in the room until it isn't. By law, it means employers shall not discriminate against age, gender, race, color, religion, nationality, marital status, or disability. In my personal opinion, if two people are doing exactly the same job, then they should be receiving equal compensation, whether that's pay or benefits or promotions. What we talk about, however, is how to balance the playing field so that you, male or female, can obtain those sought after roses and races. Roses are those attaboys that women may not be shown. Many times, women don't even get a thank you or kiss my you-know-what. So let's talk about how we demonstrate that women are just as worthy, that women add as much value to the team as the men do. The first question I initially asked was, what do you bring to the table? And there are two things, education and experience. Education, of course, is that piece of paper that says you've got the book learning, that says you understand what a particular subject is, that you've got some added skills that those who don't have an education have. And it might not be just the formal education. Maybe sometimes the employers are looking for just a high school education, but maybe they're looking for some other forms of certifications that say that you really understand what the position is and what they are asking you to do in that position. Once you have the education, then comes the experience. And that just doesn't mean just doing the job every day. We all get that kind of experience, but it means other kinds of experience. What experience from outside maybe do you bring in that offers a different perspective of what they're looking for? And you can provide some specifics. And I would include Toastmasters in this, because that is experience. Not only is it not-for-profit experience, but it's leadership experience. It's how to get from getting goals accomplished in a timely period. The one thing you don't want to do is don't undersell yourself. Don't undersell yourself, but don't oversell yourself either. Be truthful, but modest. Address each area of the work they are looking for a potential candidate. And this is, again, going into the process of what they're looking for. The next one is what makes you unique. And I will tell you, everything makes you unique. There are no two people like you unless you have to do with them. So what you bring to the table, it really is unique. They're gonna, employers are gonna want to know about your strengths and weaknesses. Yeah, we all know we've got strengths. We all know we have weaknesses. But what you have to learn to do is turn those weaknesses into strengths or an opportunity to learn something new. And so when you are talking about yourself, remember, don't brag, but don't sell yourself short. Be prepared to give specifics with verifiable details, such as, during my time in that position, I helped increase the productivity by 40% prior to the update of the procedures. Not that one. Or I reworked some logic in the schedule and allowed us to complete the project 30 days ahead of schedule and $100,000 under budget. You may be asked to explain how you would handle difficult situations and how you treat others. If you're asked why you left the position, you can tell them, but be careful and always make it positive. I needed to see myself grow. Soft skills is the next part of this. Soft skills provide insight into how you work and interact with others. Toastmasters is a place you learn all these soft skills. It is the best place I ever learned them. And they include, but are not limited to, participation, reliability and accountability, active listening, providing effective feedback, excellent communication skills, and good grammar. You can't just get those through osmosis. You have to learn those skills. But a lot of employers don't understand that. If they do, they just ignore them like they don't even exist. The other thing that you bring to the table are your unique values. There are no better values than those that we have in Toastmasters: integrity, respect, excellence, and service to others. And they are a good place to start when you're talking about values. Another value, often difficult when under stress, is showing kindness. Former Cirque du Soleil performer and inspirational speaker, Vital Germain, says it this way: kindness is a highly valuable human quality that requires zero skill and zero effort. It offers endless benefits for self and for others on both a personal and business level. It's about treating people with respect while honoring your own value system. Sometimes it means being tough. Kindness is definitely not a weakness. Profound words, for sure. And once you are in a position, whether you already have one, you're searching for a new one, find a mentor, preferably female, who has been with the company or in the industry for a while and is respected by her peers, by management, by clients, and by team members. And I will tell you, men, women, it doesn't matter. Seek out a female mentor. Besides all of those I said, they protect everybody who works with them. It's like having a mother tiger in your corner. You talk to one of my people like that, you're going to talk to me like that. It just works that way. The next thing is, where do you fit into the team? Most companies value teamwork, where everyone has a particular task that is integral to the success of the overall project. Sometimes you know where you fit in, and sometimes you don't. Find your place. Make your place find a stronghold. And relate it back to your Toastmasters. It's how everything in Toastmasters succeeds. So when you do that, then you know that when you succeed, everybody in the team succeeds and the project succeeds. The next part of that is service leadership. Really? Do we really include service leadership in teamwork? Where do you fit into a team? You bet. Because by helping others, like I said, you help yourself, you help the team, you help the success of the project. Bree Brown from Dare to Lead defined a leader as anyone who takes responsibility for finding the potential in people and processes and who has the courage to develop that potential. If we do that for everybody, then we definitely succeed. Then there are some success factors in today's changing reality. COVID-19, how does that affect what we do? Baby boomers leaving the workplace. And the gender bias and racial bias. Those all affect where we go in the future. And where do you fit into that in reality? You have to decide that for yourself. There's things that you can change and other things you can't. Things that are under your control and other things that are not. Christine spoke to some of these earlier. Know what you can change and what you just need to leave there and let it go. Richard Peck, the 2021 Toastmasters International President, recently quoted, all challenges contain opportunities. We all face challenges, but it's how we look at each of them that allows us to find the opportunities within them. Turn challenges into chances. And I truly agree with that. The best thing you can do as a woman or a man in today's workplace, if you have a challenge, how to change the environment into a chance for success, and you will receive those roses and those raises. Sylvia.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to hear you. Well, this concludes my time as the introducers for our three great speakers, Christine Brady, John Foley, and Linda Ulrich. I'm going to leave you, before I introduce the next introducer, with just a few sayings that I took from each of our speakers. Remember to fill your cup so you can fill others. Be true to yourself and ask a woman to be your mentor and you get a tiger in your corner. I love that, Linda. Thank you. Please welcome our next introducer, Lauren Kelly.
Lauren, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I thought we were all on. Anyways, let me start over. I have three incredible speakers ready to share some enlightenment with you. Our first is Sherry Horowitz. Sherry has held executive leadership positions in several Fortune 100 companies, including Time Warner and McKesson. As a salesperson in the year for Chicago region of Xerox, she learned firsthand how to overcome doors slamming in her face. And the Good Old Boy networks, she learned that the leg up to posting stellar sales is creating intrinsic and added value and then sharing it. Sherry is passionate, motivated, invested, and determined. She actively serves on several boards, including an international software company, a nationally recognized healthcare risk management group, and the College of Healthcare Executives. She's our current 2020-2021 Founders District Division G Director. Please help me welcome Sherry Horowitz.
Thank you for the introduction, Lauren, and thank you, Mary, for this honor. My talk today is about a taste of power. But before we venture into this taste of power, I would like you to consider 3 questions. And by a show of hands, have you been overlooked because you did not know how to showcase your talents and power? Is there anyone here that has been excluded from a business conversation? And how many of you learned golf because it is a passport to a seat at the table? Thank you. We live in a world divided by gender. Often we have a hard time fitting into one another's world. In business, we adhere to the same basic ingredients for success: knowing your subject matter, knowing your competitors and their offerings, being conversant, succinct, being a good listener. Yet there's more to success in business. I submit it's necessary to know a couple of extra things, such as what and where are decisions being made? Who has the power? That means who is the person that can say yes to you or has significant influence? How do I use power to influence decisions in my favor when all things are seemingly equal, and align myself to the inside track? Sometimes an added value that has nothing to do with current business provides additional recognition and ultimately facilitates added success. I'm thinking about Kathy Hughes's comments. The more we bring to the table, the more likely that success becomes. I reflect on these questions because I have experienced situations where it did not matter what I knew about the business or how gracious I thought I was. It just didn't matter. Yet there were powerful outcomes. I'd like to share a few stories to illustrate this. My first experience took place some years ago. I accepted the job as a product manager for a well-known brand of computers. Product managers have all the responsibility and none of the authority. This means you have to motivate department heads to prioritize your project, your schedule, but yet they don't report to you. I began this new role meeting with the department heads of engineering and manufacturing, operations, marketing, and sales. I heard their woes, I heard their targeted goals and their recommendations. For the most part, everything appeared to be on track for the upcoming Christmas sales. Christmas is where we made more than half of the year's revenues. And my next stop was overseas to the manufacturing facility to ensure a certain and smooth product flow. The manufacturing response was, in essence, "You silly rabbit, you are way too late to expect us to deliver in time for stocking Christmas shelves." Up and down the management chain, I really did try to ask for help to save the year's revenue, and it was to no avail, absolutely nothing. No one was interested in helping. No one had the capacity to build the circuit boards, assemble the products, and get them on the ships to sail for the United States. And then my moment happened. There were 30 of us at my farewell lunch before my return to the States, in disgrace, with no hope of inventory. At the lunch, everyone was using chopsticks, and clearly I was not as adept as the others. Soon business conversations drifted to luck, to gambling, to putting things on the line to gain an advantage. And at one point, one of the executives laughingly leaned over to me and said, "If you can get 8 peanuts between your chopsticks at one time, we will deliver your inventory for Christmas." that creaky voice. I can assure you, I felt like I had been hit with a thunderbolt. And then in a flash, I offered my hand to seal the deal. The entire table turned to that manager. There was a momentary hush that fell over the group, followed by the heartiest laughter, and the chatting just resumed. After many attempts, I finally realized that brown sauces become gelatinous like glue. Peanut puzzle solved. This challenge had nothing to do with work or what schedules I knew, but that Christmas we had inventory on the shelves. And for years, that retired and honorable executive and I exchanged New Year cards. Another time, gender bias raised its hand. My boss lived across the country in Georgia. He was responsible for sales and operations in the United States. The first time we met was in his office. He was wearing a suit and a small gun in a holster. It was in plain sight. But then I had an even bigger surprise. He did not accept my outstretched hand when we greeted one another. At first I thought, oh, he must have clammy hands. Then I heard whispers in the hall that he did not shake hands with women if he didn't have to. He was just being demeaning. Later that day, the company held a celebratory party around a hotel pool for salespeople who were visiting from around the country. I recall walking up to him, and indeed he was standing on the edge of the pool. I had that obligatory drink in my hand and offered my other one to say hello. He made no effort to greet me. He was absolutely still until I leaned in a little and apparently just tapped him. I didn't mean to push him in, but apparently I did. Into the pool he went. Originally, I thought I would tell you that this was all in my imagination. But when I shared this story with a male friend of mine, he said, "Oh my God, use that story when you speak." Ladies, listen, I'm not suggesting violence, nor that you push anyone in a pool, but let me share my male friend's perspective. He said, 1, your boss made it clear he was treating you differently than all the men on the team. 2, helping your boss into the waters was maybe not purification, but it was ammunition. You had to fight him. And 3, he continued, remember, men and women are different. If a man threw someone in the pool, there would likely be a fight, but not so with you as a woman. Certainly it would be unusual for a man to push a woman in a pool. Okay, question. Were there ramifications? Certainly. Did he treat me differently after that? Most certainly. And does it still make me smile to this day? Abso-flippin-lutely, certainly. If you think gender bias is dreadful, what about racial bias? During an introductory call, I had an elderly CEO tell me he was throwing out my company's products because he could not work with a company, are you ready, that employed people of color, Muslims, or Jews. We were just too liberal of a company for him. Shaken to my core, I asked him if I could return with my boss. At our next meeting, I was wearing a blazer, club tie, and a pleated skirt, the colors of the CEO's alma mater. Although the CEO reiterated his decision to do business with companies more aligned to his point of view, his parting words were that he liked something about me, and should I ever go to another company, I should consider calling him. I always wondered if he paid attention to my last name, Horowitz. These types of illogical barriers always make me think harder, how to prevail when circumstances defy logic. After all, I like to win, don't you? What else can we do to tip the scales of power in our favor? Since COVID-19 struck, in-person meetings have become more of a rarity. Most of us have become better at virtual meetings. However, numerous business deals are still completed in person. Business people travel, whether it be near or far, and still congregate over a meal. Moreover, the conviviality of dinner lowers barriers. At dinner, the inevitable question always seems to pop up. Shall we order wine? Followed by, shall we have a whole bottle for the table? And how many glasses do we need? How often have you heard the host ask, who knows anything about wine? Or who would like to select the wine? And then the host passes the wine list to a man at the table. Ladies, are you included when the host looks around the table? Or is it just the men? How often do you raise your voice to order from the wine menu? You know, Californians have the home field advantage, with 90% of wine production in the United States being made right here in California. What stops you from speaking up? Is ordering wine synonymous with an icebreaker speech when that nauseous nervousness kicks in? Is there a pounding in your head? Do I choose a red, white, or as a woman, am I expected to get a rosé? Oh my gosh, what if the red is too bold or too thin? The white too oaky, or heaven forbid, too sweet? Do I order a white? Do I order a red? Oh my, why not order 2 bottles? But what is the right price point? Owning the wine list is power. Owning the wine list is power. Owning the wine list can be saving your boss's bacon. Being knowledgeable about wine is pure power, whether those at the table drink or not, for you are adding a new dimension to the conversation. Inevitably, the conversation will turn to, how'd you learn so much about wine? Or in less polite circles, do you really drink that much? Either way, the focus is now on you, for everyone is curious about wine. It is a universal icebreaker. If no one knew your name before dinner, they do now. One more time, a show of hands. How many of you are thinking, so what if I know nothing about wine? There is so much to learn. How many of you think that? Well, don't fear. Have you ever embraced a diet enough to review a menu at the restaurant ahead of time? Oprah does it. Have you ever called the restaurant to see if they would prepare a meal in a certain way so you could stay on that precious diet? Weight Watchers absolutely recommends you do that. Thus, knowing the wine list may be just as simple as inquiring about that list. Look online at the restaurant's wine list. You can even call the wine steward ahead of time. Ask the steward if there's a wine they think is special, or if there's a wine that they're excited about. And you know, they may just tell you a story. A steward once told me about a bottle on the menu from Cinque Terre, Italy. 5 lands, Cinque Terre. He said that it came from a special part of Italy that is not accessible by car. You have to hike over the inlands and over the mountains. That the grapes grew on steep hillsides, and it is reported that the Mediterranean spray reaches the grapes and influences the taste a little bit with a salty residue in the wine's finish. Oh, please. Knowing 1 or 2 wines in the red and white column will absolutely put you in good stead. No one needs to know everything about wine. No one. And if somebody else does the ordering, think about offering a comment, such as, that wine sounds great. And if you happen to know the wine, absolutely comment how it pairs with items on the menu, such as, you know, that wine has a lot of acidity, and it will cut through the fat of many dishes. Carve out the time to learn about a few wines on the menu. What is the bouquet? what flowers, what flavors hit the palate. You know, being able to say you may taste the chocolate, the tobacco, the cherry flavors, that's impressive. And when it comes to whites, let's say you forget everything. Just comment on the legs, the lovely color, and call out lemon. Lemon, it's always a credible description. If you have time, learn something about the wine. Perhaps the grapes are organically farmed or the winery has been in the family for generations. An organic wine means less chemicals and for many, no headache from too much red. Realistically, you only need a small amount of information to sound like a pro. As Toastmasters, we all know the power of a story. One tale that always makes me shake my head is about Two Buck Chuck, otherwise known as Charles Shaw wine sold at Trader Joe's. When the winemaking couple completed their contentious divorce, the missus owned the winery. Knowing how much love her husband had poured into that winery and its winemaking, she set about to punish him further. She sold the Charles Shaw name to Trader Joe, who then applied it to their $1.99 wine bottle, thus diminishing the Shaw brand name and wine reputation. And as harsh a comment as this is, I submit a wine conversation may offer more lasting power than your heartfelt prose about your children or grandchildren. As many people bond over a shared love of a specific wine or wine style. Using wine for power works. And here is my fourth and final story. This time, I knew how to use the power. I learned the power of wine knowledge one evening when other business executives were making small talk. I was trying to look cool at the dinner, as if I knew what was really something good to drink on the wine list. Lo and behold, I recognized two wines I had sampled and enjoyed. These were reliable staples at most California home parties I had attended. I shared my discovery with a table mate who immediately asked the others to listen to what I knew. Instantly, I became part of the bigger conversation at the table. We ordered both bottles and I was able to tell them about the flavors and where the wineries are located. At a subsequent business dinner, I now knew the CEO's wine preference. He had a pet peeve about waiting for a steward or a sommelier to come and take a drink order. As soon as that CEO was seated at the table, I handed him a container with 2 chilled bottles of his preferred wine and a corkscrew. He broke into a smile, slapped me on the arm, and called me his girl. I knew how to use this power. He held me in higher esteem from then on and helped guide my upward career trajectory, that's it, for years. He's now in his late 80s and he still calls me. Sometimes he asks me for information or simply to discuss a business idea he's working on. I submit that you should take the power of the wine list. There are numerous benefits. You know that wine knowledge is power. You know you have the power. It is you, always at the ready with a wine list because it's near at hand. Use the power when you sit down, pick up that wine list and make a recommendation. This relieves and alleviates a stressful task. It makes you look good. Further your success. Become more of a superstar with a name and a face that is remembered by those with influence and the ability to say that all-important yes. They say knowledge is power. Wine knowledge is a weapon in your arsenal. Lauren.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Our next speaker is Lillian Copeland. Lillian has been a member of Toastmasters since 2012. She has served both club and district leadership roles. She's completed the Legacy Education Program and is grateful to all Grateful to all of her fellow Toastmasters who've helped her in honing her speaking and leadership skills. Outside of Toastmasters, Lillian is a tax guru who's been in the financial industry for over 20 years. Her status as an enrolled agent gives her opportunities to practice tax preparation and representation of taxpayers in IRS and other tax agencies in all 50 states. She has also passed the tax court bar and is a tax court practitioner. She's currently caring for her mother and her nephew and is, like most of us, trying to find the balance between care for others, care for ourselves, and work. During this chapter in her life, she has become interested in elder care and the effects on the caretaker and how a caretaker can provide for her future while caring for a loved one. Please welcome Lillian Copeland. The Cost of Care. Lillian.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay? I have a new setup. Perfect, excellent. Sherry, I actually went back to school once and I took a wine tasting class. And what the professor told us, the best wine was the one you can afford. Anyways, welcome everyone. I want to tell you, when Mary Bird came to me to talk in Roses to Raises, first, I was super flattered. However, I was very overwhelmed. My mom has suffered from osteoporosis and actually broke a vertebrae. During the post-op and pre-op and physical education, physical therapy, and just all the appointments, and then on top of it, caring for my nephew, and now he is distance learning because, again, my mom is 89 and I don't want her to get sick. With all these things, I was overwhelmed and I didn't know my availability of my availability. I would say yes to tasks, but then unfortunately, last minute had to cancel them. So Mary Bird is very wise. So when she first came to me, she said, would you do this speech? And I said, I'm overwhelmed and I can't do it. And I don't think I have it on my schedule. And then she was quiet. And because of that awkward pause, I would continue my conversation, but I'm caring for everyone and it's making me, and I'm just going crazy. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to take it. And then in her wisdom, again, silence. And to fill in that awkward pause, I go, but caretaking is such an important aspect in our society. And the effects on caretakers is really important. And then the awkward silence would come again, till finally the full circle would come around and I'd say, yes, this is important. This needs to be talked about. So the street that I live on is a pretty old street. The houses were built about 1960. And just to give you an idea of how these houses, when they were built, the cost when they were built was about $22,000 in Southern California. And because of that, there's a lot of older families here and the children that now are about my age or maybe a little bit older are actually caring for their parents. This is not uncommon, but it's our norm, right? We actually have a word for it, which is sandwich generation. Since the 1950s, the average life expectancy worldwide has increased by 24.2 years. Great news, right? And in the last 15 years, the percentage of adult children providing personal or financial assistance to their parents has tripled. The need is obvious for the parent. As we all know, it's inevitable. We grow, some of our individual faculties wane. And can you imagine if you're a parent and you provided for your children, you were independent your whole life, you were the one that provided care. And then all of a sudden, your eyesight keeps dimming a little bit more. You can't drive. Maybe you can't eat. Maybe you're not even remembering your children's faces. And this is a scary time. According to Consumer Reports, about 2020 is the report, the typical cost from a nursing home in California is $10,646. Again, that number is $10,646 a month for care. Assisted living is about $4,000 monthly. Medicare may cover some of these costs, short-term inpatient stay, but there can be limitations. As a tax professional, I actually had a client whose husband suffered from Alzheimer's, and she had to put him in a home because he could no longer be alone and he needed 24-hour care. That cost was about $7,000 a month. She came to me and said, here's $7,000 a month. It was like $89,000 for the year. This is tax deductible. And here's a tax tip. It's not. Not all of it's tax deductible. And I said, sorry, but you have to get the letter from the facility to tell me how much percentage is tax deductible and how much is actually rent. So she brought it to me. $7,000 is a lot of money, right? A month. $2,000 was actually tax deductible. The other $5,000 was rent. To me, that's a little criminal, but again, that was the law and that's what it said. So to protect the family wealth, some families asked other siblings to or other family members even to care for their parent. So what is the cost of the caretaker? The total aggregate cost of lost wages, pension, and Social Security of these caretakers is $3 trillion.
Oh my God.
Again, $3 trillion. This is the same number as the GDP of the Congo. An entire country is the loss of wealth for caretakers. And I'll break it down because we were talking about gender gaps here. For women, the individual amount of lost wages due to leaving the labor force early to care for an individual comes to about $143,000. So as you know, Social Security, as you earn your wages, a small portion of that goes into your Social Security account that you could access when you retire or maybe become disabled. So if you're not working, you can't contribute that to Social Security. So again, that's $143,000 of lost wages for a woman. That equates to $131,000 in lost Social Security benefits. And let's also add just conservatively, about $50,000 that person cannot contribute to an IRA or to a pension. So the overall average wealth or income for that individual, for that female, is about $324,000. Now for a man, it's a little bit different. Their lost wages, it's estimated about $90,000. Again, because they're losing wages, they can't contribute to the Social Security, and that loss is about $144,000. Once again, we're going to contribute to the pension, which is the IRA or the actual pension, and that's $50,000 loss of not being able to contribute to it. So the entire amount that the man will lose for the future income is about $284,000. That's the financial aspect. But there's also another aspect, because we are human beings. We don't always talk about we're not just economic producers. We are human beings, and I want to talk about health. For adult children 50 or more, they actually are more likely to suffer from fair or poor health. And the evidence to this is that they're so caring and their priority is so much the elder parent that their self-care suffers. And these last statistics I was talking about would come from MedLife, the study in 2011, and it's a study for the cost of the caretaker. But remember, this is 2011, $3 trillion in 2011, might be a little bit more now. So again, we have a lot. I have my neighborhood is over here through the window. So I keep on looking over here. But my neighborhood, I have a neighbor, and we'll just call her Jane Doe. She cared for her mother just as I cared for mine, and we grew up together. The families, again, grew up together. Our fathers used to drink tila together and listen to Mexican music. It was a raucous time. However, this is now this is 2020, and the father unfortunately passed on, and Jane, we'll call her Jane Doe, cared for her mother. And she was so grateful for this time. She cared for her mother. She was able to live with her mother. Her mother, unfortunately, became wheelchair bound. She wasn't able to cook her own meals eventually. She couldn't shower. And this went on for several years. Her daughter became her caretaker. Now, there is a way to get a stipend from the government. It's about $500 a month, but it's not a lot in Southern California. The daughter had to give up her job. She didn't have a car. And then, of course, she was relying on her parent for residence because that's where she was caring for her mother. She obviously didn't talk to the trustee because when the mother died, it triggered an event. The house where they lived was transferred to a trust. A trust is controlled by a trustee, who was her brother. Her mother just died 2 weeks later. It was the trustee decided that she needed to move out. It was fair for everyone, the family, all the beneficiaries if she moves out. And again, the brother was carrying financially the assistance for the house. However, it wasn't the consideration of her livelihood where she sacrificed her work as well as this was her home was obviously not considered. And therefore there was friction. So this does happen. So sometimes families, for whatever reason, are more comfortable talking about sex than money. Within families, money can be a huge friction. And once a parent needs a caregiver, money has to be discussed. Who's going to be financially responsible? Who's going to be the caretaker if you have more than one sibling? Many older adults are reluctant to talk to their adult children about financial matters. There's another story of a family in Vegas, and the family was, the parents took care of the household, everyone went to college, life was good. And then they retired. Family members went in to take care of them. Well, the parent was retired. They're in Vegas. They went to the casino. Unfortunately, they just gambled their house away. And these people were living in the same house and they didn't realize that their parents committed bankruptcy or filed bankruptcy until just a friend happened to go through the court papers. And also many older women, I know times are changing, but I see this in my practice. Older women are like, well, that finance is a man's responsibility. I don't need to deal with that. I'll cook and I'll clean. And that's how they got by, and that's great. However, unfortunately, when the person who is responsible for the money maybe passes or is incapacitated, then the wife is like, I don't know. I don't know how to even fill in the taxes as a reconciliation of all the income for the year. They're like, I don't know what happened to it. And so we would actually have to find a way to detective work to try to figure out where their money was coming from and where it was going. And then when it comes to child, is like without the financial situation known, many caretakers can jeopardize their financial future. So you have to begin the conversation of what if scenarios. And sometimes they're uncomfortable and not a happy place, but they need to be done. So you may want to ask, is the home the best place to care for the parent? Is it more expensive for outside care than inside care? The answer to that would probably be yes. Other questions might be like, can I spend my parents' money? Like, is any one of my siblings or the trustee are going to notice it? Can I spend my parents' money? What receipts do I have to claim? If I need to take a break, because this is a job, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. If I need to take a break for my own mental and physical health, do I have to hire that person? Or can I use my parents' money? Will I be compensated? And how? And then the unfortunate inevitability. What happens when my job ends? Will I have a home? Or will I have to be like Jane Doe and basically be evicted? That's the financial. My experience is I am super lucky. Financially, we're okay. I'm okay. I have a job that I could work remotely. COVID has shown me how. It has shown most of us how we can work remotely. But I have clients who are like, I love you. I love your spirit. I love your work. You're smart. I want to hire you. And it's this, and if you have your own business or independent contractor, you know that income is fluctuating, and that can be a little bit hairy sometimes. And having a job, you have steady income and you usually have benefits that you don't have to pay for, which is so nice. However, I would tell people, I can't work. I can't be here 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I just, my family needs are so much more. My mom gets an eye infection. I'm gone for once a day for a couple hours each day till the eye infection goes away. And the conversation ends. So, but it used to be only women in the workplace were known to have sacrificed for the family. But these issues have now grown to include all gender and all ages. So it's no longer just a women's issue. According to the Harvard School of Business report, The Future of Work, there is a looming crisis of caretaking in America. And again, it's not aiming at women, and it's not over those over 50. No worker is safe. The study looked at 1,500 employees, 300 employers over across the industries. And they looked on how it affects employees' productivity, work prospects, and career trajectories. 1/3 of employees reported they voluntarily had to leave a job because of caretaking responsibility. 3 out of 4, 75%, reported having some kind of current caretaking responsibility. The Harvard Business School reported saying employers grossly underestimate the direct and indirect cost of caretaking. The caretaking needs have significant effect on the career of younger generation as well. Though 50%, so 1 in 2, pretty large number, of those 26 to 35 report that they've already left a job due to the caretaking responsibility. They're just beginning their career and they already have that hump. They already have that hurdle. However, it's not just the inexperienced that are leaving, but upper level managers, senior leadership, and highly paid men say that their job and productivity were affected by their caretaking responsibility. So just an editorial note, now that it's upper management and men, let's hope it's taken care of. We discuss it. This problem of worker productivity, attrition, and talent, it's a problem that's affecting all workplaces, again, all gender and all ages. As the demand for talent increases, it's hitting up against the cost and time required for caretaking responsibilities. As a result, the employers incur substantial and recurring costs due to the failure to account for the training and retention costs due to the high turnover and the reduced productivity overall as people continue to leave for caring for their families. So with COVID now, many people we have been hearing are balancing childcare. There's adult care, but there's also in childcare. And this is on display in our Zoom meetings. We see children running in and out of the room. Maybe a mother walks in, this is my story, maybe a mother walks in and starts talking about where she's placing the mail, has nothing to do with the meeting you're in. And parents, just regular, parents of children, regularly mention this disruption as the time that they have to, they maybe get an hour, maybe a small hour of a day without disruption, and then they're taking care of 12 other things. And sometimes parents, I actually have heard this, are hiding in closets to finish up their work projects. Yet this COVID time will end. Trust me, if you don't believe it yourself, trust me, eventually this time will end. And hopefully the memory of this time of caring for our loved ones, or actually visually now watching a coworker care for another, will galvanize our desire to solve this problem. because companies that provide tangible, real caretaking benefits win in retention and talent and longevity. And if our companies can develop care company policies, maybe not a place of goodwill, but actually competition to compete for the best talent, helping employees address their personal lives and their caretaking opportunity is an approach employers almost entirely overlook. But for competition, they may want to consider flex possibilities. There's also another one where employees actually donated their vacation time to help the person who had issues with time off to care for their elder parent.
Lillian?
Yeah.
We're running out of time. Our next presenter is ready.
Okay, I'll be just saying. So what I tell my mom is that she took care of me the first 18 years of my life. And so this is my time to take care of her. And I so appreciate to be able to have this moment and but you should discuss these. If you ever have this issue, you should discuss and figure out ways to make it so you're not suffering as much. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Our next presenter number 3, is Alanda Dyer. How many of you have been in a workplace situation where going to work was no longer fun? Add to that, the environment was toxic. What did you do? In line with this conference's theme, Roses to Raises, Alanda Dyer will share what she did when faced with this problem. Alanda worked for 22 years at an international company. She worked with the vice president, with a director, and a regional manager. Alanda retired in 2015. She took that, I'm retired and I'm not going to do anything vacation, and quickly decided that retirement wasn't with her. Taking the experience of working for others, she decided to go back to work, but wanted to work for someone she could get along with and respect. Taking a leap of faith, she started her own business as an independent insurance agent specializing in Medicare. And so far, her boss is pretty good. Please join me in welcoming Distinguished Toastmaster Founders District 2007-2008 past District Governor Alanda Dyer. When your roses are delayed, Alanda.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, everyone. The theme that many people have been talking about today has to do with your dream job. So I have a question for everyone. What do you do when you have this dream job and you love going to work, you like everybody there, but then suddenly that dream job becomes so toxic, so horrifying that you feel like you're in a nightmare and you just can't wake up? What do you do? I'm going to share with you how I got into that nightmare, what I did during that nightmare, and I'm going to share some things that helped me wake up out of this dream, this horrible nightmare. Where I was working, we had an opportunity. It was the biggest thing that had ever happened. They had created a new division, and it was going to be headquartered on our campus. It sounded like my dream job. I applied for it and I got it. I would be working for the vice president, and they would up my title and I would become an executive assistant. Gorgeous, beautiful. I loved it. I liked everybody I was with. Our coworkers were great. And we had a VP that believed in a work-life balance. And because we worked so hard, he rewarded us with a lot of perks. We got to be on the ground floor of an emerging technology. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and he was recalled back home. The only thing that they told us about his replacement was he'd never been to America. With that in mind, what we did was, okay, he'd never been to America. We're going to have this great welcome party for him. So we had all the food, everything was just going to be perfect for him. He comes into, he meets us, we're all standing around. Welcome to America, welcome to your new division. And he walks up to me, he points his finger, and he says, I am the higher up. You will do what I say. And for the next 2 years, he did everything in his power to try to fire me. Error, he fired 6 people, and 1 was a director. I had no support from the company. The managers and directors there were afraid to help me because they didn't want to lose their job. I went to HR. They told me that the only thing that he could not do to me was put his hands on me. And yeah, he really said that. And for a legal recourse, that's a whole different story, and it's a long story. The feeling of being powerless and helpless was so overwhelming. And I'm going to get back to those 2 words later. My story does have a happy ending, believe it or not. I had requested a transfer out of the division. And to everybody's surprise, he granted it because his MO was if he couldn't get you to quit, he fired you. I had an opportunity to choose between 2 places to work, another division or a department. The department that I chose, it was like a dream. It was like a dream come true. My manager was fantastic. The guys that I worked for, there were 29 guys, and they were so appreciative for any little thing that you did for them. And I must say that the feeling was mutual. It was just so nice to be in an environment where you were appreciated. And even though my roses were delayed, I got them. I want to circle back to those 2 words, being powerless and being helpless. For me, being powerless meant that I was no longer the author of my own story. And for being helpless, I felt I had no future. I couldn't see a better future for me because I was living in this daily toxic nightmare. What I'm going to do now is share some things that helped me to wake up out of that nightmare. I'm going to share 3 things on how to overcome being powerless. Number 1, you need to just breathe. I used to tell my fellow Toastmasters, just take a deep breath and breathe. And to this day, whenever I see anybody stressed out, I always tell them, breathe. Number 2, you need to forgive that person. For me, I had to write this down because I could not go up to him and talk to him. And no, I never gave it to him. Number 3, remember your past successes. It doesn't matter how small they are, but remember when you overcame an obstacle or a challenge, and just focus on that because you did it. You overcame, you were successful. The next thing I want to share about overcoming is how to overcome being helpless. Number one, break the negative thinking cycle. You need to stop with the I can't do it or it won't work affirmations. Come up with a more positive affirmation. Number two, don't isolate yourself. We all have people that we can trust our feelings to. Go to them. And if you're that friend, you may think, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. But you really do. All you have to do is remember, what would you want someone to do for you if you were in that situation? And number three, find one thing that you can change. For me, this was the most important thing because this was a catalyst for me waking up. I was watching TV and this commercial came on with this song. And the chorus goes like this. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And that's The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. And trust me, it is never too late to run. I want to share with you what I learned from this experience. I learned that there's going to be things in life that are going to be overwhelming. I learned that I can get knocked down, but I don't have to stay down. And one of the most humbling and frightening and embarrassing thing I learned was I had to take a deep look at why the hell I stayed in that situation for 2 years. And for me, that was so hard to do when I had to admit what was really going on and why I let that happen to me. I'm going to leave you with this. Life isn't always going to be a bed of roses. There's going to be things in your life that you're not going to know what to deal with. But remember, you're not powerless. Just breathe. Focus on forgiving that person. Find something, find a success that you had. You want to remember that you're not helpless. You're not going to focus on the negative. You're not going to isolate yourself. You're going to find one thing to change. And I guess the most important thing to remember that through it all, you're successful. When I think about when I was in that new department, those guys were so appreciative. And when you come from a bad situation, any bit of kindness means so much to you. And to this day, I still talk to them. And before this COVID, I used to go down during the holidays and we'd have cash looks because I don't do potlucks. I don't do it. We'd set on a menu. They'd give me money. I'd go out and buy the food. This was great. So I leave you again with this. There may be times when your roses are delayed, but remember, when you get them, they're going to be so sweet. They're going to be so fragrant. You are going to appreciate every moment that you went through until you got them. Madam Moderator.
Linda,
you.
I know Sherry has do you have any words on
There's a tremendous amount of noise going on in the background and it's not a speaker. Someone turn your mic off, please.
All right, 2 minutes, Sherry.
I'm sorry, are you speaking to me?
Yeah, the question, do you have any final words on wine? I know that you wanted to put that out there.
Aha, any final words on wine? Yes, keep a sommelier on speed dial. That would be my first idea. And the second, as we're all Toastmasters, think about joining an organization that has specialty wine clubs, such as Wine on Wednesday, Coco Vino, or there's a new club in Long Beach, a whiskey club. If you can't find a club, start a club. What an inexpensive way to find your way into the world of wine. Thanks for asking.
And with that, we'll close the 1 o'clock gathering. I am so blown away by these presentations, these thinking, these ideas. Just totally blown away. What a marvelous day. Mary, thank you so much. And thank you to Sherry, Alanda, and Vivian. Did I get that right? Lillian as our presenters at 1. Thank you. Mary? Who is moderating at 2 o'clock?
Go, Sue. Go, Sue.
Well, thank you, Lauren. And it's been fascinating to hear these speeches. For the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to have Julie Murphy, Tristan Tucker, and Erica Began. We'll start out with Julie. Julie Murphy has a passion for all things communications. She currently serves as Founders District's Public Relations Manager and was awarded 2019-2020 Toastmaster of the Year. When she's not busy with Toastmasters, she is a Senior Corporate Communications Analyst at Kia, focusing on internal communications. Please join me in welcoming Julie Murphy.
Thank you. I am so excited to be here today. When Mary first asked me to speak, I couldn't think of what did I want to talk about. But then I realized that I wanted to share my story with you. So every day you can go out and you can kick butt. So today, I thank you for joining us. One of the things that has been really important is education. And it's interesting because I've been at Kia for 11 years. I'm on my 3rd director. And you know what? I think to myself sometimes, what am I doing? This is kind of crazy. This is kind of a crazy place. We have no staff. We have no team. But what I've realized over the years is that a small team actually gives you opportunity. You have the opportunity to wear so many different hats in a day. I hear colleagues that work at much bigger automotive companies, and they are the truck guy, they're the SUV chick, whatever it may be. But you know what? I have to work on the full line of product. There's not one thing that I focus on in a day. And like Christine said, the crazy list. You walk in and you have a plan, and your boss gives you something because, oh my gosh, the world is ending. But over time, that has given me so many opportunities. And when Kia launched the program to give us money for college, I thought to myself, well, I already have an undergrad degree, but what's on my bucket list is to get my MBA. Ever since I had graduated college, I had always thought about going back to school to get my MBA, but it's easy to not do. I mean, we're busy, we're working professionals. I don't know about you, but I don't really like going to school. It's not fun. It's just stressful. But I said to myself, I'm not going to take away the opportunity for free money in my pocket. All I have to do is stay at the company and I get money to go to school. Okay, how fast can I sign up? Then the reality set in of this is really hard. I will say there were a lot of tears along the way. There was a lot of late nights writing papers. And a lot of people questioned, Julie, why are you getting your MBA? We're in PR. We don't need an MBA. And I said, I don't know. I mean, it's a bucket list item. Why not? And, it's kind of funny, though, because a lot of my coworkers, they all have MBAs. All the new people that we hire, everybody has an MBA. And people said, Julie, you don't need it. I don't know. We keep hiring a bunch of MBAs. But more than what I got, more than the 4.0 that I graduated with, was what I got for the program for myself. And that was to find my voice. Being a young professional, when I started Kia, I always thought, there's somebody that's smarter, there's somebody that's a better writer, there's somebody that's more creative. Oh my gosh, he knows everything about cars. I don't even know how to drive a manual. What am I doing? But then I realized, you know what? It's not about everything that you know in one subject. It's about what can you bring to the table. And writing all those papers for the MBA, they helped me find my voice. All of a sudden, I didn't have a bunch of people to rely on. I can't call my coworkers and say, hey, can you tell me about CSR giving and write a 10-page paper for it this weekend? No, they would have thought I was crazy. They already thought I was crazy enough to do the program. But what I realized is that voice and relying on yourself. Yes, there was a lot of late nights, but I also became a better writer. I don't know. PR people write press releases, internal communications, and therefore writing 100 pages in a course of 2 months, all of a sudden writing a 3-page press release, I can do that in my sleep. Are you kidding me? Now, granted, I really don't want to write press releases in my sleep, but all of a sudden I became a better writer. And my boss at the time said, Julie, you should join Toastmasters. You need to stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. And I said, we live in California. You don't like the word because you grew up on the East Coast. Like is the best word ever. And he said, Julie, no. You really need to stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. Begrudgingly, I went to my first Toastmasters meeting after a lot of months. I knew end of year was coming up. And during my performance review, he was going to ask me if I joined Toastmasters. And I thought to myself, okay, I'll join Toastmasters. I'll go to a few meetings. I'll make him happy. But what I realized is Toastmasters is a family. And you get out of Toastmasters what you put in. And when I first joined Toastmasters, I never thought I would become a distinguished Toastmaster, much less Toastmaster of the Year. I thought, I don't know, I'll do this for a few years, I'll deliver some speeches, but who's going to want me to lead an area, a division, be the public relations manager for the district, the voice of the district? Who's going to want that from somebody that's never been a manager? But I realized, you know what? There are people in Toastmasters here to mentor you. And if you take that opportunity to learn from others, you can do it. And that's the one thing that Toastmasters has taught me. That, you know what? You don't need to be that person with 100 years of automotive experience. You don't need to be the most knowledgeable. What can you bring to the table that someone can't? I will say the guys on my team, they're not as organized as me. When it comes to a project, guess who they need to sit down and say, okay, this is what everybody's doing. They need Julie to do that. And they need Julie to remind them of what they decided on because they're not going to remember. So guess what? I may not be the most creative, but I am the most organized. And it takes a team to get the job done. And so I think that's one of the important things to focus on is focus on your personal value. What can you bring to the team, and stop judging yourself against others, because there's always going to be somebody that is maybe a little better at something than you, but you're going to be better than what they're at in another area. And it takes a team, and there's no I in team. Now, granted, even though there's no I in team, you need to also focus on what are your wins. And, we all want that good performance review at the end of the year. And I find myself at the end of the year thinking, like, I don't know what my personal wins were. Gosh, I don't want to rate my performance review. This is miserable. Because who wants to talk about themselves? So one of the things that I focused on is throughout the year, documenting what are my key wins. Did I save the company $10,000 by reviewing an invoice and finding billing errors? Guess what? To a company that values a lean organization, $10,000 is a lot of money. So focus on those wins. And send a little note to your manager and say, hey, guess what? I saved us $10,000 today. And they're going to be really excited about it. So document your wins, focus on what you're good at. And, also when you're at work, realize that you need to be a human. We are not robots. We cannot be on call 24/7. So you have to take that time to disconnect. When it's your day off, work hard to get it done before your day off. That way you can actually relax and you can go on vacation and you can have that peace of mind. Even if it's, just sitting at home and sleeping in. I know my Saturday and Sunday are all about sleeping in. So many people are like, Julie, can you do this? I'm like, it's a little too early for me. I want to sleep in that day. And you have to set those personal boundaries for yourself because, like I said, we're not a robot. And I've seen my coworkers, some of them, they send emails at 2, 3 in the morning, and then they're sending emails at 6 o'clock in the morning again. And I asked them, girl, when did you sleep? Oh, I don't know. I took a 20-minute nap. I said, no. When you're exhausted, it takes you 5 times as long to get anything done. You need to give your body that time to rest. You need to rejuvenate, to bring back that creativity. Because otherwise, you're just going to spin yourself in circles and you're going to go nowhere. And you're going to be up all night, every single night. And you know what? You need to make your voice heard during meetings. My boss knows that, I can be snarky, but that's okay because he knows that Julie is going to give him her real opinion. Now, granted, you have to sugarcoat it a little bit because they're your boss and you do like your paycheck coming in. But I'm the first one to speak up at a meeting sometimes. I advocate for our team. I'm the one that says, yes, I will do that. But here's the trade-off. I can take on maybe processing our invoices, but you know what? We need more staff because I can't clone myself. Invent human cloning and perfect. I can do both. But it's really important that we make sure that we have our voice heard and we bring ourselves to the table. And the thing about Toastmasters is it's helped me because there's so many talented people that I've been able to learn from. And you know what? Like when I go to work, I've had so many opportunities because I've been a Toastmaster. I've been invited to sit in on an executive meeting for my director. I was the only analyst in the room. I am the most junior person in the room, and I am sitting there with the president of the company. And when my boss asked me, okay, I'm gonna admit, I was a little terrified, but I realized, I was like, okay, you know what? This is Table Topics on steroids. I just need to go to the meeting, deliver our report. I know what our department did. I wrote the report to begin with. I know what's on this piece of paper. There's nothing new that I don't know. And I can answer any question that's on this paper because I put it on the paper to begin with. Gee. And guess what? If the president has a question, well, it's just Table Topics. I do Table Topics every week. I'm a Table Topics pro. I love Table Topics. And therefore I realized, you know what? It's not that scary. And being a Toastmaster will open that door for you if you leverage that opportunity. I had an opportunity to speak to thousands of women at an influencer conference, the biggest stage I had ever taken. And I thought, oh my gosh, like I have to actually be on brand. I can't just make it up. But then when I was done, I was so proud of myself. I wanted to cry. I was so excited. I'm usually not a super emotional person, but there are times that we're emotional, and it's okay to let your emotions out, whether it's I'm super happy or I'm super sad, because you know what? There's going to be times you're tired, you're overwhelmed, you're exhausted, and all you want to do is cry. And that's okay. Now, I would say, it's probably not a good idea to come in crying every single day, but you are a human. And you know what? There's been times that I've cried at work, and it's okay, because you know what? I've let my boss know, you know what? At this moment, I just need to cry. You know what? My coworkers are there for me. I have a team of a lot of male coworkers, but you know what? They understand that, you know what? We're all human, and it's okay. And at this moment, Julie is exhausted. She is overwhelmed, and we've probably been maybe a little mean to her, because you know what? It happens. I will say I'm not the nicest person every day either. We all come in with our attitude. Sometimes we need to check it at the door a little bit, but it's really important that we make the most of every opportunity. And I've never said no when people say, Julie, I have this great project for you to help me with. I've never said no, because they're coming to me for a reason. Now, granted, maybe they're just all, super busy working on other things, but I take it as, you know what? They see something in me. Take that opportunity to work cross collaboratively with other departments, because you need champions. You need internal champions that say, Julie is awesome. Mary is awesome. And you want them to send notes to your boss that say, Julie was so amazing on this project. You want other people to know how great you are, because you need champions, and you need to champion yourself as well. You need to have self-confidence in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, how can others believe in you? And this is one area that I've really focused on as I've gotten older, is to believe in myself. And a lot of people say, well, Julie, are you going to get your doctorates now that you have your MBA and it boosted your career? I say, I don't know. I mean, maybe when I get to my 40s, I'll have a midlife crisis and I'll get my doctorates. But for now, I'm super content with my MBA, my Toastmasters experience, and all my personal growth that I've had the opportunity at Kia, because we are a lean company, and I've made those opportunities for myself. Always look for those opportunities for what does your team need? What can you bring to the table for that? And know that if you say, okay, my team needs this, you're probably going to be the one to take it on, but that's okay, because you've identified that opportunity and it's the time for you to shine. So I close today with reminding you to be your own champion, to build relationships, and to make the own of everything that you're given. I have worked for everything that I have done, and I encourage you to just go out and kick butt every day, because I don't know about you, but we're all amazing, awesome people, and I would love to continue this discussion, because I think it would be super fun to start a club that we all just talk about how we kick butt every single day. So I will follow up with you for more information on that.
Thank you so much, Julie. Our next speaker is Tristan Tucker. So far, 2020 has been a very strange year, full of unexpected twists and challenges. As an active member of our Orange County entrepreneurial community, Tristan Tucker has had a unique viewpoint into how this year has affected our microeconomy, and has a vested interest in being aware of the national and global economy and its effect on us at home. Tristan Tucker is a longtime organizer and facilitator for the nonprofit group 1 Million Cups, which is a community of individuals actively engaged in fostering growth and support for the entrepreneurial ecosystem. She has a passion for communication and sees strong connection between effectively communicating big ideas and getting support for those ideas. Please join me in welcoming Tristan Tucker.
Thank you so much, Susan. For all of you out there today, I had a plan on what I was going to talk about, which I am going to alter a little bit. One of the things that I've been hearing about a lot today is the importance of networking and connecting with other people. So what I'm going to do is take about 5 minutes of my time and send you guys all into breakout rooms to chat with each other. And Julie, I'm going to ask you to facilitate for that for me when it comes time, because it's not giving it to me as an option on the Zoom meeting. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes. How many breakout rooms do we need?
We've got 25 people, so 5, but not yet. I'll
Okay.
let you know when we're there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What I had planned to talk about today was something that was touched on a little bit earlier today, which is that we are in a female recession. Many of you may not have yet heard that. And just to go ahead and put it into perspective a little bit, I'm going to ask you all to jump into the time machine with me, and we are going to go back in time to January of 2020. In January of 2020, life was pretty darn good. It was a little bit chilly, but we were all out in the world, running around and doing our things. And one day, as I was on my way out to teach a class, I had a podcast on, and they were talking about the jobs report. For only the second time in history in the US, women were more numerous in the employed group than men were. Yay, right? Except kind of not. See, back in January 2020, we were still worried about the gender wage gap, but we also were recognizing that although women may outnumber men in the workforce, they were in jobs that you might consider vulnerable and lower paying. Even more discouraging was the fact that these jobs were jobs that, for the most part, men wouldn't take. They would prefer to be unemployed than work as, say, a receptionist. And no offense to anybody, I've been a receptionist, so I'm picking on myself in this group. Bringing us back up to the present, although our economy is rebounding from the COVID lockdown, women's jobs are not recovering at the same rate, especially considering that many of the jobs that were lost were in those vulnerable sectors. Caregivers, hair and nail salons, the entire hospitality industry, those are areas that have been traditionally dominated by women. And those are the sectors that are taking the longest to rebound. I went ahead and looked it up on the Minneapolis Star Tribune, and 44% of the jobs that were lost back in March have been added back into the economy. But approximately 2.2 million women are not counted in those numbers. They have just stopped looking. And Lillian, I'm sure, can identify with this. There are some people who are not looking for work because it's not practical, and therefore they are not counted in the unemployment numbers. This may seem kind of scary, kind of doom and gloom, but I promise you it's not. These are things that I follow because I'm fairly well tied into the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Orange County. And when you think of startup businesses and entrepreneurs, there are essentially two types. On the one hand, we have what we would call opportunity entrepreneurs. They see a problem in the market and they want to solve it. Hopefully, that describes some of you. But we also have something called need-based entrepreneurs. People who are starting their own business because it's the only way that they can make income. That can be due to lack of jobs or due to the lack of time to fulfill a traditional work schedule. These are things that are actually very promising because that is still an opportunity for people who find that a traditional job just isn't going to cut it. And as somebody who's tied into the entrepreneurial ecosystem, it's something that I want to be very aware of and sensitive to. Because traditionally in the entrepreneurial community, although women create slightly over half of all new companies, they are funded at much lower rates. And anecdotally, they don't get themselves out to events where they can find their community and create their support for themselves. We've heard a lot today about what can be done. One is about the gender wage gap, which was an issue back in January, and unfortunately, with the shape of the economy right now, will probably only continue to get worse, not immediately better. We've heard from Lillian Copeland about the vulnerable jobs, the people that are most vulnerable because they have to give care either to a parent, a child, or if you're a lucky sandwich generation kid, to both. As well as from Kathy Hughes about the importance of being able to define what good job performance looks like, regardless of whether you're male or female, because no one wants to be Rufus the Doofus. We've heard about the importance of networking and connecting with the people, even if they're not in real life, on the other side of Zoom. Howard Swerdloff this morning had a wonderful story about how he asked somebody for help, and that set him on the path to branding. Franny Stein talked about chat, our constructive hanging around time, where we just talk with people and form those connections and look for points of synergy where maybe we can help each other. And social media was talked about by a number of people, Roberta Perry being one of them, and utilizing tools like LinkedIn to reach out to other people. And finally, the third point that I really want for us to think about as we go into our chat rooms, because they are going to be renamed for Franny today, are that idea that you can make a change. John Foley spoke incredibly eloquently about the importance of just taking that stand. And I really wanted to combine that with Charlotte Drake's comments about making your own luck and learning how to be yourself and figure out who you want to be. So with all of the things that we have talked about, and Julie, as a heads up, we're about 30 seconds from going into breakout rooms. I want all of you, turn on your mic, possibly turn on your camera. That's up to you, your background, and whether or not you chose to brush your hair this morning. And in your breakout rooms, I would love for you to talk about what are your takeaways from today? What are the changes that you will be able to make tomorrow? And how are you feeling moving into, honestly, an entirely new economy? Julie, if you'd be so kind to give us 5 minutes on the breakout rooms.
Okay, everybody should have received their invites. Welcome back. And Lillian, I saw your question after I had already opened the breakout room. So sorry about that.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're all coming back. And because I do have about 5 more minutes, I've got a couple of comments, and then I would love to hear from you guys about what it is that you just learned. So my comments for you, my kind of takeaways that I would like for you to remember is that the economy right now is in a state of transition. However, as Howard pointed out at the very beginning of the day, life is about change. Life is about transition. And if you're comfortable, just give it a little bit of time. Something weird will happen. And whether it's a good weird or a bad weird or a, wow, I don't even know what to do with this weird, it will mean that we all have to adapt and change and figure out how we fit into what the world looks like at the next intersection. So with that, I would actually love to go ahead and open it up. If somebody has a question, go ahead, wave your hand up, unmute yourself, and say something for either questions or, and like I said, I would love to hear what your takeaways were.
Kristen, I'd like to start by saying thank you for the opportunity, because again, you gave us an opportunity to have an intimate exchange, an intimate moment, a real connecting experience. That's very, very significant. So I was with Kimberly. She's got a huge dual bag of gifts. She is a salesperson from the get-go, but she's now using Zoom and Zoom hospitality meetings with sometimes 50 people in them to advance excitement over the product and the service that she offers. So I think Zoom I think we should get a master's in Zoom, because I think there's a lot of juice to be squeezed out of getting into your face.
And especially for entrepreneurs, you can get into your face without having to pay for either travel, hotel, or restaurant fees. Who else had something that they really feel like today has given them?
Tristan?
Yes, Linda, I was about to go ahead and pick on you anyway, so I'm really glad you spoke up.
Thanks. I'm going to repeat myself because it occurred to me when Mary Berg was talking, and I think it's something we forget. Women, some women, maybe many, think we have to do it on our own. We forget that men have succeeded because they always have someone in their back pocket, a friend, a mentor, a colleague, someone higher up that's pulling them along. Why do we as women think we have to do it alone? We need to break down our own barrier and say, I could use support. We don't need help. What we want is support. We want someone in our corner giving us advice, making recommendations, providing feedback. I don't care if it looks like an Oreo cookie. It just needs to be the information we need to make us feel good about ourselves, to stand up and say, I own that seat at the table. I don't have to ask for it. Just let me in the door and I'm going to sit down. And I'll stand up when I'm ready, and you will be ready too. Look for a mentor. Allow people to be your mentors. I think that's a gap we might have.
Thank you so much for that, Linda. And that was something that Linda Ulrich brought up also. Go ahead, get a woman as a mentor. We have lots of opportunities inside of Toastmasters, but you can also look outside. You are not limited in your mentors that you choose or the people that you choose to mentor for. And before that, I turn it back over to Susan, and we do have somebody with an open mic and a lot of noise. I would like to go ahead and kind of touch on something that Jean brought up, which was literally having her voice not being heard in business meetings. It's silly to say, but holy cow, giving credit to people for their words and their voice, rather than to allow their words and their voice to be giving credit to somebody else. That's so important. Whether it's a man or a woman, acknowledge who has an idea, because that's how we all feel like we have a stake in what's happening next. With that, thank you all for your time. And Susan, I would like to turn it back over to you.
Thank you so very much, Tristan. That was excellent. Our next speaker is Erica Beggin. Are you likable? This may not be a question you've put a lot of conscious time considering, but it becomes a pivotal factor in people securing employment and promotions and feeling overall successful in the world around them. Research shows that on the whole, the likability factor disproportionately impacts women's trajectory to achieving a successful outcome. Yet the implicit bias of the L factor is not usually discussed in diversity, equity, and inclusion training, let alone in polite circles. Distinguished Toastmaster and certified professional coach Erica Began has brought the concept of likability front and center at Roses to Raises events for several years, each talk addressing yet another facet within this multidimensional topic. For 2020, Erica feels compelled to consider the implications of a pandemic, politics, and protests on the L factor in the workplace. Love it or loathe it, the likability factor remains a quintessential catalyst in stakeholder decision-making. Women need to harness this knowledge and apply it to change the trajectory of their own success. Please join me in welcoming Erica Began.
Good afternoon and happy Saturday, everybody. What a great group of individuals that I am seeing here on my multiple tiny little screens. Susan, thank you so much for having the introduction and getting us prepared to talk about this discussion. As Miss Queen Mary knows, this is an extreme passion of mine, and I'm super excited that she invited me to come back to talk about it yet again. And I think what's great about it is that, like a diamond, no matter which way I turn, I'm going to always see something new and bring hopefully something more remarkable and more interesting to the discussion. You know, I was partaking in a favorite pastime during pandemic, which is to rewatch a favorite movie. I happen to be a little bit of a pop culture geek, and so I actually enjoy the live action adaptation of Sorcerer's Apprentice. And there's this part in the movie where the character, when he's very, very young, and he has a crush on a girl, he ends up passing over to her a note that looks something a lot like this, and was asking her whether or not she would consider being his girlfriend. And it ended up playing really well into what I wanted to talk about today, which is this concept of likability. And maybe you all, when you were young, remember either passing that note or having a note passed to you. And if you had the note passed to you, congratulations. And it was a way for us to try to validate in a very real-time, simple way, does somebody like me? I mean, really like me. And funny as it may have seemed, we haven't really moved too far away from considering the answer to this very basic question. What has changed are the profound ways that being liked impacts us far beyond elementary school. And in fact, we're in a constant state of flux in regards to what's called our L factor, probably more so in a post-2020 environment than ever before. And as it's apparently been discussed by multiple individuals here today, items such as the pandemic, politics, and protests have definitely now created their own layer of implication upon what's already a very challenging concept for us to navigate through. And seen as a collective, they are the current force at work to undermine women's positioning in the workforce. But wait a second, we've got to maybe back up just in case. What exactly is the L factor, and do I have to worry about if it's contagious? So let's get some base information here so that we're all working off of the same page. The L factor is basically what you're seeing here on the screen. And so I have a quick question for everybody. Show of hands, or if you want to use that thumb up reaction, how many of you enjoy doing something, working with someone, or purchasing a product you don't like? I'll give you a second. I'm not necessarily seeing a whole bunch of thumbs and a whole bunch of hands go up. Interesting. But there probably have been times that you had to maybe do something, work with somebody, or purchase a product you weren't too keen on, and there was a sense of maybe obligation that was there. So what you see on the screen today is basically that difference. The top line showing when people do things because they want to, or what happens when like is involved. the bottom pink line showing when people do things because they feel obligated to, and when there's maybe a certain sense of unlike going on. And that difference right up there where you see that orange arrow, that's called the likability gap. And it's this gap that impacts us personally and professionally within business and society. And there has been a lot of research. I do have a source slide that I can share with those of you on my main sources for the likability research. And I have seen, even while doing an update for this talk, a lot more. And the research is basically indicating that the higher of a likability quotient, or more commonly known as the L factor, the more effective you can actually bridge that gap here on the screen. And if curious, there is a self-assessment from Tim Sanders' book that I'll be able to provide to you in the chat at the end. All right, so we've talked about what exactly the likability gap is. And now let's talk about trust, because people in businesses that are effectively cultivating their likability quotient, you know what they're really doing? They're building up trust with others. And so trust is basically when your brain is feeling okay, no fight or flight or response, kind of considered right brain thinking is going on, and you're feeling like I feel confident and I feel secure in my decision-making process of using this product, talking to this person, interacting in roses to raises. And basically it's comprised of 5 principles of engagement that motivates others in taking that action with you. So if you're able to incorporate these 5 principles of engagement, guess what you're doing? You're building up trust. And the more that you're trusted, the more that opportunities can present themselves to you. And in politics, this is basically the question of who would you prefer to go and have a beer with? And so, yes, to answer the previous question, likability can be contagious, and probably for the good things, unlike other contagions. However, we have to consider here today that there is a catch. Ultimately, none of us can control what other people's perceptions of our likability, which means oh man, did it do it to me? Oh, did it not play it probably didn't play the sound. So sad, and that's when we go ahead and we have a technology fail. So basically it means it's a trap. For those of you who don't know the pop culture reference, that was Admiral Akbar from Empire Strikes Back from Star Wars trilogy. And it's a trap we can easily fall into. A likability gap then can form with anyone who thinks we're unlikable. So that means the tendency is for professional women getting trapped within unreasonable expectations and critical perceptions of their likability. It sounds like, Jean, you are the victim of this from you sharing your story about being in that business meeting. And so getting trapped within these unreasonable expectations was actually best visualized through a 2005 study from professors Casario and Suiza Lobo. They had asked people who they would choose to work with. So there's your matrix right there, everybody. You can go ahead and silently consider who would you like to work with. Well, the professors found that the results are extremely surprising, well, with the exception of the incompetent jerk. Desperately avoid it. However, outside of that, the majority of their respondents picked the lovable fool. They actually chose to opt for people with likability more than ability. Let that sink in for a second, because I think there's a lot of us who probably would have said and bet a little bit of money that people's ability is really important. We put a lot of value on that. Well, according to this research study, no. And so this places women in a constant dilemma of needing to be just as knowledgeable and competent as their male counterparts, but also needing to be as likable. Basically, we're pinned to be constantly the lovable star. So now that we've been able to do a little bit of that background and get a foundation so we're all on the same page, I wanted to discuss a couple of the 2020 impacts that have been in front of us. The first is a pandemic. Now, interestingly, I apparently owe Tristan some money because she quite nicely laid out a lot of information in regards to what's been happening in the workplace. It is a wholesale loss of women within the workforce and a wholesale reduction in overall income from what has been going on with the pandemic. So not to necessarily maybe get into too much of the nitty gritty. However, I do have my source citations if any of you want to challenge any of the assertions that I make. We're basically at a point right now where we're losing 25 years of progress in regards to what women have done in the workforce, in regards to their income, and in regards to their ability of being able to balance both working at home, which is childcare and any other responsibilities in the home front, as well as working outside of the home. Because what women have known for a really long time is that unpaid work within the home is super valuable. And the fact that it isn't being paid is really now putting women at the crux of this dilemma in the pandemic. Because the two major reasons why many of the researchers have cited the loss of women in the workforce is because the brunt of childcare, which Lillian was doing an excellent job in sharing with us, lays on the shoulders of women. And with the shutdowns in schools and daycare centers, it ends up becoming their job to school and care for their children. And as Tristan had already said, the majority of the jobs and industries that have taken a huge beating during the pandemic have been ones that are predominantly worked in by women. And so as much as we would hope that information has shown that things have changed, in case if this number didn't come up, because I was completely and utterly floored by it, so I feel it needs to be reverberated and for all of us to take it in. Even the September Bureau of Labor Statistics report showed that even though 216,000 men dropped out of the workforce that month, 4 times the amount of women made the same decision. 4 times, ladies and gentlemen. That's staggering. And so what we're basically risking, just to put that 25 years worth of progress in a rewind formula in dollars, it amounts to $64.5 billion per year in lost wages and economic activity for us as women. So what's the impact and how does this connect to our L factors? It means that for any of us, like me, I ended up being furloughed in March and I was laid off in July, a job that I loved and I was in for 3 years. And in fact, when I gave this speech back in 2019, I used it as a part of the premise of me talking about how my likability was able to land me that job. And it means that we're going to have to find the sweet spot in demanding our re-entry into the workforce and commensurate pay for our skills and abilities without being labeled unlikable. So that leads me to the next issue, which is politics. One that I delved into a lot within 2019. And what I'd like to say here is that from all of the research and the data points that I picked up in 2019, when I was looking to sort of refresh my data, not much has changed. Basically, the things that we saw, like Bernie Sanders being labeled as a curmudgeonly grandfather from the 2016 election, we've got Joe Biden being labeled as Uncle Joe, an endearing and charming but awkward relative slightly removed, the aviator-wearing cool old dude who you're happy to have around, but with the occasional wince. Well, as other research that I've provided has indicated, this would never work for a female candidate, and that speaks to sexism. There is a double standard at work here. Because no matter if it's going to be in politics, it's also in business and media, and it's in Hollywood, and that the research is showing that women do have to find that sweet spot because the double standard is existing in many of the facets in society. And what we basically have to understand is that if women start to seek their power, it can come with contempt and anger by people who perceive us. Again, that perception of likability. And so that means the impact here is that because there's a lot of these judgments and a lot of negative judgments, let's not forget Vice President-elect Kamala Harris having to consider how she's going to handle herself in the vice presidential election, and people being able to talk about, you know, how did she handle her facial expressions, and how did she handle how she said, "Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking." They're superficial, they're gendered, and it's so obvious. But the fact is that we do have to consider cultivating a perception of our likability while constantly working within a system that is regularly regurgitating these tropes and other societal biases. Which brings me then to the last component that I wanted to consider in regards to impacts in 2020, and that's the protests. And in essence here, with more Black and brown people dying at a higher rate than in anywhere else because of COVID-19, because Black women and Latinas are seeing the highest rate of unemployment. And in fact, Black women are experiencing the highest rates of homicide in the country. You know, we've got a lot of social justice issues at work. And this summer, it came to a boiling point, and people decided that they needed to speak up and speak out for what is going on at a larger level within society and the implications. And a lot of women have taken to being able to protest, to find their voice, to speak up, to be able to do what Jean wasn't able to do inside of a boardroom. The impact of all of this social justice that's been going on in the protests in 2020 is that there's been a re-examination of diversity, equity, and inclusion training to account for the ways that recruiting top talent are inherently biased. So it means that besides a woman considering whether she wears her hair in a pleasing manner, she also needs to consider if being a culture fit and creating assessments around that are nothing other than personal preferences towards whether she's likable enough. And I wish that I could go into this a lot farther and a lot deeper, then there's just too much to do so. So I guess that means, Mary, you're gonna have to like me enough to ask me to come back at another Roses to Raises. But what we've tried to talk about today is that the likability trap I mentioned at the beginning has really been highlighted through pandemics, politics, and protests. And using a simple piece of paper like we did back in elementary school probably isn't going to provide us a solution. But I've tried to do what I can to raise awareness about this gendered bias and double standard that's being placed on us regarding our likability quotients. This shouldn't suggest that we stop working to bridge the likability gap or to refuse to cultivate our L factors to continue to build our likes. Instead, it's something that all of you have apparently already been hearing today. So the fact that it's being repeated and it's redundant means that it must be a good idea. The goal is that we have to build up our likability from our existing relationships. This is not networking, ladies and gentlemen. It's fundamentally the best way to connect with those you have already started to engender to you so that you can flourish within the workforce, within politics, within being able to survive a pandemic. So I guess in a way, because I do have a resource that I'm able to give to all of you, a simple piece of paper could still hold the answer to figure out who likes us. I mean, who really likes us. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you so much, Erica. We do have just a few minutes before 3 o'clock, so any final thoughts from Julie, Tristan, or Erica?
I think the big takeaway today is that we are all super powerful and super talented, and we all have so much to showcase. I'm so thankful that Mary put this together today, and I just want to continue having fun and hanging out on Zoom with everybody.
Well, thank you, Julie. Any other thoughts?
I've really noticed a lot of great things coming out of the conversations today, and I would very much hope that everybody continues those conversations. This is great as a day to celebrate who we are as individuals, as women, as workers, as entrepreneurs. But it's so important to not let it just be on today. For any of you out there, holy cow, is if you look at the names here and see somebody that you're not connected to and you're on LinkedIn, take a moment, send the invitation, add the note that says, I saw you at Roses to Raises. And then don't just send the invitation. Send a follow-up that says, hey, maybe we can go ahead and jump on a Zoom call or possibly even grab a socially distant cup of coffee.
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong with using the word chat? Let's do it.
Oh, that's excellent and a good final word, because it's now time to welcome Linda Robinson, who will be the moderator for the 3 o'clock hour. Take it away, Linda.
Gosh, thank you very much. And thank you. Good job, Susan, and everybody that's come before. This is going to be an exciting hour, and it is my pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce 3 amazing superwomen. We'll be hearing from Kelly Modicaf, Kim Provence, and Linda Denton. We'll do this kind of panel style. Each speaker will have a few minutes to speak, and then I'll ask them some questions, some of those burning questions that they'll then have 1 to 2 minutes to answer, and then we'll move on. Let me begin with Kelly Modicaf. She's been in Toastmasters for 5 years. She is a mother of 4 1/2 children, 3 small humans, 1 husband, and 1 dog. You can decide which one is the half. She's also a teacher. She has a BA in psychology and an MA in education. She loves reading, dancing, watching musicals, baking, cooking, knitting, arts and crafts, and writing poetry. Her speech title today, the answer is Kelly. Kelly, unmute yourself. Kelly dropped off. No, there she is, Kelly. Unmute yourself. We're ready to hear you.
Yay. The answer is Wonder Woman and my mother. The question is, who were your favorite heroes growing up? My favorite superhero was Wonder Woman with the original Linda Carter. She is the ultimate supernatural superhero. But the natural superhero is my mother. She was amazing, and she is still amazing. She was amazing because she was able to wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, get ready for work, then come home and make a meal from scratch because my dad didn't like leftovers. Then she would wake up at 5 o'clock on the weekends and clean the house. Growing up, I thought, wow, I want to be just like her. I want to be a working mom, a mom that does everything except the cleaning part. I'm not going to wake up on the weekend to clean, but I can do the other stuff. When it was my turn to be that super mom, I remember that day in October, I got a call for a job interview as a teacher. But I was holding my newborn in my arms. She was a few months old, my firstborn. I was torn. I thought, do I want to be a working mom? I wanted to be a teacher. This is what I worked for. This is what I studied for. But how could I leave my baby? It was such a difficult decision. I asked my other superheroes, my friends. I asked them, what should I do? I'm torn. They advised me, if you can, Kelly, stay at home, because you're gonna miss that first step. You're gonna miss those first words, those major milestones. I thought, okay, I'm gonna stay at home. I'm gonna do it. I have not looked back since. I stayed at home for 10 years. I loved it. Was it difficult? Yes. Was it hard? Yes. Were there times my husband and I argued or we disagreed? Yes. Was it tough living paycheck to paycheck? Yes, yes, to all of those. But looking back, I wouldn't change a thing. Then came the day my husband lost his job. I decided to go back to work part-time. I thought, what better way than to go back to work, be a teacher's aide in my children's school. That way I can be close to them, but also do something that I love. Well, coming back to work was tough because I didn't have the confidence. I thought, I have it all up here. I have a master's degree. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. But I looked at all of the teachers I worked with. I thought, oh my gosh, they have 10, 20 years of experience. I don't have that experience. How can I contribute? How can I compete with that? I felt very defeated. Then my job evaluation came along. On a scale of 1 to 4, I earned a 2 in leadership. 4 being the best. I felt so deflated. Well, I felt as if I had fallen off a horse. What happens when you fall off a horse? You get right back on. Well, first you wallow in pity a little bit. You cry a little bit, which I did. But then I got back on the horse. I thought, I have 2 choices. I can either sit here and wallow in pity and cry, or get back on that horse. I did. I got back on that horse. I rode to Toastmasters. I found my club. I knew it was for me. I joined right away. That was 5 years ago. I have gained so much confidence. My self-esteem has increased. I can talk to strangers. Those are the little accomplishments that I am so proud of. It has been an amazing journey. The answer is me. What is the question? Who is your hero today? Linda?
Nice job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Here's some really interesting questions. What would you tell young women today who are facing that same choice you made between work and family?
It is not an easy answer. Again, if I were to do it all over again, I would do the same thing, even though it was difficult. But whatever route you choose, I would tell them to own that route. No regrets, because you choose what you and your family have decided. Together, you made that decision as a family. Whatever decision you make, you own it, and you surround yourself with people who support you and support that decision. If you go back to work, that's a decision that you made, you own it, and you go for it. And you surround yourself with working moms who will help you and lift you up. I surrounded myself with stay-at-home moms so that we can lift each other up, because sometimes it was hard because I felt worthless. I felt as if, even though it was the most important job in the world, but I felt I wasn't contributing financially. In our society, we equate worth with financial value. And because you're not contributing financially, you feel, in a sense, worthless. It was very difficult. I would advise women to surround yourself with women who will support you in that decision, so that you feel that value, you feel that worth, no matter what decision you chose. Because my mom, when I originally gave this speech in my club, a similar speech, I ended with something positive. I said, you know what? I really feel grateful that I have a choice, because my mom didn't have a choice. She had to go to work. But I thought, you know what? I'm grateful I have a choice, because if I was born in another country or in another time, I wouldn't have that choice. So I thought, you know what? I'm grateful I have a choice, but I want to go beyond that. I want to go beyond just thankful that I have a choice. But the bottom line is, no matter what you choose, go for it. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom, then own it and do what you love.
Thank you. Good, solid answer, and full of so much heartfelt sincerity. Good advice. Now, how can men support women in their endeavors?
I'm so grateful I have a husband who supported all my decisions, whether it was to be a stay-at-home mom, whether it was to go back to work, whether it was to go back to school and get my master's. Was it smooth sailing all the way, all the time? No, of course not. Did he have to be a stay-at-home dad sometimes and I was working? Yes. We had to switch roles. We had to learn how to support each other through those tough times. But in the end, at the end of the day, I had his 150% support, which is very important. You surround yourself with men and women who support you no matter what you're doing. And again, it's tough. It's tough no matter what decision you make, it's going to be tough. But if you surround with people who support you no matter what you do, then you're going to be on solid ground.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you might have done differently? It sounds like you made a solid choice. It was a heartfelt choice, and you lived every moment purposefully with love. But is there anything you might have changed?
For sure. I definitely would have joined Toastmasters earlier. That is the only thing I would change. That I would, of course, I'm preaching to the choir, but it's the honest truth. I wish I had joined earlier, because I'm more of an introvert. I thought, I feel safe. I'm at home with my children. I don't need to interact with anybody except the other moms. I don't need to talk to anybody. It's great. It's perfect. But I didn't realize that I had to go out of my comfort zone. I had to push myself. And I did. When I joined Toastmasters, I had to be out of my comfort zone. And then I started being a substitute teacher. I quit my job as an aide. I became a substitute teacher. I had to interact with different people at different schools, different office managers. And I started loving it, because I was doing something out of my comfort zone. And I started to interact with others. People got to know me. They loved me. I loved them. It was great. It was okay. People are not there to, they're there to support me. I don't have to be an introvert anymore.
Good. Good job. Now, this is the final and the big question of the day. Can women have it all?
I believe we can, but we're going to have to fight for it. We're going to have to work hard for it, because as Erica said, it does jump into politics. Because again, as I told you in the beginning, I thought, oh, I'm so grateful. I have a job. I have a choice. Well, it's all nice and dandy, but what's wrong with wanting it all? Why can't we have it all? Why can't we go to work and that company has a daycare so that our children are right there? Why can't we have affordable healthcare or affordable daycare, childcare? It's expensive. It's expensive to send your children to childcare if you're making barely enough to pay for the childcare. My mom would go to work and she would cry sometimes because she wasn't able to stay at home when we were sick. We can have those things, but we have to fight for it. We have to fight for equal pay. We have to fight for the equal rights. We have to do all those things. I have a friend who is from Germany. She said she was able to stay at home for 6 years because she has 2 boys, 3 years for each child. They don't get penalized for being a mom or wanting to be a mom or being at home and then going back to work. We shouldn't feel guilty for going back to work. We shouldn't feel guilty for being at home and not contributing financially. We should be happy about our choices. We have to, again, surround ourselves with people to remind us about the choice that we made. We shouldn't have to. It should be a naturally good choice, whatever choice that we make. So we don't have it now, but if we continue fighting for it, I think we can have it all. And why can't we? We shouldn't feel guilty for having it all or wanting to have it all. We should be able to. Linda?
Nicely done. Thank you, Kelly. That was fabulous. Yes, we can have it all. Make the decision, fulfill your life, go for it. Good advice. Really nice. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next speaker for this hour, we have Kim Province. Kim has been a member of Toastmasters since the beginning of the pandemic. I assume that means you just joined this year. Wow. Then you've never actually shook a hand.
Well,
We used to do that.
actually,
we?
my roommate is in Toastmasters, and I have gone to competitions and shaken people's hands in Toastmasters.
All right.
But I've gone to every meeting since the pandemic started.
That is often. And understand that you feel that the virtual meetings have aided in developing your leadership skills and adjusting to the new way of conducting virtual sales presentations. You've been in business development and sales across multiple industries for over 20 years. And as a native Southern Californian, you enjoy spending your leisure time with your adult children and traveling, which you will be getting back to soon, I hope. Today, your speech title, Kim, is Setbacks, a Catapult to Empowerment. Kim Province.
Thank you very much, Linda. Empowerment, the process of becoming stronger and more confident, especially in controlling one's life and claiming your rights. Raise your hand. Have you ever had a setback in your life that knocked you on your behind? I'm talking devastation. You don't know how you're going to get up, and once you're up, which direction you're going to take? Like most of you, I have too. But what I found is that with each of these setbacks in my life, I have become stronger, more confident, and it's helped me reclaim the control of my life. Today, I'm going to share with you 3 setbacks and at least 1 lesson that I learned during my journey. The first one, my kids were 4 and 7 years old. I was a single mom, and up until this point, my children's father paid me religiously automatic deposit from his paycheck to my bank account. And then one day it stopped. I was devastated. I didn't know how I was going to pay my rent or feed my children. And I thought to myself, I will never rely upon another human again to help me feed my kids. At the time, I was a bartender at night because I wanted to stay home with my 4-year-old, like I had his 7-year-old brother until he got into kindergarten. When this happened, I went and I grabbed the classified ads for the Orange County Register. Remember the classified ads? Well, that year, I kept my night bartending job, but I had 8 W-2s mailed to me that year. I tried everything. I so wanted to break into corporate America. Even I did the psychic network. Yes, you remember that 1-800-PSYCHIC, $2.99 a minute. I was one of those people that for a very brief time took your money because I was not a psychic, but I was really good at talking to people. Finally, I landed a job in a commercial finance world. I walked in, it was a $10 an hour telemarketing position for business development. They hired me that day. I was really grateful because it was in Newport Beach. It was in a nice building and they had these big doors. When I walked into the interview, I was intimidated. I felt like I was going into a lawyer's office. After he said, we would like to hire you, let me take you on a tour. I remember walking into the executive sales fishbowl and I said to him, how much does he make? He said, oh, Jim, he's been with us for about 10 years and he makes well over $100,000 a year. And I said, I want his job. How long will it take? And the owner looked at me and he chuckled and he said, at least 5 years. And I said, all right, when do I start? And I started the following Monday. 2 months later, he came into the office and he said, we'd like to talk to you before you go home this afternoon. Can you meet us in the conference room? They had never asked me to the conference room before. It was the CFO, the CEO, and the president. As I sat down, nervous as can be, they said, you're doing a great job. We'd like to start a telemarketing department, and we think you're the person that can handle it for us. We sat there, we talked about their ideas, my ideas. We came to an agreement. They said, okay, it's yours. On Monday, you're going to start the job. Have a great weekend. I remember sitting there like really proud of myself, but they didn't talk money. So as I mustered up, remember, I was very intimidated going in there. I mustered up how to do it. And all of a sudden, bam, I slammed my hand on the table and I said, I think with more responsibilities comes more compensation. How much are you going to pay me? All 3 of them chuckled and they said, hey, how much do you want? Now, I was making $10 an hour. I had not a clue what to ask for. And I said, $40,000 a year. The CFO looked at them. He looked at me and he said, we'll give you 36 and we can renegotiate in 6 months. Now, it worked. Within 3 years, I was making well over $100,000. The lesson I learned there was you will not get what you want if you don't ask for it. My second story was the loss of my mother. She not only was my best friend and confidant, but she cared for my children, lived in the home that I bought as a single woman, and helped me with my mortgage. She was younger than I am today, and she had a massive heart attack, and I was the only one there to revive her. It didn't work. It was a bad failure. But the lesson, I learned numerous lessons in mourning the loss of my mother. But the big lesson, I remember the feeling a few weeks later saying, okay, what is it, Kim? How can you move forward? And it was like, I lost my safety net. Now, the lesson I learned there was my mother wasn't my safety net. God is my safety net. So the loss of her actually strengthened my spiritual relationships. Third lesson came in 2008. Now, I had had success in the financial industry. The bank that I worked for fired everybody, declared bankruptcy. And here I was again. What am I going to do? How am I going to pay my mortgage? And I decided to let go. For the first time in my life, both of my kids were raised and they went to work, and I collected unemployment for 1.5 years. I still live in that home, very proud of my boys, but it taught me to ask for help. So I sit here today and I ask each of you to reflect back on your setbacks and the lessons that they taught you, because I know you will find they made you stronger, more self-confident, and in control of your destiny. I am a believer that we are here to find and learn our lessons, and this is how our souls evolve. I leave you today with a quote from the late, great Eleanor Roosevelt. No one can make you inferior without your consent. Thank you for asking me to share my stories, and I hope they empower you to move forward. Back to you, Linda.
Thank you, Kimberly. I love that quote at the end. Thank you. Inspiring. Wow. And congratulations on your career success. Great story.
Thank you.
I like this idea. So let me ask you, what would you recommend to a woman who is currently affected by the pandemic and is looking to reinvent or start on her career path?
So I think in that first story, I told you that I received 8 W-2s that year when I was trying to recreate myself and figure out how I was going to move forward in corporate day America. And don't be afraid to try new things. You can always start somewhere and say, this isn't for me. Another good thing is I liked earlier, and I apologize, Tristan talked about being an opportunist entrepreneur. In my field, I work in the HOA arena, homeowners associations. Last year, there was a new law that passed, and we have a lot of new laws that are passing throughout corporate America. Well, they decided that a third-party vendor had to do all HOA elections. So guess what? I not only work for a construction company today, but I have an election business for HOAs. So don't be afraid to try something new.
Interesting. I've actually seen a few new businesses in my own town start up since the beginning of the year. Some have closed, but some have started up. So I like the idea of just trying something new. We know what the situation is. Let's take advantage of it. How do your spiritual beliefs empower you personally? You touched on it briefly, but tell us a little bit more.
So I believe we were all created here to allow God to channel through us, and we are power. We have to connect with it and connect with God in our knowing of what we can do. I really liked earlier, somebody said, as women, get a woman mentor, throughout my life, I just did that level on Pathways to talk about mentorship. Besides my mother, every mentor in my life has been a man. And I believe today, the way that we're going to empower each other is by reaching out, putting our hands out, lifting women up to our level. I think too often, okay, I can only speak for myself. When I got into the commercial finance industry, it was all men. And when a woman walked in, I didn't want her to take my position. But now, towards the end, after 5 years, it was 20% women. And I was proud that I lifted my hand and said, we can do it. Don't let them intimidate you. It's a woman's world. So I just say, lift up your fellow women, bring them to your level, boost them higher.
Thank you. Good advice. Listen, everybody. Oops. Sorry, that was the mouse that just went flying. Take that good advice. A couple of more questions for you. What was that feeling that came over you when you slammed your hand down on the table and asked to be compensated for your efforts?
Now that, I believe, was the first time in my life that I really felt that empowerment. Up until then, I was not brave. I think in my speech that you saw me do it again, and you probably saw the enthusiasm in my face. It's been a metaphor in my life. Anytime I'm afraid to speak out on behalf of Kim, in my mind, I'm like, put your hand down, Kim. Say what you feel. Get what you deserve. You're muted, Linda.
Say what you feel, get what you deserve. Good advice. Think a little bit before you walk in that room too, because you never know what they might ask you to do.
No. I thought I was losing my job.
I know that happened to me, and I just got a bonus. It's okay. Thank you. Now, you've been in a men's world. You just talked about that. The only woman in the fishbowl. How does a woman overcome being intimidated in a man's world?
That's a really good question. I work in construction now, so I still work in a man's world outside of my, what does Tony Robbins call it? My side hustle. Outside of my side hustle, which is my election business, I work in construction. And I would say, throw your shoulders back, head high, and march in like you own the world. Because men do respect powerful women. And today's a lot different than it was 20 years ago. When I went into that commercial finance company, a young, I think I was just 30 years old, oh wow, I've been in sales and business development for 30 years now. But there were a lot of, we love your beauty type of things. And I'm a large-chested woman. So I just say, don't allow them to intimidate you, and keep your head held high and never show you're nervous.
Never show your nervousness. That's why we're all here, learning how to be Toastmasters, not showing your nervousness, and looking for mentors. Thank you, Kimberly. I'm going to move on to our next speaker. So thank you very much, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Good, solid words of advice. Appreciate that. We may have some time at the end, and I'll be able to come back to Kelly, Kim, and again to Linda. Linda Denton is our next speaker. Linda has been a member of Toastmasters since June of 2011. And after tons of support from fellow Toastmasters, she achieved her DTM in 2016. She has served in various leadership roles in Founders District, including the chair for Youth Leadership Program for 4 years. Her passion is working with leaders to grow their leadership talent and improve their organizational culture. She also loves a good cup of coffee and her 2 babies, Bailey and Bella. Those are cats, and we love them too. Linda Denton, your speech title is No Thank You. I'll get my own roses. Linda.
Okay, before I start, I just have to say, this is Bailey, and he won't stay off my lap. And I now have cat hair all over my face. Okay, here's what I'd like you to do. I would like you to close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes for a minute. Close your eyes and take just a couple of nice deep breaths. Just breathe in, breathe out. And imagine for a moment while you're breathing that women are being paid an equitable salary, a competitive salary, without having to fight for this right. Open your eyes. This is amazing because we have evidence now, today, the last couple of weeks, that women are making some incredible strides. We have more women in the Senate. We have more women in the House of Representatives than we've ever had. And we have something equally special, and that we now have a role model, the incoming Vice President of the United States, of a woman, and a woman of color at that, who made it all the way to the second highest level, basically leadership position in the United States. So for children, little girls, young women, they now have a role model to look to. When I was thinking about women and leadership, one of the things I looked up was there are 21 women in the world who run a country. 21 women. There should be more, but 21 is pretty good. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to share with you, I've had a really long career, really, really long sometimes. And my career didn't start out very well. And so I'd like to share with you 3 things I learned. One thing is I learned about the power of negotiation. The second thing I learned about is the importance of mentors. So I love that was brought up, and negotiation. The third thing I learned was about reimagining your future. So the first one, the way I learned about negotiation is really kind of funny. So I grew up in a family that nobody had any formal education, and I went to college. And so my version of college out of high school was I went to a local 2-year school. And in 2 years, I had my diploma. And my piece of paper said I had an AA degree as a legal secretary. And I was pretty impressed. I was 19, I had this piece of paper, and I was going to go out and get a great job. I started interviewing, and of course, I ran into the same thing people run into all the time. I didn't have any experience. And by the time I think I talked to the 6th or 7th lawyer who said to me I didn't have any experience, the next one said, I'll hire you. And he quoted a salary that was so disgustingly low, I just stared at him. And I was so mad that I had my great little piece of paper that nobody valued. And he was offering me so little money that I looked at him and said, I will take this job if you give me a salary increase every quarter my first year. And the amount of money equal to the amount of money I felt I should have been paid. And he just stared at me for a minute and he said, okay. And at the end of each quarter, of course, he wasn't going to give it to me automatically. I marched into his office and I said, I'd like my increase. And also the condition for getting that salary quarterly increase was I told him if I wasn't doing a good job, you can fire me and I won't collect unemployment. So for a whole year, I did that. At the end of the year, I thought to myself, this is really a crappy place to work and he's not very nice. And about 2 months later, I quit and I went and got a better job. But what I learned was the power of asking. And I realized that not everybody's going to say yes, but that I had that opportunity to ask. And it served me well as somebody who's been in senior leadership all my life. I've been interim CEO of 2 nonprofits, and I ask every time for what I wanted. The second thing is about mentors. So when I did manage to get into a corporate organization, I didn't really know, like Kimberly, I appreciate what Kimberly was saying. I really didn't know what I could do or where I fit. And I had this opportunity to take a job in human resources. And in order to do that, I needed some mentoring, some help. And so the CEO of the company said, one, he would help me and mentor me. And the other thing is I used negotiation again. And I asked him, told him I would take that role if they would pay for me to go to graduate school. Because by then I already had my bachelor's. And so they agreed to give me reimbursement for graduate school. And those mentors, him in particular, were priceless. One of the biggest things he did to me, for me, was to teach me about strategic thinking and how to walk into his office with a solution to a problem and not just go complain. And so that ended up being an extremely valuable lesson for me. The third thing is re-envisioning or reimagining the future. I'm not going to say how many years I've been working because I'd have to kill you all. And I have changed careers and professions numerous times. They're all in the same field though. So basically all my work and everything I've done is around development, behavior change, adult development, and leadership development. And it has served me well because I'm like the geek person. It's not really money that motivates me as much as learning something new and being able to take really interesting ideas and helping companies change. So helping leaders develop and helping organizations be better. So this whole idea of knowing how to negotiate, having mentors, and re-envisioning or reimagining what you can do has been really worthwhile to me. Part of what I do, and I have done for a long time too, is I mentor women. And I put together multiple mentoring programs in addition to mentored a lot of women around Orange County. I've also had the opportunity to mentor a group of men that were in a prison transition program, which was an incredible experience, as well as one of the best speeches I ever gave. And Toastmasters was about that experience. So it's not just men need mentoring as well as women needing mentoring. So the whole idea is I don't need anyone to give me roses. I've always bought very lovely flowers for myself. And what I want to do is to be paid equitably and not have to ask for it. Thank you. Back to you, Linda, my twin.
Good. Yes. Let's just all get paid.
I know. Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, let's get along and let's get paid and go buy our own flowers. That would be perfect. But it's not. Therefore, Linda, tell me, what holds women back from being paid what they deserve?
Okay, so I have a couple of thoughts about this. So in my years, I was in human resources as a senior executive for 23 years. And one big thing is they don't ask. So men come in and sell themselves hard out the gate and typically have an amount of money in mind. And women typically are a little quieter and are a little just more grateful to get the job. So I think that this doing your research and understanding what that profession pays helps a lot. And to ask, because worst case scenario is that somebody says, well, that's too high. And so you have an opportunity to negotiate. Being able to have that dialogue, though, is very empowering. And I think Kimberly spoke to that, so that you can have that go back and forth. So it's ask, make sure you ask.
Okay.
I just have to tell you something funny. I just did this with my car. So I had two weird little motor things and whatever goes in the Volvo, and they both happened to go out at the same time. I'm like, well, what are they? I don't even know. He goes, they're small and they were really expensive. It was like, I think it was $850. And I said, well, those are expensive little things. So I said, what are you going to do for me? And he goes, what do you mean? And I go, what kind of discount are you going to give me? And he said, well, we really don't do that. And I said, well, I'm a senior. Don't you give discounts? And he said, well, I give you a little bit, I guess. And I said, well, what? So he said $10. And I stared at him and I just stood there. And there were other people waiting. And he goes, well, do you want $20? So I think I got $40 off. And I was happy because he moved. So, I mean, you don't know.
If you don't ask, you don't know. And I think it's this internal embarrassment. I feel that sometimes of asking for something.
I don't.
And that's why you're my friend. You're teaching me. Thank you. All right. How can men help women grow their talent at work? We talked about this earlier when we asked Kelly, how can men support women in their endeavors? And Kelly gave us a really good feel for how that can work. But this, I think, is a different question. How can men help women grow their talents?
Well, okay, here's a couple things. The mentoring can be done by a woman or a man. And the other thing in the corporations now is you have mentoring and then you have sponsorship. So a sponsor in a company, especially a corporate environment, is somebody who helps the person they're working with see how they can grow and build their career and really move up the food chain. So they sort of pave the way for them. But the biggest thing that women and people of color do not get in a fair amount is feedback. So they do not get the feedback on how to continue to develop. Leaders, in order to be excellent leaders, have to constantly be developing their skills and fine-tuning the way they lead and manage people. And so they get feedback from other men, but and women, I guess, sometimes, but they don't give the feedback to women as honestly as you would like. And I've asked them in companies I've worked in, because I've pushed really hard to have men give me more feedback. And usually they say they don't want women to cry. So, my response is, who cares? So if they cry, so they get upset and they cry, there's no reason why you can't still give feedback. But it's honestly, it's feedback. And I run into this in my consulting business also, really teaching people how to give feedback.
Why is it that you talked about men giving feedback and their weird responses, but we understand there's a gender gap. We understand that men and women are different. They are. But why is it that men are uncomfortable giving women feedback, and not their male counterparts? I mean, do you know what that might be?
Well, I think some of it I've heard from people, because I've been involved. One of the other things I do is a lot of negotiation, not just for myself, but just in general with my business with disputes. And for whatever reason, men think women are more emotional, and that's actually not true, but they think that. And so they're not as comfortable with that dialogue that needs to go back and forth. I worked for a president in an advertising agency, and I was trying to get him to give me some feedback, and he really made me mad. Well, he was talking, he said something I didn't like, so I said, I don't like that. So he got mad and he said, I'm the CEO, and you need to do what I said. And so, and I looked at him, I started laughing because I did think it was funny. I started laughing and I told him, I said, that's the funniest thing you could have said. I know you're the CEO. And I said, we're just not agreeing. Stopping. But I mean, I think it's women have to have a little courage to ask for it also, to say, you know, I want to develop my career. I want to be better. I want to be the best. What does that look like to be the best? What leadership skills? And you keep it very concrete. What leadership skills can I do? You know, what more education can I get? What workshop or engagement can I have with somebody that's even better? How can I model an excellent leader in the organization? Does that help?
Yes. What you're telling me is men in business need to know how to provide specific feedback.
Yeah.
It's not emotional. It may be their personal opinion.
Yeah.
But again, is that not what we learn every time we go into a Toastmaster meeting in terms of how to give feedback? It's the same thing, but apparently they feel more inclined and more comfortable with their male counterparts because they feel as if they won't be misinterpreted or misconstrued. With women, they hold back. But I like what you said. Women also need to ask for that very specific feedback.
Yeah.
So to summarize, you said you need to ask for the discount.
Yeah.
You need to ask for the money, and Kimberly talked about that. And you need to ask for feedback.
Yeah.
And you might need to negotiate with someone specifically to be your mentor and get that feedback. That's a thought that just occurred. If we don't have a mentor and you find that there's someone out there you want, you may actually have to ask and negotiate with them to get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice.
Finally, I'm going to ask you, before we go back to Kelly and Kimberly, what can organizations do differently to improve compensation structures so women could receive equal pay?
So that is related to women and people of color. So salary structures have changed somewhat since I was inside and I could see how they worked. Because now you can't ask for people's previous pay when you apply for a job, where you used to be required to provide that information. But the challenge with some companies is they have these archaic systems where you have to work 5 years before you get to be a director, and then you got to work 10 years before you do this other thing. And when I was in advertising, one of the things we did was we just threw out all the rules because of the talent that we had. We were focusing on retention of key talent, young talent. And so we would create systems or safety nets around high potential talent and move them salary-wise as well as skill-wise up into leadership positions fast. And after doing that for a while, at first I was always really nervous about it, but after a while, we had a lot of success. Not everybody, but most people. So I think companies have to rethink, and that's what they're being encouraged to do right now. Rethink your salary structure and look at where that talent is and how do you move the talent faster and make sure that you're moving women of color or people of color as well as women to equalize it sometimes. Usually you have like a salary program has like a scattergram. And so you want to keep everybody in this certain area. And we used to call the outside people were outliers. Well, you need those outliers because either they have some special knowledge or special talent, or you're moving them faster. So companies need to step back and look at that more. I have an
Interesting. Thank
opinion
you.
about all this, by the way. So, from my experience, because I saw what people were paid. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Linda, Kim, and Kelly, but we're not done yet. I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask each of our speakers to give us a couple of minutes of final thoughts, because we've heard a lot today. We just heard our three great speakers. Kelly, give us a couple minutes of final thoughts for today.
Final thoughts. Whatever decision you choose, go for it. Feel empowered by it. No regrets or no regrets. Just go for it. Love what you do. And surround yourself with people who will lift you up so that you can continue to lift other people.
Thank you. Short, sweet, powerful. Kimberly, can you follow that? Final thoughts.
Sure. I actually looked up a couple of women empowerment quotes that I'd like to share with everybody. I chose Eleanor Roosevelt's, but I think these are equally as good. Above all, be the heroine of your life, not the victim. I love this one, and this is how I wanted to end it, but you are powerful, beautiful, brilliant, and brave. Every single one of you here today, I really lift you up and wish you all the best. I have more. I have more if we have time. So why don't you go on to Linda? I really enjoy hearing her words, and I got quite a bit out of you, Mrs. Denton. I'm going to be calling you so I can get my worth.
That is true. I do as well. Linda, final thoughts.
I just love, I've had so much fun working with Kelly and Kimberly that this is just worth it, just getting to play. So, women have a unique opportunity, especially right now. And I would love to be 20 years younger, because to me, this is the time for women. Women are going to be paid they're being paid a whole lot more attention to right now. And the research out there shows that teams that have women and men, diverse teams, those teams are the most successful teams. There's a project called the Aristotle Project that Google did several years ago, and they proved, while they were trying to figure out how to replicate what a high-performing team was, and what they found is the more diverse the team, the more high-performing the team, and the team that could communicate and do what they call conversation sharing. So women we want to bring our style, which may be a little softer, it's a little more collaborative, to the party, and men can bring maybe sometimes a little more aggressive style, a little more louder style, but we still can come into the same room and do really great things. So it's important to realize we need both.
Thank you, Linda. I think we heard wonderful words, great stories, emotional takeaways from each of our speakers today. With Kelly, Kim, and Linda, thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed this hour. I did. I enjoyed being a part of it. Thank you. And I'm going to turn this back to Mary Berg, our hostess and MC for the day. Thank you, Mary.
David, you're on.
Good afternoon. Well, we have three great speakers at the 4 o'clock, and I got the tail end of Linda's presentation and fabulous stuff. Today, we're going to hear from Tony Kroll, Susan Thompson, and Karen Lucas. Tony Kroll. Tony, are you there, buddy? He is. I see him. No, yeah, that's him. All right, today.
I think I'm unmuted.
Okay, there we go. Tony will share with us some lessons he has learned, which might be of particular interest to some of the younger members. I wish I were in that category. Please help me welcome Tony Kroll as he talks about getting things done. Tony?
Thank you, David Hosmer. And thank you, Mary Berg, for inviting me to speak today. Incidentally, David, I'm not excluding anyone. There may be something for everyone to learn here. I just don't want to make assumptions. I'm not talking down to anyone. Many years and a number of jobs into my career, a director called me into her office one day and asked me to close the door and have a seat. How odd. None of my managers reported to her. And I was just the IT guy. I was racking my brain. Had I promised her something and then forgotten to get back to her? Did I break something while fixing something else for her? It's possible, it can happen. But no, I was pretty sure I hadn't done anything to break her computer or her network connection. There I sat, waiting and wondering, peering at her over the mountain of stacks of paper on her desk. She began by telling me she had noticed that until recently, my cubicle, including my desk in particular, looked like the, how to put this politely, aftermath of a F5 tornado. I believe those were the words she used. And then mysteriously, everything was neat and tidy overnight. At first, people panicked. Had I suddenly quit? I had cleared almost everything out. The cube was pristine. And except for short periods, the desk remained neat and tidy. People were partly relieved to learn I was still there, but then a rumor started, oh, he's actually preparing to jump ship and go to another company. Oh, that. I chuckled and assured her that no, I was not preparing to leave the company or abscond with the silver. The director told me she had suspected as much. But just the same, would I mind telling her what was up? More to the point, what was my trick to keeping order at my desk? Also, would I mind if we kept this conversation just between the two of us? Stranger and stranger. Absolutely, I said. Then I told her what she saw was really only the tip of the iceberg, and proceeded to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, I was a busy fellow. During the day, I was one of only 4 tech support guys at company headquarters. We were responsible for about 1,000 employees. We were the first point of contact for any kind of technology problem. In other words, if it had an on-off switch, it was my job to get it fixed fast or find someone who could. I received urgent calls from executives and employees from all over the campus, the field offices, and those who were traveling, or people who were working from home. That was back when you had a choice. People also reported their problems via email and the problem ticket system. We used to call it the problemed ticket system. Well, never mind. Then there were the walk-ups to my desk. It was not uncommon for me to come in the morning and there would be a line of people forming in front of my cube. Ugh. The sheer number, variety, and complexity of the problems coming in was daunting. It was like a fire hose. Did I mention I needed to fix the problems fast? If not fixed quickly, these problems could have had negative impacts on production or sales or even HR and legal departments. Oops, I almost forgot. And our customers. And this was just my life during daylight hours. I was actually a big-time volunteer, and this was before my Toastmaster days. I either sat on or chaired a number of local steering committees for national and international professional organizations, and even a human rights group. My evenings were often spent at local hotels, restaurants, community centers, or people's living rooms. I was starting to show up late for appointments, though, sometimes even forgetting them entirely. Things were slipping through the cracks. I would show up to meetings not properly prepared, missing reports or documents that needed to be discussed. I wasn't getting back to people in a timely manner, and I needed to remind people who had promised me things. More frequently, I was not available to help people who depended on me for assistance, guidance, mentorship. I was missing milestones on projects. It seemed like I was working on too many projects, and I was spread too thin. It was taking longer and longer to switch from one project to another, especially if the problems or tasks were complex. A fog would descend on me and I would wind up confused. It became increasingly difficult for me to concentrate. I would forget what I was doing while I was in the middle of doing it. Interruptions were making me angry and frustrated. I began to worry more about everything. I could not finish projects. I was accomplishing less and less in general on a daily, monthly, and weekly basis. Increasingly, I was losing my train of thought when talking to people. I had lost my peace of mind and could no longer achieve the flow state. Then came an absolutely chilling thought. What if these were early symptoms of dementia? Suddenly, I was actually afraid. But would someone suffering from dementia realize it? Would they acknowledge that their life is merely spinning out of control and that they're completely overwhelmed? Before I could answer that question, I ran across something very interesting. Throughout all of this, I was, and still am, a voracious reader. And I noticed a name that kept coming up, David Allen. Then one day I read something about him again that really piqued my curiosity, so I Googled him. I learned that he was a productivity consultant, whatever that was, whose clients were mostly busy executives. After doing this for some years, he went through his notes and realized there was no one-size-fits-all solution for his clients. No worries. He decided to pick out the things that worked and pack them up in a little paperback, which he titled Getting Things Done, The Art of Stress-Free Productivity. I was not an executive, but I really liked the sound of that phrase, stress-free. I dug a little deeper and discovered a one-page diagram which described his approach. Eureka! After one glance at it, I immediately went online and bought the book, waiting anxiously every day for it to arrive. This is before Kindle. One of David Allen's key points was that you should get into the habit of capturing everything you need to get done and then following up at an appropriate time, out of your head and onto the page, so to speak. He also started you off with some suggestions on how to put things in files in such a way that you wouldn't have to tear the place apart looking for them again later. The goal being vital information should be at your fingertips. Oh, and another nice thing, I didn't have to buy a bulky day planner or expensive software. I could simply use a pencil and spiral notebook. I could use a cocktail napkin if I wanted. The day the book arrived, I put it to immediate use. First, I acted on his suggestions regarding my physical workspace, namely my desk. I started at home. After everything was neat and tidy, I created a Microsoft Word document. And in that document, I created a list, which he suggested, and some of the items included the following: inbox, calls, waiting on, projects, next actions, someday maybe. Here was the purpose of those projects I just mentioned. The inbox was pretty much what it sounds like. It was a place, a temporary holding place for things which I would deal with later. Calls were a list of people that I needed to call, that's all. Or maybe email. And I would put a note, well, what was this regarding? What did I need to call them about? Waiting on. Well, that was the same thing, only in reverse. People who I was waiting on who needed to get back to me for something, and I could put a note next to their names. This is what it is I'm waiting on them for. Projects. It was just a list of my projects. It was a list of my project names. That's all. Projects, next actions. The same thing as I just mentioned. It was just my project name list. But with one exception, and that was next to each project name was literally one or two sentences that stated only the very next thing I needed to do for that project. And the someday maybe list was a wish list. It was a list of things I would like to do, I would like to buy, or maybe places I would like to visit. I'll have to give it some thought, but not right now. Some other time when I'm not busy putting lists together. After following David Allen's suggestions, my stress level did indeed drop to manageable levels. I started getting into the habit of logging the details of things in such a way so that I could quickly file and retrieve them. One result was that things no longer fell through the cracks. I could tell at a glance who all I was supposed to call and who was supposed to call me. What was the next specific action I had to take on any number of the projects I had. I could now evaluate and prioritize things at incredible speed. I could now jump quickly from tasks in one project to another without sitting there wasting my time shifting gears. I no longer racked my brain trying to remember where I had left off on things, on anything. The minutiae of my workflow now sat where they belonged, in an appropriate bucket somewhere, in a file, where I could take them all in at a glance. Sheer genius. I finally had the daily, weekly, and monthly tasks under control. My mind was finally free again to think about important things. I was no longer confused. I could quickly slip into the zone and solve problems again. And while I was there, I ran into a couple of old friends. Imagination and creativity. My peace of mind was restored. But that's not all. I also was mysteriously given many more responsibilities, both inside and outside of the office. But inside the office, I also received a prestigious company award and a bonus and a raise and a reputation. The director thanked me for telling me my story, but she had to go. She was in a hurry. She seemed distracted. I don't know what she thought of my story. She was deep in thought, though, as she walked down the hall to her next meeting. Was she impressed, or did she simply find what I said unbelievable? Officially, our conversation never took place, and out of respect to her, I did not go back and ask. About a week later, though, something interesting happened. I was walking by her office, and I stopped cold and did a double take. The piles of paper were nowhere to be seen. The only items I saw on her desk were a phone, a computer with monitor, a keyboard and a mouse. Oh, and a pen and a spiral notebook. And that concludes the end. Well, that concludes my David Allen story, but I have a couple of minutes. Just long enough to tell you my James Clear story. It's short. When my dad died about 5 years ago, a dark cloud descended on me. I quit walking. I quit bicycling. Most days, I drank 4 to 6 beers a day when I got home from the office. Then one beautiful day, I decided to go for a walk. And much to my surprise, I discovered I couldn't. I couldn't even make it around the block. I couldn't believe it. This was ridiculous. So I decided I would start walking every day. It took me a month of attempts before I could make it around the block. I kept trying. I kept trying to walk a little more every day. Some days, I couldn't walk around the block again. Then I learned about James Clear. Apparently, I was doing the right thing. He wrote a little book called Atomic Habits. The title refers to habits that are teeny tiny, atomic, get it? His main point is if you adopt a bunch of the right atomic habits, it can actually lead to big, good results. So I worked with that. And then 11 months ago, in an act of kindness, a friend gave me a life-saving gift, an hour a week with her personal trainer. I had mixed emotions. I appreciated what she was having me do, even as I hated it. After about a month, she said I had plateaued, though. There wasn't really much more she could do for me, she said, until I quit smoking. Oh, yes. Dr. Joseph Persh, retired Surgeon General for the United States Navy, once told me in person that he knew lots of people who had successfully quit heroin, but to his knowledge, no one he knew had ever successfully quit smoking cigarettes. Okay, I thought to myself, here's the perfect test of James Clear's theories. He's all about habits, right? Smoking is I'll acknowledge it's a bad habit. Well, he talks a lot about good habits and bad habits and what to do about that. Get rid of the bad ones, bring in the new ones. So far, his ideas have proved to be sound, as I have not smoked a cigarette in nearly 6 months. And much to the, the Orange Police Department is probably grateful to me that I haven't actually had any sudden or slow urges to kill anyone, let alone acting on it. And I really haven't. Instead, I often have fun or doing or nearly doing the impossible and horrible weight-bearing exercises my personal trainer dreams up for me. James Clear has definitely passed my test, and I look forward to reporting on some other successes in the not so distant future. You should definitely check him out. I'm going to conclude this with a quote from one of my favorite authors, Ayn Rand, who once said, "Don't ask who is going to give me permission. Instead, ask who is going to stop me." David.
Tony, I want to open this up to a question that I've got.
Please
and
do.
It's something that you said that is totally pertinent to why we're here today. You said that because of the change that you made in your life, in your workplace, and your habits, and getting things done, you were given more responsibilities. You were given a company award. You were given a bonus. You were given a raise. All right, ladies, not you, Tony. Ladies, have you been given a bonus? Have you been given a raise when you accomplish something for your company?
Oh.
Now, see, that's why
terrible.
we're here today. That's why
Yeah.
we're here today, because in a meritocracy, if you do something good that benefits somebody else, and we're in a capitalist society, so if you help make somebody else money, the Amway philosophy is a little bit of that should be passed down to you. But what I understand from Mary Berg is that doesn't always happen to the female gender. Ladies, jump in. I want to comment. Somebody talk to me. Kathy Tipton, you had your thumbs down.
I work for the government. Everything's preset and pre-stuck, so there's no chance for anything like that with the government.
My suggestion,
Charlotte?
My suggestion is many women do very, very well self-employed. I don't depend on anybody else but myself to do the creation of my money. Now, if you're able to do that, which I think many of us can do that, that's then you don't fight it. There's no glass ceiling in that. What's to stop me? Nothing.
There's no glass ceiling in your own company, is there?
Right.
No.
Now, the question is, what are the impediments to stepping into your own company?
Remember that don't be afraid to ask anybody to help you. One of the lessons my mother taught me, of many of them, is besides learning what the rules are so you could stretch them or break them, another one was don't ever be afraid to ask. What's the worst thing they can say is no. Never be afraid to ask, as Linda said. My mother, of course, she came from a family of horse dealers, and they, knew how to barter and do business.
I think my family came from a bunch of horse thieves, Charlotte.
Well, there were some breeders who were also involved.
I will.
All right, listen, as a moderator, Mary she's cracked the whip on me. She said, keep it moving. So at 4:20,
yes,
we're a couple of minutes past. I want to introduce Susan Thompson. Susan, are you still on the line? Where are you?
Right up here.
Okay, there you go. Okay. So Susan Thompson is often introduced as having been underfoot in IT since it was called data processing. But before she ever got near a computer, she played a horn for several years and remains passionately interested in classical music. Good job, Susan. I love it. Please join me in welcoming Susan as she delivers her speech, My Musical Mentors. Take it away, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, fellow Toastmasters, and honored guests. It all started because I found school boring. Although I got good grades, my report cards would have comments such as, she doesn't engage in classroom discussion. She resists participating in sports. She always has her nose stuck in a book. All of which were quite true. When the school started to allow students to learn a musical instrument, I decided I wanted to do that. I knew nothing about music, and my family wasn't musical, but it would get me out of the boring classroom for 1 hour a week. With no particular guidance, I decided I would play the horn, also known as French horn. It's a splendid looking instrument. It's made out of brass, it's coiled, it has a beautiful flared bell, and most important to me, it didn't have a lot of keys or valves that would require manual dexterity. What I didn't realize was that it was a notoriously treacherous instrument and that even professionals sometimes missed notes. I enjoyed the time away from class, and as I got better, I had the opportunity to play in bands, orchestras, and other ensembles. When I wasn't yet quite a teenager, I was playing in community groups that had players of all ages from all backgrounds. Mind you, it wasn't that I was all that wonderful. It was mostly because I was available and I would play for free. When I encountered something unfamiliar, which was often, I would ask one of my fellow players what to do. I came to think of these players as emergency mentors. For instance, I recall one saying, you know, in Mozart, we don't do trills that way, we do them this way, and then demonstrating it. It was in these ensembles that I first encountered conductors. Conductors perform roughly the same function as stage directors do in rehearsal. That is, they guide the players according to their vision of how the piece should be performed. Unlike stage directors, conductors actually lead the ensemble during performance. Some of the conductors were what I think of as drive-by mentors. Drive-by mentors? By that, I mean that a conductor might make an apparently offhand suggestion, perhaps not even to me, or give a cue or a gesture that gave me exactly what I needed to play something better. Since an orchestra has many instruments, much of many rehearsals involve sitting while the conductor rehearses other players. I could learn things from listening to that, too. I eventually found out that no matter how much I practiced, I couldn't seem to improve in some areas. I convinced my parents to let me take private lessons with more experienced hornists. I learned a lot from local amateurs and eventually took private lessons with a former hornist from the Los Angeles Philharmonic, then later with someone who regularly played for Hollywood studios. I came to think of these as scheduled mentors. As I got accustomed to a teacher, I would sometimes intuit what his recommendation would be between the lessons. I was playing in better amateur orchestras now and sometimes playing chamber music. Then I went to a horn symposium put on by the International Horn Society. It featured a week of performances, classes, ensembles with participants, and, new to me, master classes. A master class is a class given by a professional to a set of advanced students, often with an audience. I wasn't good enough to be in the master class, but I could be in the audience. For example, one time, the lead hornist of the Oslo Philharmonic was working with a student on a particularly tricky passage from the Prelude to Rosenkavalier. The student was playing it accurately, but somewhat woodenly. She turned to the student and said, "You know how the opera begins, don't you?" He didn't. In bed. Now play it to suggest that. I started to think of teachers of master's classes as mentors at one remove. And on that basis, I can also claim hornists from the San Francisco Symphony, the Chicago Symphony, the Metropolitan Opera, the London Philharmonic, the Paris Opera, the Bavarian State Opera, and the Vienna Philharmonic as mentors at one remove. I majored in music at college, but it didn't turn out as I had hoped. I didn't have the raw talent to make it in a professional orchestra, and academe held no appeal for me after encounters with what would later come to be called political correctness. So I dropped out. But this is not a story of failure and defeat, because I had learned how to learn and how to assemble an array of emergency mentors, drive-by mentors, scheduled mentors, and mentors at one remove. I have entered a number of careers, knowing not much more than I did when I started music. I have always managed to figure out how to get help and how to progress. I commend this approach of mentoring to you, whatever you are trying to improve. I've got other stories about mentoring, but I know there are a lot of people in this audience who have probably even more experience than I do with mentoring. And there are probably some people who have some questions about mentoring, because the thing I hear most often is, I can't find a mentor. How do I find a mentor? What do I look for in a mentor, and what on earth would I do with one if I had one? So if anyone cares to ask a question, or make a comment, I will be happy to entertain it. And if not, I'll give you some more anecdotes.
Who has had a scheduled mentor? Remember what Susan said a scheduled mentor was? Who's had one? Erica, how did you come about having a scheduled mentor?
I stalked him.
Oh, Erica, we can't hear you.
I stalked him. It was very serendipitous how we met, actually, and just through me showing, I think, a certain level of grit in our interactions, it ended up turning into mentorship, and then it evolved into a friendship, which then evolved into a co-working relationship. So I also have to owe to him a couple of job opportunities because of the relationship building that I went through with him.
So you went after the mentor.
Yes.
Kim, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Well, you can't see it. I had a thumbs up.
Okay.
I'm hiding.
How did you chase a mentor like Erica did?
No, it's actually, I asked for one in Toastmasters. I had 2 mentors, and I asked each time, and I was blessed enough to have the president of each club and probably one of the stronger members. But it's actually a funny story. I just gave my mentoring speech from Pathways and told the other club members that I didn't utilize the second mentor's help, but I have a second chance, and I have that person helping me again as I'm president of my club, kind of helping me in a different way to support all the other members. So I kind of feel like now I'm redeeming myself because I'm taking time to utilize the mentor's help, and we meet every week or two, and we schedule appointments on Zoom and make sure to touch base with my mentor about things.
Okay. Susan also said something really interesting. She said something about a drive-by mentor. Somebody who said something in passing that impacted you. Has anybody had a drive-by mentor? Erica, you're up. Go.
It's happened probably both that I've been a drive-by mentor and I've had drive-by mentors. And I do actually think Toastmasters in general is a very good example of this, because you hopefully have cultivated good relationships inside of your clubs, and therefore, even in casual conversation at the end of a meeting, there can be an opportunity where a great piece of what I call nuggets of knowledge can be shared, and you can be talking or discussing about things. You may not be officially assigned as that individual's mentor, yet we all have collective knowledge and experience that if we are truly being community oriented inside of our clubs, what we're doing is we're sharing that, because only through shared experience really can other people then find evolution within their own self and how they want to be as a speaker and a leader.
A couple of years ago, I was working my way through graduate school. Well, maybe more than a couple of years. But I was working at a Pizza Hut. And one of the guys was toking up out back, and he was like worthless at closing time. And I approached him and I said, go home. We don't need you if you can't contribute. You know, if you're going to get high, we don't need you here. Just go home. And the next week, he didn't bring his stash with him. And he worked hard, and he never brought it back. And a few weeks, maybe months later, my fiance and I got married, and this guy drove from Florida to Virginia to be at our wedding. That one thing, that one incident got him over a hump. Have you been a drive-by mentor? Who's been a drive-by mentor that they can recount?
Can I say something, David?
Sure, sure.
I just wanted to add something because I kind of felt like everybody was going to say they've had like a drive-by mentor, but I would like to say that I'm probably the exception to the rule, that I have not had a drive-by mentor or been to anyone else. So I think it's because the two areas I've been mentored in, one is for work, and I'm a teacher, I work in education. So, you know, obviously when you become a teacher, you have to be mentored and you go through that process. But I think I just want to say that I've had very positive experiences with mentoring, both in Toastmasters and at work. And I've been on both sides of it. At work, I've been mentored by 3 other people when I was learning, and I've mentored 2 or 3 new teachers. Same thing with Toastmaster. I had 2 more experienced mentor me, and I don't know, I just told Franny I mentored my entire club, because even though I'm only assigned to a couple people, but we believe strongly in mentoring, and I think it's important for the mentors to understand the value of being on both sides of it. It's something we've discussed a lot at our club, but I just wanted to add that it can be a positive experience, and not everybody has. I know most people probably haven't had the most positive experience, but I've had a lot of benefit and value, and I strongly believe in mentoring other people and giving back since I've received that help.
Kim, have your mentors resulted in a promotion and or a raise?
Well, unfortunately, I work in an industry where I get an automatic raise no matter how well or poorly I'm doing. Based on my years of service and my education, that's, I guess, one of the many benefits of having what everyone says a low-paying job working in education. So it's not the same.
Kathy Tip.
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, Kathy Tipton said the same thing about the federal government.
That's not,
yes, Charlotte.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
not gonna
that
happen. So.
one of the things in Toastmasters, every evaluation is really mentorship, that the evaluation portion of Toastmasters is one of the most valuable assets and the thing we learn maybe the most from, because you learn to literally be mentoring somebody when you give them appropriate evaluation.
That's so true, isn't it? Because you're giving them feedback. Susan, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to say, speaking of Toastmasters, that back in the old days when we met in person and you'd write on the little strips to the speakers or to somebody who is holding an office, that's the drive-by mentoring. And you do the same thing in Zoom when you send a little private chat to people after they've made a speech or been Toastmaster or whatever. And one of the ways you know it made an impact is when you get a question back to the effect of, what exactly do you mean by that? Or tell me more.
Linda Denson, you lit up. Are you saying something?
Well, I'll jump in and agree with Susan and Charlotte. I don't think I would have become a DTM without the mentors and Toastmasters. And some of them were really pushy drive-by people, Kim. Yeah, I felt like I didn't know if I wanted to do this. And they were like, yeah, you do. And this is what you need to do. And I don't know if a lot of you remember Gwen Earl, but she was one of my mentors. And she'd say, you will be a DTM. And I was like a cat going, no. But I mean, I think that is such a wonderful benefit. And I don't think my experience in the corporations, I don't think you get so much good mentoring as we do in Toastmasters. I really do think it's better and it's more personal, it's more intimate, and people in Toastmasters really care about each other and their success. And I just think that's such a unique experience. So that's
Linda, this room is full of pushy mentors. That's it. I think we call them Queen at some time.
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's 4:40 and I want to stay on time. So Karen, go ahead and light up there. Karen Lucas, who has mentored me from the very beginning when I was a young whippersnapper area director. Karen says she's the chief operations officer of Ashlar Industries. I believe that's a metals company. And I think one time I asked her to get me some uranium and she almost did. So if you need some precious metal, ask Karen. She's also our current Toastmasters Region 2 International Director. And she told me this morning that she reads at least 100 pages to 200 pages a week, in addition to the phone calls she's made. Her husband said that he thought her Zoom meetings would go down after the election. They doubled. So, and you wanted that job, Karen. Well, Karen's title of her presentation this afternoon is Bet Your Bottom Dollar. And I'll guarantee you, if you bet your bottom dollar, Karen knows how to do it. Karen, take it away.
Thank you so much, David. It is a pleasure being here today, and fellow empowerment gurus, and especially Mary. Today, I'm here to tell you a story about investing in yourself by betting your bottom dollar on you. We do this in 3 arenas: legacy, family, and as an individual. Now, my relationship with roses is a very peculiar one, but I am in the Tournament of Roses, and I have a very different look at what roses can do. They mean a lot of things throughout history, and for me, every single year, even this year when we are not doing a parade, we absolutely love the Order of the Rose because we're able to connect with people, and today connecting with you is really what matters to me, and I've learned this through Toastmasters. Now, the raises part is a little bit different. As David was kind enough to say, I'm part of a 3rd generation business. Grandpa was a screw machinist that would put aerospace parts together and put planes in the air. Dad was voluntold to Vietnam, so he knew how to take those planes down, which is pretty much all you need to know about Gen 1, Gen 2. Me, in my third generation, I pivoted post 9/11 and I helped people fight bad guys, as well as companies, corporations, and other of the like. I can snag uranium for you. I was a little selfish. I would not give my check source to David. Full disclosure. So when you see me now, you know me as me present tense. And I have to say that me now knows that the center of relationships with people, it's everything. But me then, this is what it felt like. Knives out. This is absolutely what it was like for me to think about relationships. And it really took a huge amount of effort, a huge amount of work to move that needle. I've been in Toastmasters since 2007, and it was blood, sweat, tears, and treasure to put into Toastmasters what I was able to get out of Toastmasters. Now, me at the center of trying to build relationships with people back then looked, well, like this. It wasn't much different at the time, but I magically got into a job at Caltech. This was what my uniform used to look like. And it had the lovely mask with the P100s and the Oompa Loompa suit. I was rocking the Among Us look before it was cool. So this was what I got to do, was deal with hazmat and chemicals. They were way more predictable than carbon-based life forms, and I was super okay with that. I will share with you, in Caltech, in the 2000s, when I got hired in my 20s, the first question on the first day was, why do you want a man's job? From the guy that co-founded an isotope before I was born. This was the first for realsy interview that was not family business that I had to do on purpose. And I was just thinking, what the fruit? Why is he asking me this? This is insane. Long story short, my first name is also a male name in his home language and his home culture. And because the administrative assistant set everything up, he was assuming he was just going to talk to a guy, especially since it was always guys that were getting this job. So this job really changed my perceptions. And I liked working with him. I got used to him. He got used to me. But then something happened where I needed that relationship ability. I needed to be able to connect, discover, and respond to people. And that situation forced me to reconcile with my small isolationist self. I had to go big. I had to be a solutionist. I remembered from the family business, research and development, you can have something in your head, drop it onto the back of a napkin and put some NC code to it, and then make it into a for real thing that actually works, that does what it needs to. I needed to be a solutionist in a different way that I'd never done before. I had to confront all of you carbon-based life forms that I was so scared of. And I did it by being a charter member of Caltech Toastmasters. That's how I leveled up. And really, I had to get over that volunteer fear. Can I really do this? How would I have the time? I could make so many excuses to not do it, but I knew even in my 20s, this is the second best time to make this happen, because I only get the opportunities that I recognize and that I say yes to. So to see that midway point of old school Karen versus midway point, it's pretty much this. This is the midway point, and this was at LACE training. I believe it was APU, and you can see the back of Mary Berg's head because I didn't get her authorization to use her in a shot. But this is me completely answering a question I have no knowledge of. I was trying to do a table topic about a sport that I'd never seen an entire game of. I think it was either baseball, basketball. It was something I was debating against all people, fellow Toastmasters Steve Itzkowitz. Now, normally I would shirk and run the other way, but Toastmasters got me to the point where I could even stand up and try to debate a topic I knew nothing about. And putting yourself out there, stretching in a laboratory in Planet Toastmasters is really what matters most, because when you get to fail big, you get to learn big. And this is one of those days burned into my psyche where I got to fail big because I didn't know what I was going to get asked. And it was like my worst fear. But again, I said yes to opportunity, to Toastmasters, and by default to all things go outside of Toastmasters, because being in Toastmasters is all about leveling up your best self so that you can do your passion outside of Toastmasters. And that's what I love about this organization. It's all about building a better you. So to invoke the likes of the Blue Badges, the past international directors, Michael Ogier and Richard Snyder, I did say yes to that opportunity. Now, we talk about mentors, and this is my matriarch, my maternal grandmother. Where were we going to go to school? Who were we going to marry? When were we going to marry? All things big, all things little. We ran it by her. We checked in, and it wasn't ever about power. It was about balance, always. She always would take some time to think about it. She would weigh all of the information. Sometimes she'd take a day, and she did this for decades for our family. One of the things that I hold in high regard with her is that she was very much an advocate of the fact that diversity is a reality, but inclusion is a choice. And more diversity means a better team, a better group, a better business, a better self. So when you think about learning from somebody and finding yourself in places in this world, even if it's in these Brady Bunch boxes, connecting with people that don't look like you, act like you, sound like you, come from your background, vote your way, eat your food, that is going to really help in so many ways, open the world up to you. It did for me. And I thank her every single day for letting me see the world at such a young age and letting me discover what was out there. So let's take a moment, because it's all about gratitude, and let's thank all of the countries of the world that support equal pay among the citizens for their work and have that balance. And crap, not in the USA. It doesn't happen where we are. Now, there's the Czech Republic and Iceland and Finland and all these other fabulous places. I've been to many of them. And they are so amazing because they've embraced a lot of these tenets. As a country, this is how they choose to have the discourse of their citizens and how to treat them well. Yeah, so unfortunately, in the United States, Women's Equal Pay Day this year was March 31st. So for the average woman, it would take until March 31st to get that of which her male counterpart would get. Mom's Equal Pay Day, if you have small humans, is June 4th. African Americans Women's Pay Day is August 13th. Native American Women's Pay Day was October 1st. Latina Equal Pay Day, we just passed a few weeks ago on October 29th. That says a lot about our country. That says a lot about how we treat one another, how we respect one another. And I'm going to just get on my soapbox here for just a little bit, if you hadn't already figured that out. It isn't only women that have to deal with this equity in pay issue, okay? It's not acceptable to put it on any group who is experiencing inequality to make them fix it, if that makes sense. It's not just up to women to come to the table. It's up to all people to advocate, from all genders or all sexes and all races, to be able to have this conversation. What does your conversation sound like when somebody who is treated lesser or who is paid lesser is not in the room to self-advocate. So yes, it is best if you self-advocate, if you have those skills, if you're lucky enough to have gained those skills. But do you, regardless of your sex, your race, your net worth, advocate for those who do not look like you, act like you, sound like you, get paid like you? Do you treat people in your day-to-day in a way that would honor the world we want to live in and how we want to see each other being treated? Yes, it's best to advocate for this equality, but I hope you realize that in inequality, you'll notice that there's privilege sewn into it. So when the equality has to happen, somebody is going to feel like they're going to get lesser because they're just used to that privileged position for so long. Do you recognize your ability to reconcile with the status quo and what your part is in it? Know that the status quo will never change the status quo. So you have opportunities here. But just to let you know, I learned from my club many important things, including when to get off my soapbox and to lighten the mood a little bit. I learned to invest in relationships thanks to Planet Toastmasters and the members of my club. I love being in Founders District. I started in Founders District. I'm still in Founders District. You can't get rid of me. I'm in like 3 clubs and in Founders District. And one of the coolest relationships I had was being fellow PCUT with Dan. And we all know Dan Cossack. And this was one of the hardest years ever because it was my first year in district leadership. And it was my first year I got to hear, do you really think you could be a leader? It might be too soon. You're too rough. You don't know what you're doing. You have young kids. You've had like a stage 3 health scare. That could come back. Maybe you should wait. Who's going to put the food on the table, for the family? I've heard the gamut. And this was the first year my other half, Mr. Mark Lucas, also a past district director you heard from earlier today, this is the first year he realized how much privilege he had because every single year he's run for something. None of those questions came up, not a single one. So we can do better even in our organization, one club at a time, one member at a time. And this is present tense, folks. This is present tense. We can make change great and have a great experience. I also picked up my other half in Toastmasters. He joined for girl. I didn't realize that at the time. I was duped. He wanted pizza. That was the story he was sticking to. But we get along together. We do pretty well together. The cake topper says it all. It's us against the world sometimes, and that's okay. And we're also other things. He's the parental unit. I'm a parental unit, making sure that we celebrate all of the little moments, getting to have the fun moments like playing tag on the Rose Bowl Stadium greens. And I got this and I value this because my experience in my family, yes, I look like the firstborn boy in that picture. That's a little rough, right? They were about 10 years behind any style, and that tree was very flammable. In my family, my dad was all about the business. The business came first, and everything else was a distant second. I got into the business because I wanted to know Dad, and I got to know Dad because of that. Dad was voluntold to Vietnam, as I had indicated, and this is one of the nicer pictures of him that I can show public. I like the rainbow. Very nice to have rainbows, and it's definitely got a juxtaposition. Now, he treated his body more like his body was an amusement park than, a temple. So for the last 14 months, as we've talked about with previous speakers, he needed round-the-clock care. And so for 14 months, we made the value choice to still work, both Mark and I, still homeschool the kids so that we could travel together 2 or 3 months out of the year as a family, and also take care of dad. And this was the last grandparent that they lost. And that was one of the most rewarding things, because we were able to seek that balance. Even though I was campaigning for this gig, even though working and homeschooling, the kids got to learn more about Pop Pop and more about the family and about how to honor intergenerational experiences and people that came from different backgrounds, even if they happen to be blood relatives. Now, you know from Mark, the Kranz dictum, if you've been here earlier, all about being tough and competent. So that's what's gotten us through as a family. And we think about the legacy of what it takes to bet your bottom dollar check-in. Your legacy is all about paying yourself first, living beneath your means, and investing 10 hours a month to a nonprofit you're passionate about. Thank you, Grandma. To check in with family, you want to be tough, you want to be competent, and you want to be courageous. You want to have each other's back. And courage, according to Brene Brown, is linked to vulnerability, asking why, saying you don't know. It's being vulnerable and showing up when you cannot control that outcome. And that's where we get our true north, really. As family, as individuals, I got to tell you, having small humans really changes you. It does. Perspective is everything. My daughter at the 2015 Toastmasters Conference says, "Oh my gosh, I want my picture taken with the beautiful princesses. Oh my goodness." And I'm like, she is on glue. What is she talking about? This is the picture. So the princesses in this picture didn't realize that she was screaming at them like, "Oh my God, I want to take a picture with you," because they'd never been called princesses before. And they had tears in their eyes when they were referred to as princesses. They were so thrilled. So consider your perspective. Now, this is dark and gloomy because we are in Stranger Days. You might know this show, but they are Stranger Days. And actually, it's a holiday edition of Stranger Days. 2020 holiday edition coronavirus. We used to be IRL. We used to be able to touch and, shake hands and do all that crazy stuff, like people do. Only everybody's virtual now. It's so wild. Now, you don't need to be like 11, which is that key character, and having those special powers to move things with their brain and get nosebleeds and all this other terrible stuff. Because with apologies to Miss Franny Stein, I have taken her constructive hanging around time so to heart over the years. And I've just nudged it a little bit to telekinetic chat. Being telekinetic is of or pertaining to the production of motion in objects without contact or other physical means. Tele means in Greek, far off. We're all far off from each other, social distancing, but we can still have constructive hanging around time. And I want you to know that you can leverage this technology to do so in ways you never dreamed of. As an individual, check in, know your core values, know your value, and build relationships every day that are force multipliers. Invest, contribute, and connect. And you can do that with this technology. This is the technology that can do that as a legacy, as a family, and as an individual. You are your unique self, believe it or not, and there is no better person to be you. Bet your bottom dollar, your next evolution absolutely awaits. And I can't wait to see what it is. You can connect with me. I am hiding in plain sight on social media, and I would love to have a chat with you, a happy hour, or some coffee sometime soon. Know that you can bet your bottom dollar on you, and you can bet your bottom dollar on your next evolution by reaching out and having the courage to connect with the people at this wonderful event today. You are absolutely worth it. And I am going to drop a song that you can link out to that is my power song. It sounds soft, but it carries a big stick. It's called All Things Go by Sufjan Stevens. All things go. Your next evolution is here. And it doesn't matter what's going on in the world. All that matters is your perspective and your ability to play big in the 3 arenas that matter most. Thank you, Dave Hosmer.
Thank you, Karen. The takeaway for me was the Kranz rule. I had not heard that nor that name, so I wrote it down. You've got to be tough, competent, and courageous. And maybe most of all, courageous. I've known some tough people who weren't competent and they didn't get very far. I've known some competent people who are not tough and not courageous and they didn't get very far. But I've known some courageous people who were not tough and not competent and they're billionaires. So maybe the most important one of those is the courageous. And especially if you want to raise instead of roses, maybe a little toughness would help. Competence always helps. Charlotte Drake is the most competent person in putting together manuals for anything, including pathways, and her competence and her courageousness to go up against the powers that be have allowed those manuals to spread all over and help all of us through that. But Karen, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And so I won't ask for uranium again. It'll be some other metal. But we'll
I have a
glow in the dark
cesium-137
again.
that you would love.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, we'll glow in the dark together. Mary, it's 5:04. What would you like to do next, Mary?
I'm going to give it over to Julie Murphy. Julie Murphy is going to do a vote. So Julie, are you ready with the request that you're going to be making on a vote? Are you ready?
Yes.
Take it over, Julie.
On a boat? Oh, a vote.
Can everybody see the poll?
Yes.
Nobody's okay. There we go. Got my first vote. All right, we still need a lot more. No one wants to do it right before Valentine's Day.
You can ask Mark about that one.
So far, it looks like February 27 is our winner.
Is that a holiday weekend? What holiday weekend?
Yes.
That's
President's Day.
Yeah, President's Day weekend.
President's Day weekend means something to the rest of you?
Yes.
And maybe those of us who get the day off.
Yes.
So nobody likes the day before Valentine's Day, and it looks like the winner is 227. What I am going to do is I am going to ask the district to put that on the calendar and see if we can get approval for that day. And what I would like very much is for the presenters to give me their availability on what time of day they want to do it. First come, first served. Don't make me call
Mary,
you.
Mary,
Mary,
can we
let
revote?
me- Yeah,
What?
because February 27th is an area speech contest. I think it's division, maybe division F or division E. But on the February 27th is an area speech contest all day.
Okay, let's go back to 220 or 26. Can you do that again, Julie?
Yes. So everybody just don't vote for 227 because I would need to go back and edit the poll.
Okay.
Just remember, don't vote for 227. The rest of the dates are open. Oops. There we go.
There we go.
All right, I have a few people that want to do it right before Valentine's Day this time. Looks like February 6th is our winner so far. Okay. We have a winner of February 6th and a backup of February 20th.
All right, it's been a long day. If nobody has anything that they want to say that's really important, we can leave this meeting. I've been sitting in a chair since 8:30 this morning. I'm going to be L-shaped before I get out of here tonight, and I'm hungry. So
Thanks, everyone.
do I have permission to cut this meeting loose and say goodbye, Gracie?
It's nice to be with you guys.
Bye, Gracie.
Goodbye, Gracie. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you,
Fantastic
Mary.
day.
Thank you.
Mary.